Arena World Championship is officially underway in Season 4 of Dragonflight. We just saw an epic weekend of impressive gameplay and massive upsets. I'm Venruki, and today I'll be shining a spotlight on 5 clutch healer plays from Dragonflight Season 4 Cup number 3. Our first play being showcased is Relza on his Holy Priest during Friday's series that pitted Streamer Zone GG against CHIBAKU TENSEI. Here, Relza displayed some incredible offensive plays and crowd control by forcing Fuston's Gladiator Medallion with a Chastise Psychic Scream and Limp's Gladiator's Medallion with a clutch Mind Control. He left Limp's vulnerable to a swap. This set his team up for a victory and allowed Tony and Kasu to secure a KO.
Power infusion, massive damage, and that will be a KO. Streamer Zone. Oh my god.
Our second play being showcased is Lontar, with some incredible highlights from the Echo vs Streamer Zone GG Elimination Series. With his team on the brink of defeat, Lontar pulled off some incredible healing and clutched out a save on Waz with a rarely used PvP talent, Time Stop. Lontar showcased its power by granting Waz invulnerability from what would have been a fatal blow, saving him and allowing Echo to battle it back and secure a decisive victory.
Sniper shot just in the nick of time, and now Kasu into a kidney shot.
The third play we're shining a spotlight on is Zhang from La Pompe. His team series versus the Move in the upper finals had some close calls and high-level greed. Zhang stayed focused and calm, even on the verge of a loss, refusing to trade out his Spirit Link Totem in one of the closest calls of the tournament.
Damage, because Existence has his trinket. He's going to be able to escape the next set. They're swapping to the Ret Paladin, who has no trinket. Can they possibly kill him here? Gouge onto Zhang. Peekaboo is setting up for the win. Massive damage coming in, and it looks like it's going to be the Move taking this Spirit Link Totem. It's off cooldown. He gets feared. He needs to press. He's being so greedy. How is he being so greedy right now? Just press the link. He's so greedy. He gets away with being greedy for a couple of more seconds. Does he not know he has it? How is he still not linking? How is he still not linking right now? He is so greedy. He gets away with it. Peekaboo goes down, and La Pompe tied up 1-1.
Our fourth epic play comes from Barug of Bikini Bottom Mafia during Friday's upper quarter finals. While this particular game ended in a loss, this play is impressive nonetheless. With a showcase of perfect positioning, Barug stalled long enough for his Spirit of the Redeemer and Lightwell to come off cooldown, bringing his team back into the fight from near certain defeat, almost earning them the comeback of the century. You have to see it up.
They're trying to stay alive.
No
Nala
way.
getting healed up back to half. Can they take it back to the road?
No
Can they
way.
take the pressure back to Lava? It doesn't look good, and Gus comes in with another beautiful static field to stun onto Nala. Coffee really sending it right now, but they're trying to connect onto Dax. Another stun, another go. Might be devastating here. They find the Druid. They send it. They full send it, but Dex has the Iron Bark, the Bark Skin ready to stay alive. Another fear onto Coffee. Nala is deterred, but not done. 20%. Borok with a little bit of mana. Another flash heal coming through. The swap onto Gaz, and he borrows at 1%. Then he's alive. He is alive.
For how long? He might just fall. Now at the same time, we could get a cross kill.
Our final play comes from the notorious Absturge on his Restoration Shaman. This play happened during the Move series versus Boy GG in Sunday's lower finals. While Dampening was fully ramped, Absturge defends his final Healing Tide Totem with a clutch Static Field Totem into Hex on Calvish, keeping his team alive. He then secured the win by bringing the Thunder with Stormkeeper-empowered Lightning Bolts.
Tide is ready. Big NS coming through, but it doesn't do too much on 55% dampening. The Move really kicking into overdrive. They need to make something happen right now, otherwise this game is going to go down the drain. Whiskey gets killing spree. Calvish looking to finish it out. Nick on 5%. Divine Hymn coming in late, but there is Absturge. He loads the chamber and sends it.
I hope you've enjoyed this spotlight on some of the AWC's finest healers and their best plays from Cup number 3. Be sure to tune in to Cup number 4 this weekend, the last chance for teams to earn points and qualify to the AWC Season 4 Dragonflight Finals. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the arena. He does not care. They are making this push on Absers. They want to get the Spirit Link Totem. They want to close out this game. The move. This is their last chance. Beautiful fear coming in. Lasso from Houston, and that's it.
Who's gonna fall? There's no darkness. There's nothing. The hunt comes in. The Spirit Link Totem gets dropped. Sam I am. Echo pushing for the win here. There's the imprisonment on the Sea.
I mean, Trill's obviously going to want to play this out here, but I think it's really unlikely. He's doing it. He's actually... there's no way! There's no way! He does it! No way! 23! Liquid to the Grand Finals! Getting shot on Tuna. Another swap onto him. He doesn't have Bark Skin. He's got Trinket. He's being greedy! He gets none of his Trinket! KO! HOOLIBANG moves the championship Sunday. They catch him out of bear form. If After gets some damage in here, Voidtorn fully channeled. Another amazing swap onto Dex. How is he going to survive? He's being way too greedy. After clutches it out, and the move crushed Lava Lava.
Looking good here for Liquid as they do it. How? Guz lives at 1% again. I can't believe it. Ironbark lands. Guz is loot. Nightmare. Calvish is dead. Nick is dead. What do they have for Kearney? Do we have a gouge? Do we have a stun? The double pull comes in from Nick as he's looking to turn the tide of the fight, but a full kitty shot lands. A cheap shot on Calvish. Gouge on Kearney. Peekaboo, the boy wonder, making plays here on the road. And they close it out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 4th Cup. I am so excited to be here, and I hope the players are too, and I hope you guys watching from home are as well, because this is the last cup before we head into the standings. Time is running out for these players to get all of the points that they can before they head into the final sort of breakdown, Supatis, the conclusion of Dragonflight.
Yeah, I mean, being the final cup, the standings are going to be the most important thing to take a look at. Which teams are going to be able to overdo their opponents, get into that top 3. That is the most important position to be in. If you're in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, you get automatic qualification into the grand finals. And if you're 4th and lower, you're going to be going into a gauntlet, which is a single elimination tournament, and you really don't want to be in that. And you can see that it's really starting to bottle up towards the top, and a lot of teams have a lot of pressure on them. HOOLIBANG and Lava Lava are the #1 contenders, I think, possibly for other teams being able to upset them, given that Lava Lava is in the lower side of the bracket, I believe, this week. It could be really problematic for them. There's a lot of new teams coming into the competition for this as well. The Wandering Water FURBOLGS have made a player substitute. They've brought back Blizzo. And Blizzo Swapsy as a duo on that team is really nasty. They're still in the upper side of the bracket. I want to feel like this is like one of the first times in a long time that they've actually remained in the upper side of the bracket. They're looking like monsters. Bikini Bottom Mafia that won the last cup, they're not even in the top 8. They're not even in the top 8, so they're not going to get a chance to get into the top 4. StreamerZone.gg, we just saw a bunch of class changes. Those are going to be benefiting Blizzo as well, but for their team with Kasu on Marksmanship Hunter, it's definitely going to be a big quality of life improvement for them. Every single series is important. All of these spots are in contention. Nobody's safe. There's a lot on the line with this final cup.
A lot on the line, indeed. The weight on the shoulder of these players just continues to compile on itself as we head closer and closer to the conclusion of this season. So we'll keep everyone posted, of course, as we move forward into this weekend's game on just the current standings of the standings. But with that being said, I mean, we've had really an incredible season, Ven. We've had some ups and downs. We've seen players just have tremendous feats. What are some standout moments for you? What are some standout players?
Well, if you guys haven't had a chance already, you should check out the top 5 clutch healer plays from the last cup on the Warcraft YouTube channel. But in that video, we showcased Relza from StreamerZone GG. And I think for me, he was one of like the top players. He's so aggressive on that priest. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do, because like Supatis did mention, there was some balance changes, and they're one of the only teams that's going to be benefiting from, Marks Hunters getting a little bit of a power spike, potentially Disc Priests getting a power spike. We haven't seen really any Discipline Priests except Lontar in the offline game. So it's possible that Relza kind of adapts that also. So really curious to see, where these teams do decide to go, and specifically if there's going to be any kind of changes for these healers and what they're going to be playing.
Yeah, definitely a lot of eyes on the healers here because we've had some MVPs. There's an MVP in every series, of course. I feel like so often it is that healer just carrying that team on their back. But a team that Super T's kind of already mentioned, CHIBAKU Tensei. We know Blizzo is absolutely shining throughout the offline games. Zico, is this a team that we want to keep an eye on? You can see them there in the upper bracket. Do you think that they're kind of back for this weekend?
Absolutely. I mean, a little bit of a spoiler alert, but I actually put them as my team to win this entire weekend. I mean, CHIBAKU Tensei, they had, maybe not the best performance last weekend, but overall, I would say throughout the Dragonflight, they've been a really consistent team. Now, picking up Blizzo has really unlocked a lot of potential. And just in general, like the flexibility, and also Warriors getting pretty big buffs as well this week. So just a lot of things, I think, going in their way. And I mean, you can see here, they played a decent amount of compositions. I think one thing that's kind of interesting about these guys is that they have all of this flexibility, but their healer, Houston, he remains pretty much only a Shaman player or a Resto Shaman player. So they've kind of built a lot of their compositions around that Restoration Shaman. And he's really somebody who's had to adapt a lot, like starting out in the AWC as, I think he was a Windwalker first, and then he had to multi-class and play Demon Hunter and Warrior and just all of these different like melee classes until eventually he became, I think he got forced to be a healer in one of their tournaments. Their healer couldn't make it or something. And then, yeah, now with Solo Shuffle out, he's been picking up the Resto Shaman, and fast forward to now where his team is looking like one of the best in the regions with him on that healer role. So really nice to see how far CHIBAKU has gone just in general.
Yeah, completely agree. And also, I think I also predicted CHIBAKU to be the winner of this weekend. So we'll certainly see. We'll see how this bracket kind of fills itself out. But we can take a look at the first matchup that we have of the day. It's an elimination round as well. We've got ULTIMA versus Lava. Both of these teams are kind of fighting for different reasons, Supatis. One is fighting to get into the gauntlet. One is fighting to stay out of it and guarantee a place into the global finals instead.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on both of those. You want guaranteed qualifications, guaranteed big money on the side of Lava. ULTIMA want a chance at getting into that big money. And the compositions that match up against each other is pretty interesting, given that ULTIMA is actually a team that is focused around, predominantly, in the past off-meta healers, but like Fistweaver Monks and Preservation Evokers. But now they're actually really strong, and they can be particularly strong into Resto Druids, especially the Preservation Evoker. So Lava may actually struggle with this team. When you're looking at this on paper, like how is ULTIMA like in the bottom 9 qualification right now, like even going to be a match for Lava, given how many class changes have been rotating through over and over? I think it's actually possible that they could overdo Lava.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. We're getting the teams ready to go. But I mean, that's like a common theme, I feel like, Ven, that we've been talking about a lot this weekend is like teams that are adopting, teams that are kind of staying where they are. Like, how important is it for a team to sort of reflect on themselves and be like, hey, maybe these comps aren't working. How do we move forward and adopt to find new compositions?
I mean, it's really important, especially if the classes that you play aren't good at all. But I feel like in the case of ULTIMA, they're one of those teams. The reason they're interesting to me is because they're all really good players. And their composition, especially in this particular matchup, I think it's going to be really strong. So I don't think this is going to be one-sided. Obviously, Lava, in terms of point standing and seeing them in the competition, they've been doing a lot better. But I think this is one of those matchups where they really have to be careful because what ULTIMA brings is quite explosive. And I think we're likely going to be seeing some double dragon action.
Yeah. And this Double Dragon also is the team that knocked out Bikini Bottom Mafia, which is last week's winner. So ULTIMA already, beating teams of the caliber of Lava. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do here in game number 1.
I think this blind pick could be really wild. Like, we've been seeing a lot of rogues, a lot of demon hunters, but between these two compositions, I really think almost anything could possibly happen. We do have Demon Hunters, though, on both sides. Nethy's going to be running the double Evoker, and this is one of the hardest counters to a Resto Druid that's probably imaginable. And also even have the Demon Hunter Purge on top of it. So with the Scouring Flames Honor talent, Evokers can Fire Breath and remove heal over time effects. And when it's fully charged, it's up to 4. So you can just strip 8 heal over time effects immediately in one burst setting. It is a very scary composition with this double dragon demon, and they're jumping immediately onto Guz, forcing his astral shift just seconds into the match.
Ooh, and they land a nice CC chain swap onto Dex here. Can they get the trinket? He's trying to be greedy. He trinkets. And does he get the tranquility off? He does have to use the trinket tranquility and the bark skin there. So a lot of cooldowns being used there by Dex and by Guz here in this opening exchange. That was a really nice chain with the sleepwalk into the deep breath stun there. And now it looks like Nethi is going to be the target here for Lava Lava, already having to burn through a lot of his defensives with that obsidian scale. Could be a susceptible target here as the demon hunters are both looking for their prey, but Nethi actually looking for the sleepwalk there, not able to find it, and now he could be in trouble, getting too aggressive, and he's gonna have to pay with the Emerald Communion.
Yeah, both the Evokers are playing really aggressive, just hovering in on the Druid, spamming Sleepwalk over and over until they can ultimately catch him, and there's no Tremor Totem to break that Sleepwalk. There's no Medallion for the Druid, so the next time that they can catch Dex here, they might be able to close out the game. But they're having a tough time getting there. They start it with a stun. Can Nethi or Smite get in range? Smite's just going for disintegrates. He's just melting Guz at the moment, forcing him to burrow with almost no crowd control at all. Now they got an imprisoned into a sleepwalk. No Tremor Totem. This could be game over. We're only a minute and a half into this game. Massive damage incoming. They drop the darkness. He may die through it if he gets unlucky, but he manages to survive. Nicely timed darkness from Coffee. Now they got counter pressure over onto Smite. He's on the retreat with the Renewing Blaze and Obsidian Scales. He's going to be tanky, though. He's trying to line of sight, maybe fish for a sleepwalk. He gets grounded by Guz. Now he's trying to go for damage, but he gets put into a stun. His defenses have fallen, and Nethi's actually running out of options. Rewind is his next big cooldown. He's likely going to line it up with his Medallion. But if he gets Cycloned, it can make things really finicky with that cooldown. You don't usually recover when you come out of a Cyclone right away, but it doesn't even matter. He's just getting crushed with damage. They force Astral Shift. Smite is just a laser dragon, just absolutely destroying anybody that comes in his path.
Yeah, he's doing 166k DPS. You can see right now on Guz finally getting some blooms and some healing over time effects back here, because these dragons, they keep purging his hots, and they got rid of the triple bloom stack there again. Dex is in a full sleepwalk. Guz could be dead here in the spell eruption. Stun right now, and he will fall. It will be Ultima taking down Lava Lava here in game number 1. These guys are showing up right now, and they are taking down all of the Titans here in Europe.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about moving into this matchup is, typically on paper, you're looking at this as like, maybe it's a David Goliath, like Ultima, what chance do they have? It's the last cup, they're coming in with so few points. Meanwhile, Lava Lava are like a top 3 contender. Surely Lava Lava would be the team to take this series, but the compositions that Ultima have are the perfect options to beat Lava Lava's setup, which is now going to really test Dex. And it's something that they've said when we've interviewed them is, are they going to be able to multi-class enough? Can Dex play other healers? Because I really don't want to see a Resto Turret into this matchup. Again, I've seen this double dragon situation. It just is so much damage. All of your heal over time effects get purged off, and you really can't recover that. You'll see it in the final moments of the replay as they rescue in on top, and they line up a bunch of disintegrates. You can see no hots on Guz. They just purge it. He's got like a life bloom, I think, and that's about it. And the fire breaths come through, and that's it for you. You're getting destroyed. It's so much damage, so much purge that just you cannot keep up with the pressure. So I do think Dex is going to need to make a change. We saw him play other healers last week in an attempt to try and keep his team alive in the tournament, and it wasn't enough then. It needs to be enough now if they want to get a top 3 position.
Yeah, that's the thing. Right now, HOOLIBANG are watching and just being super excited about what's going on here in this matchup, because this is really some huge ramifications in general on the entire bracket, because if Lava Lava goes down, they're the 3rd point team. HOOLIBANG just needs to win 1 series in that lower bracket. They just need to win their first game to tie up their points with Lava Lava. If they win 2, then they will surpass them. So Lava Lava, they really need to try to win this series to maintain their point lead. And on the flip side, of course, Ultima, they are getting pretty close to a top 8 position as well, which could give them that gauntlet run. I kind of get like F-tier flashbacks, just running this like full send comp, coming in on the final cup and starting to show up against some of these more established rosters. So we'll see what Ultima can do if they can actually manage to get those points as well. Keep track over the weekend. But we are going to the Coliseum, and the comps are being locked in. Ultima, are they going to lock in the same thing blind? That is the question here.
Yeah, because they have other classes. I think they've also got like Feral Druid comps, although I don't think it's necessary. I feel like you keep locking in the same thing until Lava Lava show that they have an answer for it, and then you consider what else you can bring. They are going to a big map, which can be difficult. Typically, the weakness to evokers is range. They only have a 20-yard range. So if you play like double caster and you play long distance compositions, it can be tough for them to move around the map without getting exposed or crowd controlled. But Lava Lava is not really a team, I think, that we've seen a lot of that from. They're more of a melee cleave or this kind of Ellie plus melee, which both I think that this Double Dragon can kind of dance around. Most importantly, this series and Lava Lava's potential qualifications rest on whether or not Dex can overcome the composition disadvantage with the Resto Druid, or he can play a different healer. I think this is fundamentally what's going to decide their fate, whether they're in the gauntlet or they're still a contender for top 3.
I think we've seen him on Holy Priest before, but he's going to opt to stay on the Resto Druid. They're going to lock in the exact same thing, so they're really banking on the space here of Maldraxxus to be enough here against these evokers. I'm not sure if it's going to be. I feel like Nagrand is pretty spacious map, and I mean, for Lava Lava, it felt like they were just trying to catch up the entire game. They were just trying to recover. It didn't feel like they had like big kill pressure. I guess aside from maybe in the opener when they were going on the healer dragon, it felt like they had a decent pressure there. But aside from that, I really didn't feel like they got, they didn't accomplish too much in the game.
I don't really know if it's I feel like for Lava Lava, it's just survive. The Ellie, you're just going to try and win on damage output, overall damage output. I don't think the Ellie's going to necessarily compete with the Devastation Evoker as far as burst. I feel like Lava Lava, if they win this, it's like a 7-minute game. They have to survive, like, I don't know how many is that, like 6, maybe 7 double fire breaths, if they can survive those purge moments efficiently. Because at the end of the game, Dex actually had Trinket Ironbark, I think. Yeah, so they had trades. They could have kept the game going. It is entirely possible that they could win just as long as they can stay alive for a very long period of time. That's like the classic for Ellie Shaman Resto Druid. Just keep surviving, keep rotating defensive cooldowns, and outlast your opponent. I think it's entirely possible they could win doing that. Maldraxxus Coliseum's a really good map to do it. But if it doesn't work, then you're on match point, and you have to win 3 in a row. I think the experimentation there is pretty much lost. This is an important game for them to figure out whether or not this strategy can work.
Yeah, absolutely important game coming up here between Lava Lava and Ultima. Especially important for Lava Lava and for HOOLIBANG. They're vested. They're making sure that Ultima is getting the intel probably. I don't know actually, but yeah, Ultima. We'll see here if the Double Dragons. I don't know. I'm not sold on this on that they win late game, because I feel like the Dev Evoker was doing so much damage. He was top damage, I'm pretty sure, in last game. At least every time I looked at details, he was blasting like 160k, 170k DPS. So I feel like even in a long game, I think it's going to be really tough here for Dex. He's going to be tested. He's probably going to need to sneak away and get some drinks if it does go for a long game. But anything can happen here with this new spicy comp that we're seeing. And yeah, we'll see if Ultima can continue to upset the tournament here, or if Lava Lava will tie us up.
The Double Dragon Demon Hunter looking to make Lava Lava out of the top 3 and into the deadly gauntlet to try and qualify for that position again. They are just 2 games away from it, and with this oppressive Double Dragon, but they just immediately zap Nethy right in the opener. They imprison his Emerald Communion. It's not going to be a full recovery. What a surprise attack here from Lava Lava, but in the meantime, Smite is setting up damage onto Dex. It's a bit of a healer race in the first 30 seconds of game number 2. As we see Dex burn through his medallion, burn through his Barkskin. Nethy's falling further behind. They're trying to punish that short range and the aggressive nature of Ultima by going after their healer. Now they're switching on to the Demon Hunter and the Dev Evoker for a bit. Disrupting those disintegrates with wind shear and grounding is going to be super important. Every disintegrate is going to be a huge amount of damage, but Nethy might be overstaying his welcome. He's staying way too close to the fray. He's caught in multiple stuns, and that's going to force Darkness out from Moze here. And it should enable Nethy to survive. Now they're switching to Smite out of the darkness. Big swaps coming out from Lava Lava, and they're actually matching Ultima's aggression pretty successfully at this point.
Yeah, it's just so much pressure still onto Nethi and the rest of Ultima here. How he's going to pick up his team. Finally, they do, and they get a pressure onto Guz here. Dex is in a sleepwalk, no trinket available. Guz had to use his burrow right there. Has no astral shift as well, so he could definitely be a spicy target. Now they're going after Dex on the side there. Demon Hunter doing some work there.
Oh my God.
Quite low, but Nethi, meanwhile, getting absolutely blasted. Trinkets in the last second. Gets imprisoned on his trinket. That was a huge rewind there coming out for Nethi, almost going down, and now he's got nothing, Sid. He's got absolutely nothing. No trinket, no communion, literally nothing to work with. I think he's toast in that next stun.
Oh, there's the essence break. Do they have a stun? They need a stun right now. They could absolutely close this game out, but it seems like they don't. Nethi escapes behind the pillars. Guys, nullifying Shroud. Now Guz is falling behind. They've got pressure onto Smite, though. Lava Burst flying in from downtown. Guz, the Guzzler, is absolutely demolishing Smite as he almost goes down in that moment. Nethi saves him with the Verdant Embrace. Dex is ahead on mana. Guz has defensive cooldowns. They have to get that Shroud off somehow or try and dampen and wait for it to go away. I think they've managed to purge through it between the Demon Hunter and the Ellie Shaman. Nethi's getting aggressive again, trying to chase down Dex. Dex line of sights him. Smite is falling behind while Nethi's playing aggressively. Nice roots coming in from Dex into the Imprison on Nethi. This could be it for Smite. Massive damage comes through. And Lava looked like an entirely different beast in game 2.
What did they change? They just amped up here in game number 2. Lava, making it happen. And honestly, they had a phenomenal opener. They got the instant communion. They got the trinket from Nethi. Actually, they got the darkness. Then they got the trinket rewind from Nethi. And it was just, downhill from there. You can see here some of those close moments. And I like what they were doing here as well. Anytime Nethi got away like this, he's going for a nullifying shroud, trying to recover. They just immediately swap to the DPS evoker here, and they just get so much damage onto Smite here. It's just impossible to recover when all that damage is just raining in, constantly putting Nethi behind, because when he tops Smite, then all of a sudden they're swapping back to Nethi, and then they're swapping back to Smite again. And yeah, it's just really tough for him. That root in the back as well was really brutal. Actually, the reason why Smite dies here is because of that root from Dex. So he roots up Nethi when he has no dispel, out of range, and then they try to get into range so Nethi can start healing him, and they put him in that imprisonment. So really nice timing there by Coffee as well. But yeah, the map actually kind of did some work here for Lava.
Yeah, the root was MVP at the end of the game. Watch Nethi get punished. He chases Dex. I'm not sure if it's Guz or Dex because he's in tree form. He gets instant entangling roots, but it doesn't really matter here. So Nethi comes around the corner to try and CC Dex, and he gets rooted. And when you're rooted as an evoker, you can't use certain abilities like Rescue. He has Rescue right now, so he could give a big shield, and you can't use Verdant Embrace, which is your biggest heal. So he can't use 2 of his main mechanisms just because of that entangling root as he came around the corner. And then they chained it into an Imprison when he finally had to dispel for it, so he wasn't able to connect those heals in time, which he likely could have saved him with a Rescue off into the corner and 2 a Verdant Embrace. So really clutch CCs there. It comes across very minor, but it's really the main reason they're able to win the game in that moment. But now it's hook point. And I mean, I don't know though, because Nethi, if they can get on Nethi, this is just a really crazy matchup. It seems like it's just going to be just who has more overall pressure coming out ahead, because I was really expecting the Double Dragon to be the one overwhelming Dex, but that game felt like it was the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, there's going to be a weakness here for both sides, right? Because I think this is just going to evolve to a full slugfest, tunnel the healers type of deal. Because both healers, they're going to be in that range. So it's going to be all about who can get that big opener on the enemy healer, which healer can kind of avoid that better, who can maybe preemptively trade something in that situation. Definitely going to come out ahead. And I feel like in game number 1, Ultima had a really good start, and then they just kind of rode that momentum and won. And in game number 2, Lava had a really good start, and then they kind of rode that momentum and won. So I feel like both sides can definitely win. It's just going to come down to kind of who plays the game a little bit better, who gets, who does damage without taking damage. A very common strategy in World of Warcraft, of course. Do damage and don't die. We'll see here who is going to come out on top. Lava need to win this because they are battling for that top 3 position. Ultima, a little bit more of a team that's playing spoilers right now. And this is, of course, the swing match as well. So extra important for Lava Lava to win this one. Let's see what they decide to do here in the opener. Both Demon Hunters potentially looking for the healers, but Dex was in stealth, so it's going to be a little bit slower onto him. He's already in the back, just spamming out heals onto Guz. It looks like they want to go after Guz, at least in the opener now. Smite rescuing his Demon Hunter on top of the Druid, and here comes the Blender, Super Tees.
Yeah, but Dex is doing a good job. He's just pre-healing. He's just over-healing. Just global after global. He's never stopping. He's just refreshing HOTS, knowing that they're going to be purged in the next moment, using the Treant Wild Growths as well to cover for purge protection, and he's just overhealing. You can see that's why his whole team is consistently topped. But maybe they finally caught him in a bad position. He has no trinket off that rescue setup at the start. He's trying to escape. He gets caught out of bear form in a stun. Smite comes in. He gets Wind Shear on his Disintegrate. Dex gets a big overgrowth, but Smite doesn't care. He's deep breathing over it. Bit of disrespect. Usually when that Cenarian Ward goes up, you need to swap out that target. Nice punish by Dex, getting a bash into full clone on the Demon Hunter. That's going to set his team behind, and Smite is really getting brutalized at the moment, but a full sleep onto Dex. Can they turn it around onto Guz with that? He has no Astral Shift off the opener. Dex finally out of crowd control, but still a lot of damage. His HOTS are falling behind. They force the burrow, and now this is looking like a flip of the last game with Ultima in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Nethi and the rest of Ultima pretty much still have all of their defense. Meanwhile, Dex, no trinket. Guz, basically nothing. If they can get a sleepwalk onto Dex, they could definitely just eliminate Guz here. And I think that should be the play. But right now, they're going after Coffee as well, just mixing it up. There's the Fire Breath Purge onto Guz. Smite, though, taking a lot of damage, going for the Eternity Surge, going for big dam here. But Dex is still out of crowd control. He gets shocked there on the sleepwalk. Nethi now looking for the sleepwalk, gets interrupted. Coffee really doing MVP plays, but is it going to be enough? Guz still dropping so low. The darkness gets forced out, but at least Dex is out of crowd control, manages to pick him back up. At what cost? He had to trade out Tranquility, Darkness, Ironbark, but Smite now in big trouble there, gets a big rescue shield. Nethi spamming out the heals here, trying to keep his dragon alive and well. Dex now trinketing out of a stun, a Chaos Nova in the back. Meanwhile, Smite getting caught in the Lightning Lasso. Dex spamming out the regrowths. He gets a nice proc there, and he's going to be able to keep his team potentially going. Guz still has to use Astral Shift through this Druid healing output.
Yeah, he's just trying to stay ahead of the damage here because they're kind of close to a kill, maybe possibly on Nethi. He's got time stop. He pre-time stops himself, anticipating the stun lock, and now Dex has basically nothing. Is he going to go down? But it doesn't matter. Smite just gets absolutely smoked. Lava turning this series around. It was looking grim for them. They were one of the first teams to be able to beat Echo in an earlier season of Dragonflight competition. Echo had a dynasty for such a long standing period of time. They're really putting up the competition. But now moving into this season, they've been struggling a little bit more. And I was worried for them after game one, but now after Maldraxxus, after seeing them actually able to win in this matchup, even on hook point, Lava might just be overcoming the disadvantage of the Druid into the Preservation Evoker, as opposed to trying to pick up a different class.
I love when teams do that. They just swap out, clean up their gameplay a little bit, better rotations, better targeting, just better swaps, and they just continue to stay true to themselves. And sometimes that is more effective than swapping your comp altogether. But we can see here last couple of moments. So Nethi gets a big Spirit Bloom out onto Smite, gets a lot of heals, and they force out the Astral Shift here of Guz. They get the Sleepwalk onto Guz, and they're looking to swap to Dex here. Nice Totem pulls them all back in. Guz with a huge static field knock there. Then they go after Smite here, and Nethi's kind of just left behind over there, not able to access his heals. He doesn't have any cooldowns really to work with there. Was he rooted maybe by an Earth Grab, or did he get knocked, or like what actually happened there? Because I think he was off screen.
So he pre-time stops himself. He pre-time stops himself because he thinks he's the kill target, because they've been attacking him most of the game, and while you're in time stop, you can't use any other abilities. So you're just stuck in place, and I'm not sure how long he took to cancel it, but it happens in a moment from this position. I think he hovers in, or no, Verdant Embrace ends, and then he uses a pre-time stop at some point here. He's trying to anticipate a stun, like right here. He hovers in, and then Nethi, where's the time? There it is. He's time stopped, so he can't move, and Smite rescues away from him. He cancels it, tries to come in range, and he just gets globaled. He just gets globaled in that second that he's coming out of time stuff.
I think what happened was Nethi used his rescue on that static totem, and then the Devoker used his rescue to get on top of the enemy Druid, and then he just didn't have mobility to reach him. I guess he didn't have a hover, or I don't know. Something like that, and then I guess he got global. The 333k death sweep. I actually scratched that.
400k death sweep.
Yeah, I guess that's what happened, huh?
The little 86k lavaver's like, I'm here, guys. I'm helping. Coffee just death sweeps him. Like, In 0.8 seconds, it's 600,000 damage of Death Sweep. And then 100k Lava Burst. Or if we're including Inner Demon on top of it, I suppose. It's 600,000 damage in 0.8 seconds. 700,000 total between the whole team in that last moment. So Lava really putting up a fight here. I was in the moment thinking that Dex was in trouble because I see Smite rescuing the Demon Hunter on top of him. He's got no trinket. I'm looking at Dex. Meanwhile, Guz and Coffee are like, the best peel is to just kill you. If you're dead, you can't kill our healer. So, we could root you and CC you, but if you're dead, that's the best peel. So we're just going to make you dead.
We're just going to pretend to go on the healer, make him CC himself, and then we're just going to kill somebody. And that's what's going to happen right now. Ultima on the brink of defeat right now against Lava. And I mean, is it already match point? Like, I feel like these games are 2 seconds long. People are permanently dying. It's just action everywhere. I'll tell you one thing. I'm happy I'm not a healer in this game right now. I was watching the healing that Dex was doing, and for the first 2 minutes or the first minute and a half or something of the last game, he was putting out 200k HPS for his team to keep them going. So. He doesn't like swapping off the Druid, but he looks pretty darn good on that Resto Druid. He's going to need to do it one more time, though, against Ultima. Can he do it right now? The team is charging in, and it looks like Guz is already on the back foot, already having to trade out big cooldowns. Dex now on the back foot as well. There's the Deep Breath, forcing trinkets left, right, and center, forcing out big cooldowns there already. Barkskin and Renewal for Dex, and the Astral Shift there for Guz. And now they're looking to make a swap onto Nethy. Instant Emerald Communion to respect it.
Yeah, really early trades there. They want to stay ahead of the pace and keep their team aggressive and not fall behind. But Dex has no trinket now. Guz has no Astral Shift. They're not in a good position. And Guz is taking so much damage. Multiple Disintegrates, Eternity Surge procs. Dex manages to heal him back to full as he goes into a stun, but Smite is peeled away by stuns as well. I like that they're coordinating their stuns when the rest of the Druid gets stunned to deny damage. Now a big swap onto Nethy. Is he ready for it? Multiple stuns in a row, and he manages to recover out of it with the darkness. Coming out from Moze here. You can see Guz out in the open trying to reposition. Massive damage on Smite, big damage onto Guz, just constantly back and forth. I'm constantly having to ping pong my eyes from left to right. I don't know who's going to die first, if it's Smite or Guz. Like, this is only a minute into the game. It typically does not get this intense this early on. It's the last cup to potentially qualify. Coffee already burned through his darkness. Dex needs to get ready to pre-Iron Bark at any moment. Guz is going to duck onto the bottom side of Dalaran for a moment, then immediately come back up. Coffee's going for the I-Beam. Big swap onto Nethy. Pre-time stops. I don't know if he immune the stun, but he cancels it early. He doesn't want to fall behind. Verdant Embrace over onto Smite, but he can't stay stacked up. That Demon Hunter's going to cleave him apart. It's a tough position for him. How is he going to get on top of Dex here, whose trinket is coming up in 12 seconds? He can get a sleepwalk here. He sees that opening. He's going to pre-Iron Bark before his trinket is available, so they can't get that opening, but now they're switching to Coffee. They force his blur, and now Dex has no Iron Bark. Coffee's still just dying even despite the blur activation. Guz is now falling behind. He's trying to pull Moze behind the pillar. Perhaps he's going to try and stun him or root him behind the pillar. There's that Earth Grab Totem onto him. Smite is falling behind. It's match point. So much on the line for Ultima. They want to get into the gauntlet. They want to have a chance of qualifying. They were dominating in game one, but now Lava appears to have their number.
Lava trying to run away with this one, but Guz is extremely low. Dex has a lot of catch up to do. No Iron Bark available. Trying to spam out the heals here onto Guz. He trades out the Astral Shift. It's going to be Nethy in trouble, trading out his Rewind there as well as the Renewing Blaze. So a lot of cooldowns being forced here. Smite goes in with the Deep Breath. They're going after Coffee. He's got nothing. Another Deep Breath coming in from downtown, but he manages to stay alive there with the Netherwalk now going after Dex. Barkskin, is that going to be enough? He maybe needs to trinket. No, he's going to trade Tranquility, but now they could swap back to the Demon Hunter, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Coffee needs to start running around the corner here. Actually, he's just going to counter pressure. The Hunt comes in. Huge damage here for Coffee, trying to go after the enemy Demon Hunter, but now Dex gets slept, and they're going after Guz, but Guz tremors to sleep. Guz still super low, forced to trade out the Burrow, going after Smite now. Smite now taking a lot of damage here from Guz, but Guz has got nothing left. Dex is a trinket, but basically nothing left. They need to try to land a kill right now onto Smite. Smite dropping very, very low here, trying to get the Fire Breath perch, trying to get the counter pressure back onto Guz. He's got nothing. Dex has got nothing. Iron Bark in 2 seconds. Can he get it off? He gets the Iron Bark. He gets the Tree of Life, and he's starting to recover. Guz miraculously recovers, and now it's going to be Smite on the back foot here. Lightning Lasso coming out to Guz. He gets kicked, but still a lot of meatballs flying out here from Guz Ramsey, but still going to be able to stay alive. Both teams at this point with basically no mana left on each healer. Who's going to take it, Sid?
They're basically tied on overall DPS, tied on overall healing per second. Just one minor amount of crowd control could decide the outcome of this game and take us to a game 5 or possibly conclude it. And Guz is in trouble. The Sleepwalk connects. He trinkets into it in prison. Is he going to die through his astral shift? It's so much damage onto Guz at the moment. Where are the heal over time effects? Dex is trying to reload. He gets the hots back up into Guz. He survives, and now Nethi is totally out of mana. He's trying to disintegrate to get mana back. They see that. They shear it. They stop the mana regeneration. Here comes the hunt into onto Guz. Either side could die at any moment. Dex still has the mana advantage. Guz is just playing it safe. He's pulling away from the fight with that gust of wind, trying to stay out of range of the demon. They stack him up for a double stun, but Emerald Communion comes up for Nethi. Big heal comes up from him. It gives him some mana back. He's got about maybe 5% mana remaining. Time dilation going to trade immediately. They're trying to keep the gas pedal down onto Guz, but darkness comes off cooldown for Coffee, and Guz is just ducking into that, hoping that he gets lucky and takes no damage through it. It seems like he is, and now Smite's in trouble. Nethi rescues him across the map, but they're immediately in hot pursuit. Guz gets deep breath done. Nethi pre-time stop immunes the go on himself and lands the double deep breath, and somehow they're so close to doing it. Guz down at half, and Dex is a miracle worker on this Resto Druid, even despite the double Evoker, double Fire Breath Purge. He's still keeping his team alive at the 4.5 minute mark, but now he's into the stun lock. His Iron Bark's up for a moment. They need to drop Smite. They need to drop him right now. Can they take him out? Big Lava Burst incoming onto Smite. He's trying to off-heal. He gets wind sheared on it. He ducks behind the waterfall. The waterfall is not enough, though, and Guz will ultimately take him down. I cannot believe Dex did this, man. I was thinking, like, Dex is going to need the multi-class. There's no way he can get through this tournament and then still have a chance for top 3 with only Resto Druid. And he's looking to prove us wrong with what I feel like a lot of people consider is like the ultimate Resto Druid counter is the double Evoker Demon Hunter. Dex does it anyways.
Triple purge against Dex, but you're going to need a lot more than that to take out Lava. Even the waterfall at the end
tried to help him.
It's not enough to put out this fire in this team right now. Let's see Coffee here actually burning in this swap, but he does manage to recover. And like, look at the damage. Just look at the numbers. Look at the details for a second here. Both healers just spamming out 200k HPS, and look at the damage. Look how even it is just from all the players. It's so much damage coming out, so much healing as well. Nethi pulling out the miracle, getting his Emerald Communion back for just a little bit of mana left. Pre-immunes to go, sets up the double deep breath here. It looks for a second like they're going to be able to do it. Guz drops low, but it's not enough. Nethi has nothing left in the tank. The final rescue comes out, but ain't nobody rescuing Smite from his demise here as Coffee takes one final sip and sends them out of the tournament here.
Oh my god, look at this final moment of Smite. You get that shear. If he didn't shear that heal might have been enough. He wraps around the waterfall, but Coffee really stepped up. I mean, he gapped 10 million DPS or damage overall in this game. I really feel like Coffee and Guz, both off the first game where they were just getting destroyed. Like, Smite was top damage, clearly. In this game, it felt like Coffee just really carried in terms of damage. And Dex just did a phenomenal job to keep his team pre-hotted so well throughout this, because I feel like I was counting them out. I was like, oh my god, he locked in Resto Druid again. I was like, this is over for them, bro. They're not even going to get a chance to get top 3, but they overcome the deficit. They overcome the disadvantage. This is the team that we saw in the previous season of Dragonflight, able to take wins against Echo, which had previously, historically, not happened very much, right? Like, Echo is very dominant, whether it's Race to World First, MDI, or AWC. Echo's usually winning almost all of it, all of the time. And Lava was this team that seemingly came out of nowhere and was taking series off of them and proving that they could do the impossible. Now they're here in this most recent Dragonflight season. Resto Druid, it's still strong, but I wouldn't say it's like, the most meta healer. Everybody's talking about Holy Priest. Everybody's talking about Preservation Evoker. And now Lava need to find a way to make it work, even despite that.
Yeah, and that's when you see like some teams crumble and some teams kind of rise up to the occasion. Lava definitely going to be rising up to the occasion here. That first game it looked a little bit shaky, but then the caffeine kicked in, and yeah, Coffee definitely MVP in that last game. He was also focused in that last game. They kept trying to swap him and take him down, but he still managed to kind of play good defense while maintaining a really nice offense. So. Good stuff for Lava. And now this puts a lot of pressure as well on HOOLIBANG, because now HOOLIBANG are 40 points behind. So they need to win their next game just to be one game away, basically, from tying again. So, it's definitely a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, looking a little sketchy. You can take a look currently at the standings. HOOLIBANG right now in 4th to 20 points. Also, that star means that they are currently in the bracket still alive. So that means that ULTIMA, that is the end of the road for them for today. Lava still in the hopes here of cruising along down there in the lower bracket. But speaking of HOOLIBANG, they are the next up match that we've got coming up here. They're also facing elimination, so I'm sure they're thinking about that fact as well, Zico. And I hope that all of the circumstances of their situation right now in terms of standings isn't going to affect their gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Now it's do or die here for HOOLIBANG. Every single match for them is backs against the wall. If we lose, we're going to gauntlet. So we need to win. We're out of time. Let's do it. And you know what's scary about Brute Beasts is that Brute Beasts, they recently picked up somebody who happens to be a pretty good demon hunter. You might have heard of him. His name is Tren. Ring a bell?
Oh, that guy? Okay.
Yeah, the guy who got 3rd place in AWC like every season.
Yeah, just a small improvement to the roster, addition to the roster for sure. Every team I feel like that Tren ends up playing with is not only like really fun to watch, Supatees, but just kind of completely shakes things up. Just in terms of like, who we expect to win. They always play some interesting comps. And now Demon Hunter is really good. Tren is, one of the few people that are actually maining that in PvP. So this is going to be, I think, an explosive series that we've got coming up next year. But, I mean, we've talked about it a lot here. HOOLIBANG, they really, really need this. So stick around for that for sure. I'm really excited to see what both of these teams are capable of in this next up match, in this elimination match. But before we do get to that, we're going to do another map guessing segment here. And you guys hopefully know the drill by now. Guess along with us. So we're going to take a look at some movement from the players here. This is an actual AWC match that did get played. And guess the map along with us.
Oh, God. We're so zoomed in.
Oh, boy.
It's so slow and staggered.
Where are we right now?
What?
Hook point, lock it in, finger snap.
Oh my God.
You say finger snap instead of actually snapping?
Wait. What else? Is it? Can it be anything else?
As well,
Okay.
Can it be anything else?
I don't know.
Did we?
I feel like hook point always gets locked in every series.
Did we play a Robo
Yeah,
Drone
that's
game?
fair. That's fair. Actually,
I want to say it's hook point, but if it's not, then it's Robodrome, and I can't pick the same answer, so I'm going to say Robodrome.
Is that leaving me? It's definitely...
Actually, wait, no, it might be 3 pillars. Aya might get this.
I
think there's 3 pillars.
Oh, it's Maldraxxus.
I'm going with. Wait, are you throwing me off?
Wait, both these answers could be right though. You could be wrong.
Could.
It's a 50-50.
I know. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Ashmains. Oh, I may have messed up. I may have messed up.
We all lose. We all lose.
You know why?
With the 50-50.
Because I literally don't trust you, Zico. I know how your brain works, and I know you. I just listen. I thought you were trying to throw me off. I was like, it looks like Maldraxxus, but Zico's telling me it's Maldraxxus, so I feel like I'm just gaslighting myself. Man,
you see,
I'm so
that is
disappointed.
The genius part of it. I knew if I said Ashermans, you would have locked in Maldraxxus. So I said Maldraxxus.
This is all a mind game.
You won't trust me. It's all mind games. It is all mind games. And today we are up, ladies and gentlemen. We are up.
Well, technically, we're all down. We all got it wrong.
Exactly, which means we're all tied. Now Ben just needs to lose as well.
Get these two off the desk. I hate it here. My gosh. All right. Well, if you didn't get gaslit by Zico and Supatees, let us know if you got the answer correctly. Shout out to Archon.gg. You can level up your gameplay by heading over there, and you can find the most popular builds, optimize your gear, learn the meta, and of course, so much more. Also, huge shout out to Warcraft Yaks and Warcraft Logs for powering this segment. And with that, we're going to head into that elimination round that I did mention a little earlier. So stick around. It's going to be pretty exciting, if I could say anything about that upcoming match. Brute Beast versus HOOLIBANG coming up after this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are down here in the lower bracket. Tournament lives are on the line. Brute Beasts versus HOOLIBANG.
Yeah, and Brute Beast is going to be bringing in Tren for game number 1 in the blind pick. Tren versus Elsewave on the Demon Hunter. A bit of a showdown here. Let's see what they can get done. Big damage already loaded up here on Amuse as HOOLIBANG is looking to get an aggressive start.
Ooh, Tren already dropping kind of low there, but he does trade out the blur there. Should be enough for him. Imma's now taking heavy fire. Darkness being dropped down. For Tren gets knocked away by the beautiful Ring of Peace there coming out from Eridos. But Eridos also in a little bit of trouble there, trading out his Diffuse Magic. A lot of pressure here onto both the Moonkin and the Windwalker Monk. It's a bit of a chicken race. Imma's going for the Cyclone, but it gets interrupted on it. Not able to land it just yet. Going for another Cyclone. Trinkets to get this one. Gets it onto Elsewave. Ducks back into Bear Form. Gets the Frenzied Region, and now finally Immus could potentially go and look for something aggressive, but unfortunately for him, JT kind of read this comp pick, and he's playing a gnome there in the back, so there's not going to be any root beams happening, which typically would be what Immus wanted to do in this situation.
Yeah, I love the time stops as well. Kankito doing a really good job with that so far, just immuning during those big stun moments. That being said, it still has a bit of catch up here to do. Tren and Amuse taking a lot of damage, and Demon Hunters are susceptible to just getting one shot and stuns, so Eridos, that's definitely going to be a big win condition for them, but they can connect the Serenity with a leg sweep, and Tren doesn't have any answers. He might just get erased off the face of the earth. That being said, Eridos has to hold on a little bit longer, still making a push here, trading out the Karma, and looking to get the damage rolling onto the Druid, but Elsewhere is getting swapped too. This is such a back-and-forth matchup.
Yeah, that was a touch of Karma there coming out and immediately turning again the aggression on to Immus, but a nice low Cyclone here onto Eridos, and now Tren though taking a lot of damage. Tries to duck over to JT there, gets the Chaos Nova, but a nice paralyze there onto Tren, shuts down his hunt there. Wanted to connect with big damage during that crowd control moment, but instead it's going to paralyze Eridos here on to the Guardian Angel there, so using that as kind of like a pseudo Cyclone. Really nicely done by Tren here, keeping up the damage as well on to the Windwalker. Immus now though could be in trouble. Activates the Thorns, goes back for some more damage, but he's gonna be forced to trade the Bear Form, the Renewal, or the Frenzied Region, the Renewal potentially as well here. No, doesn't want to trade it just yet, still reads it out. Kankito instead is gonna be trading out the Emerald Communion, so more and more cooldowns here. Both of these teams are definitely starting to run out.
Yeah, so back and forth. Interrupt here on the Muse again. So far, the interrupts on the Cyclones have been solid. At the same time, though, Eridos getting a little bit low. Tren getting swapped to. Both teams mixing it up, keeping these enemy healers guessing. A beautiful Sigil of Misery there, fearing them all up. Cyclone on Elsewave, and Eridos is now on the run. 10 seconds left on Karma. Is he going to have the time he needs? Fists of Fury coming in to just parry all the incoming attacks of Tren, but he gets imprisoned on it, now likely going to be the target, but enough time has been bought. He's got the touch of Karma and looking to put that pressure onto the Balance Druid.
Oh, but he gets Deep Breath, double Deep Breath coming out here for Kankito. Looking for the Sleepwalk, but not able to find it just yet. Still adding in good damage here, though, on that Dragon. Mana actually looking in the Dragon's favor here, as well as that Darkness does get traded out for Elsewave. It gets Cyclone on it as well. Nicely done there by Immus, but now Elsewave manages to come out of that Cyclone, and he's going to recover, and here comes the pressure onto Immus. Do they have anything? Meanwhile, Tren trying to CC JT, but no pressure being found. Actually, they do manage to get the touch of Karma there from Eridos. Knocks him away now. They don't want to go through it too much, but they're gonna potentially drop another Darkness there, and it gets knocked away there once again. Tren immediately sending it on cooldown, but Eridos quick to respond with the Ring of Peace, and here comes the Serenity as well, but again forced to actually play defensive with that Serenity. Eridos getting gripped back to the pillar, and actually not looking too bad right now for Brute Beast, but they're making a big swap there to Tren. He's gonna be forced to trade out the Trinket and the Netherwalk there. Wants to play it safe when his team is in such a good position right now. Elsewave in a stun as well, taking a lot of damage. Eridos cloned low. Kankito adding in a lot of damage here. How is JT going to recover his team here?
Yeah, that's a really good question. He's forced to use the Void Shift and swap his health with Eridos. He's just so incredibly low, but they're both just grouped up behind the pillar, taking a lot of incoming damage. Eridos realizing he needs to try to get the counter pressure rolling, is going to make a push here onto Amuse in the middle of the map, but still defensive Fists of Fury onto Tren coming in once again. Tren has no Trinket though, so that might be an opening in the incoming future. If they can get crowd control and Kankito and go after Tren, they might be able to just delete him. So that's something that Brute Beast really needs to look out for. Elsewave is going to be popping the Metamorphosis and getting crazy here onto Amuse once again, but this is the Incarnation. Both teams under fire. Kankito getting swapped to. Rescue comes in. He gets out of the fight, but that was a close call.
Nicely done there by Kankito. Still holding on to his rewind here. Knows that he needs to save that for Tren for that next potential dangerous moment. But look at Erados right now. Might not even make it to that
Serenity.
point. Taking so much damage, but the Serenity is up here. Imu's in a lot of on a lot of pressure, but forcing Erados to teleport back. But he teleports back into the midfield. Huge damage coming out here. They swap into Tren. Huge damage onto Tren as well. Rewind does get popped there for Kankito, but still Tren is so low here. Elsewave is just unrelenting here with the pressure. Finally gets faked there on his kick. Imu's landing the Cyclone, but Elsewhere just going to trinket it. There's a touch of karma for Erados. He gets imprisoned onto it, and Imu's trying to kite here. The Emerald Community coming out there just in the nick of time. Imu's looking for the Cyclone onto JT, but JT still has his trinket. Dampening is high. I don't even think at this point you can even go for CC here. Just try to control the melees and win with pressure. Tren dropping so low. Is it going to be enough? He gets the time dilation, but I don't know if he has enough mana here to keep things going on the side of Brute Beast. Tren so low in the leg sweep, almost going down. Nice rescue there, and Tren is going to stay alive, but the question is for how long?
Yeah, this match is on a razor's edge. It's so close, but it looks like Erados could fall. Trinkets, Transcendence is behind the pillar. Elsewave and Erados are going to continue this push onto the Balance Druid. He pops the Bark Skin, but look at Hoolibang. They are just in absolute shambles right now. Erados, no defensive cooldowns. Elswave's in a Cyclone. He gets stunned off. He could easily get dropped, and it looks like he will. Darkness slips through. That might keep Elswave alive and buy JT a little bit more time, but he has no mana left whatsoever. He's got 5 seconds left on the Spirit of the Redeemer. He just needs 5 seconds, and he can keep his team in the fight. Hoolibang might be able to do it. Can they do it? This needs to get it. There it is! Free healing. He's going to be able to keep him alive, and they're going to be able to take a push here onto Amuse. I think Amuse is just going to be forced into bear form for quite some time. The miracle moment for Hoolibang. Can they capitalize on it?
Image has Incarn up right now. They could take down Erados. One Star Surge connects. It could be a cross kill. It's going to be Imuse getting absolutely blasted. Tren as well. The whole team getting just absolutely destroyed there in that final leg sweep. But what a match here. Brute Beast and Hoolibang definitely delivering. Hoolibang, though, does come out on top. That was so close. I thought Erados died there at one point. I just blinked for a second, and he was just flirting with death there.
Oh, it's just so crazy. When you're a holy priest and you're running on fumes, you have like that one. We saw it a bunch last week, and we're going to see it again here in the replay. But take a look at JT. His top left cooldown has about 14 seconds on it. That's the Spirit of the Redeemer. It allows him to go into the angel form, and when he's in that form, all heals cost no mana. So he's completely tapped right now. They're going to lose the game, but look at that. It comes up in the nick of time with power infusion. He's able to just heal, uninterrupted, can't be CC'd, and that basically guarantees them the win at this point. It was still such a close call, but Hoolibang definitely happy about that kind of miracle moment. A beautiful Ring of Peace here from Erados, going to knock Amuse out of the safety of that darkness, and there's just nothing really left for Brute Beast. Kankito's completely out of mana. Chastise stun comes in that double leg sweep, they're able to get the double kill. So no real hope of coming back 2 versus 3. But I mean, that's as close as it gets, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Imus just could have connected a little bit more with that Incarn at the end, they could have definitely won. Because one of the scariest things to do in this game is when you're in deep dampening and an Incarnation comes off cooldown, it is just one of the worst things that you can deal with as a healer. But JT managed, as you mentioned, get his Spirit of the Redeemer and just heal through the pressure enough to put Incarn or Imus and his Incarn in this situation where he's just forced to camp in bear form. He can't really be doing damage, can't really be generating any of those big Star Surges, and eventually it's just the mana. But this was a super close game. Honestly, this could have gone just either way. I definitely like what Brute Beasts are bringing, and for Hoolibang, if they just even slip up just one time, they stay out in the open for a little bit too long between their like hit and runs. It's gonna be lights out.
I mean, I'm excited about this. We're seeing Discipline Priest. This is something I alluded to in the pre-show, but Discipline Priest, slowly but surely, they've been getting buffs, and it looks like some teams are going to be, trying to implement that here. The Discipline Priest, it does a lot of added damage, so if you can actually get the cast off, you do a lot of extra damage. The one minus is you're going to be losing out on that stun, right? And I think that Chastise stun is really important for this composition, so opting to get rid of that option and go for maybe a little bit more damage, perhaps even a little bit more longevity, could be an option for them. So I'm curious to see how this does work out.
I'm curious to see how the Disc Priest is actually going to perform. We saw Echo as well use it in the open bracket to play, I think it was RMP. So, Disc Priests, like you mentioned, are starting to kind of creep up here, but this is the first time we're I think we're going to get to see it on broadcast. So I'm excited to see what does Brute Beasts lock in. I feel like they have some options, but I think we're going to see more of the same. More of the same.
Same thing. It's pretty good comp. It's very interesting to me, and this is something that I feel like is worth pointing out. This comp, the Balanced Druid plus the Demon Hunter, has been really popular in North America, right? Like, we've seen teams literally win with it. So the only thing we're seeing in Europe that really does well into it is these double melee cleaves. You know, the Rogue Windwalker, the Windwalker DH. Those seem to be the only thing that really go toe-to-toe. So I'm curious about if North America is going to kind of adopt some of these compositions, or if Brute Beast is going to be able to come back with it, because the Boomkin DH seems really strong right now.
EU's finally catching up here to the NA meta, and we'll see.
That's not what I said. I said Europe is the only region that figured out how to beat it.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to put you a little bit on the spot. I wanted to twist your words a little bit. I don't know, dude. I'm on my evil arc today. I don't know. I unlocked it earlier during the map guesser. Okay. But yeah, we'll see if these cleaves can deal with that. We do have all of North America tomorrow and on Sunday. So definitely just make sure that you're marking your calendars with that. But of course, Brute Beasts right now. I want to take a quick look here at Brute Beasts' amount of points here. So Brute Beasts really aren't doing too well in terms of the standings. So they are definitely playing spoilers here in this tournament. And for HOOLIBANG, I mean, they won that first game, but it wasn't pretty. And they need to win every single game here. Top 3 on the line for HOOLIBANG. They're going to need to make something happen here in the opener. Trend almost going down immediately. Trinket, Netherwalk being traded out. Imus now as well taking a lot of damage here. JT on the Discipline Priest is going to be starting to add in a lot of damage. Imus dropping super low. What on earth is this damage? Where is it all coming from? Elsewave. Yeah, that's a pretty solid opener if you're HOOLIBANG.
I mean, JT is almost keeping up to trend on the damage meters. I think he actually passed him at the beginning. So as that Discipline Priest, if you've got all your damage loaded, you can really assist, but maybe it's a little bit less stable. Erados going to be taking some damage, and of course, you're not going to have that Spirit of the Redeemer that literally kept them in the game. Maybe JT realized that was a little bit too close for comfort, but Smite's coming in. Big Dark Reprimand. And this Discipline Priest damage, just pay attention to JT. If he can just sit here and spam out Smites, that added damage is going to be a nightmare for Kankito to heal through.
Yeah, and finally, some crowd control here onto JT to slow down some of that Discipline Priest damage, but he is getting right out of it. Immediately goes back into open field. It goes for the ultimate penance. Huge damage and huge recovery as well here for his team as those bolts just fly in, doing so much additional damage. Look at him. He's got 60k DPS here. That's basically what I do with my Arcane Mage trend, almost going down here as well. He's got nothing, gets rescued there on the hunt. Beautifully done there by Kankito, saving him on that huge spike of damage, but still things are not looking too good. Finally, some pressure here onto Elsewave. They're leaving Imus a little bit more free here in the match, and as a result, he is able to get some crowd control, but here's the Serenity, here's the damage. Chaos Nova shuts it down for a second, into the Imprisonment, into the Cyclone. Imus trying to get it, but Elsewave is there to deny, and that's going to allow Erados to at least connect there with the last couple of seconds of that Serenity, get some pressure. Kankito on that diet right now, not looking too good. Might actually need to go and get a drink at some point here, as JT is pulling ahead as well in the mana department.
Yeah, I think Discipline Priest is pretty efficient here. Mindbender going to be used. That's going to be the big cooldown. When JT has the Mindbender available in about 40 seconds, that's when he can burst really hard on that Discipline Priest. For now, though, looks like he's going to have to trade out a Pain Suppression onto Erados to keep him in the fight and keep an aggressive push, but JT's burned through a lot of his defensive cooldowns, doesn't have any Pain Suppressions left, but it might not matter. Muse getting incredibly low. He's forced into the bear form and just camping it out right now. Not able to get any kind of counter pressure. He's got the Thorns available. Big stun on Erados, though. That's going to be the Void Shift, so JT gets interrupted. A beautiful Solar Beam there by Muse. Force out the Void Shift, and now JT, they're running on fumes. HOOLIBANG, defensive cooldowns, basically nothing left. They're going to have to play a little bit safer here, I think.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things for Brute Beast that could go in their favor is that if they can stay alive and just maintain pressure, not fall too far behind, I think that the throughput of the Discipline Priest is really going to start to, really struggle with the dampening. But we'll see if we manage to make it to that point. That right now, Brute Beast just needs to try to survive. Kankito has no cooldowns left. They could even swap to him. He's got no way of actually dealing with that. Right now, he's got the Shroud here protecting him from being swapped. But as soon as that is over, they could easily set that up. But right now, it looks like Trent could be the target, but Trent has defensives again. Immers has defensive. I think they should go after Kankito here on the side of HOOLIBANG. They pop the Serenity. Where is it going to go? It looks like it's going to be Immers here on the Druid. Double leg sweep connects. There's the Fist of Fury. One shot! Huge Rising Sun kick there. Almost kicking Immers there out of the game, but he does manage to survive with the skin of his teeth and now looking to get some counter pressure back onto HOOLIBANG.
Yeah, what a close call that was. Solar Beam coming in once again. Amuse trying to just interrupt those Penitents when they come in. Erados right now a little bit low. It caught into a stun, but does have the Touch of Karma if he needs it. So I think he's going to be able to survive. Kankito looking to get aggressive potentially here. That barrier comes down. That's going to be reducing a lot of incoming damage onto the Windwalker Monk, but he gets Cyclone. Great Cyclone there by the Balance Druid. Amuse. Do they have any control here onto JT? It looks like they're able to get a Sleepwalk. Big stun, though, on the Balance Druid. Once again, he's getting cleaved down. And the Windwalker Demon Hunter for HOOLIBANG is able to put out so much pressure during those double stun locks. But Erados needs to be careful. He gets gripped away once again. JT burning through a lot of his mana. It's not looking as efficient as I thought. And Kankito still holding on for the late game.
Yeah, the keto diet seems to be superior right now in the late game. Immers, though, in a lot of trouble. Once again, ducks into bear form, trades out the Bark Skin, gets the Frenzied, and he should be able to recover. That was the Touch of Karma here for Erados, so extra damage here added onto Immers. A lot of pressure that Kankito's going to have to deal with. He trades out the Emerald Communion in this situation. He needs the mana anyway from it. He's got his Trinket back. I don't think it's a bad choice at all. Erados now getting blasted. Huge damage connecting here with the Incarnation from Immers. That's going to be Diffuse Magic. Is that going to be enough, though? JT in the back line here doesn't really want to heal Erados with kind of direct heals. He just wants to stay back, spam out smites, dark reprimands, keep up the damage and heal with that atonement. But it's getting hard for JT to keep his team aggressive, and this is one of the problems with the Disc Priest, that you're never really feeling that you're 100% safe or 100% top. But Ultimate Penance comes back off cooldown for JT, and that is enough to top his team in 25% dampening, turn the pressure back onto Immers. Incarnation has faded, Darkness gets popped by Tren. Where is the Ring of Peace for Erados? He's sitting to a stun right now, not able to find it just yet. They're going to just swap over to Tren here and take a breather on the side of HOOLIBANG, but Kankito still able to keep up his mana just a little bit, but Immers now in a lot of trouble. Trinkets out, gets stunned on his Trinket, but he does manage to get the Bear Form off in time, trades out the Barkskin, trades out the Renewal, trades out everything. Beautiful Solar Beam there onto JT. Immers still trying to stay alive, gets gripped back by Kankito. The Spirit Bloom connects, and Immers is going to survive, and now it could be Elsewave and HOOLIBANG on the back foot.
Oh, nice darkness there, though. Look at Erados. He's 1 second on Karma, 1 second. He gets it off in there, making the push. An interrupt on the Cyclone. Beautifully done there by Erados, but he's just too far from JT. Does not want to continue the push. JT really struggling to keep him alive. Trains out the pain suppression. Erados on the run, but look at Amuse. He runs on top of him into Touch of Death range. Did he Touch of Death?
What?
No. Oh, it's going to get Mass Dispel. The Mass Dispel on the time stop into Touch of Death. Erados, I mean, I feel like 99.9% of Windwalker monks would just be smashing the Touch of Death into that immune, but he holds on patient. And I almost feel like that was a big mistake there by Muse going for that kill. At 10% health, 15% health, just running in on top of the Windwalker monk is going to allow HOOLIBANG to secure a win. And Discipline Priest did not look bad. They had huge moments of burst, although that was still another really close game.
Yeah, this was a really close game, but I kind of agree with it. I really like the fact that JT popped the ultimate penance, early on in the match, because it's a pretty long cooldown, and he was able to rotate it back up for deep dampening, able to, kind of use that as a big cooldown to kind of reverse the pressure back on to Brute Beasts. And then here we can see the final moments of that Spirit Bloom connects here onto Immers, and he feels very safe at this point. They get a huge deep breath here onto, I think, both of HOOLIBANG's members, and they almost take Erados down, but he manages to get the Karma. And then here, Immers, I think, actually does recover a bit, and then he just runs back into the Windwalker, tries to finish the job. I feel like at this point he has pain suppression, which kind of baits him a little bit, unfortunately. And
oh my goodness!
Interrupted. Beautiful time stop, but
Master Spell,
not enough.
Master Spell. I didn't even know Master Spell worked on time stop. Master Spell comes in, to death, and that's game. And it doesn't look, I mean, looking at the replay, it wasn't as bad as I thought. Amuse was like, they were about even on health, but the pain suppression, I guess, makes it a little bit sketchy. But I guess at a certain point in the game, it's kind of do or die, right? Your healer has no mana, they've got no mana, someone has to make a play, and you kind of just have to risk it. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. And if he had time stopped that Rising Sun kick prior, that Rising Sun kick, I think, hit him for at least like high 200s, 300k. If that didn't put him in that touch of death range, he got it off just like a split second sooner, it could have been a totally different outcome.
I really like that. More evokers are starting to experiment with that time stop. And yeah, 225.4k rising from Erados. And then you see, yeah, here we see some priest damage as well. Look at that little priest Shadow of Death there sprinkled in. I mean, it's a lot. When you're in dampening, both healers are really taxed. Being able to have, you know, essentially like a little extra kind of execute there to throw in is really nice.
This is something that is worth mentioning. Touch of Karma is actually a scary cooldown. Like, look at the damage. 100k, 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 100k. It did 600k damage just on there. So it's like, yeah, I think you need to be a little bit careful about the Touch of Karma. You need to be trying to dispel it off if you are that healer. You know, there's been times in the past where you just ignore it, attack into it. It's not that big of a deal. But now that stamina is so high and health pools are so high, it is a really threatening cooldown. One of my friends was telling me he is more afraid of Touch of Karma than Serenity, which I think might be, you know, a little bit of an exaggeration, but it does a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, he hasn't been hit with one of those 500k Rising Sun kicks just yet, if he thinks Karma is scary. But, you know, the point remains for sure. You got to dispel that Karma dot because it is significant, 600,000 damage. Just and the thing is as well, it's a dot, right? It's just like a dot on the target while you're sending your 200k Rising Sun kicks, while you're doing, you know, all of that Fist of Fury damage, etc. So it's just a lot of extra added burst there. Root Beasts, what are they going to do? HOOLIBANG going to be opting in for the Holy Priest once again. So JT feeling like he wants to go back here. I don't know if it's because of the map, maybe. I think actually that it is because of the map. On like a large map, a Discris can just kind of stay back and just PvE the whole game and just do a lot of extra damage. But on a small map, I feel like if he was Disc, he would just get spam kicked and, you know, just become a part of the blender much easier. Whereas a Holy Priest, you just fly up in the air every 10 seconds. And we are bringing in Tygal here on the Death King. So we have Dragon, DK, and Demon Hunter. What do we think?
Okay, so I have a little bit of experience playing Windwalker Monk, and I also have a little bit of experience playing Death Knight, and I hate being a Death Knight into a Windwalker Monk. So I don't know how this is going to go. We did mention that there were some, you know, balance changing, some changes, some tuning, and Unholy Death Knights are one of those classes that did benefit. So they got some additional damage. The question is, are they going to have enough defense? Because I do think the comp Brute Beast is bringing is going to bring a ton of overall pressure, but can they live? That's the big question for me. And what I would be worried about if I was an Unholy DK would be a Windwalker Monk. So if they can hold on long enough, I feel like their pressure can be very overwhelming. But I'm afraid they might just fall over like pretty early on in the match.
Yeah, that is the problem. We'll see if Tygal, I mean, I feel like his team tagged him in right now, you know, backs against the wall. We got nothing to lose. Let's see how it works. Maybe they're just going to run at the Holy Priest and just try to take him down. But we've seen JT kind of deal with those cleave situations in the past. Likes to play Divine Ascension and just rotate Spirit of Redemption, Divine Ascension, and just like Fade and just his general cooldowns. So we have seen him survive cleaves in the past. So we'll see. I guess Tygal always could grip him when he goes for the Divine Ascension. So he's going to need to do that if they decide to go for the Priest. But we'll see what HOOLIBANG can do here. Just one game away from closing the gap between them and Lava Lava. And they're kind of on a collision course right now against Lava Lava in that lower bracket. They both have kind of one part of that lower bracket, and they're both slowly winning their series. And what's going to happen eventually if they both keep winning is we're going to get that head-to-head. So that would be sweet. But yeah, Tygal being tagged in right now. It's going to be tough for him for sure.
Was he was the Demon Hunter last week, right? Because I think
right.
they played the same composition. So Tygal was the Demon Hunter last week. Now they brought in the CEO of Demon Hunters, Tren, and they're going to be teaming up. And I think this is a composition that some teams are focusing on in North America as well, with the overall strength of Demon Hunters, and Unholy Death Knight's getting some buffed. I mean, this is one of those classic cleaves, DH, DK. So I'm really curious because this could be a very threatening composition. I just think Tygol is going to have to be careful. He's probably going to have to play the Bloodforged Honor talent. So when he uses Death Strike, he gets physical damage reduction. And maybe have to opt out for Strangulate. But that might give him a lot of longevity. I mean, if you're a Death Knight and you're maintaining that buff, you do take significantly reduced damage. You just really have to get that talent. If he's not running that talent, I would be very surprised, but I'm going to check as soon as we were able to.
Yeah, keep an eye out on that. And we'll see if those damage buffs that DK's got is going to be enough here for Brute Beasts to grab a win in this series, or if it's going to be an all Hoolibang affair. Taiga, see what he can do. They buffed Death Coil actually significantly, so it hits really hard right now. We'll see if their strategy is going to be going after the healer, or if they're going for something more like the Windwalker. Erida's already feeling the pressure here, but he's going to Trinket out immediately, trading out the Serenity, getting the counter pressure going, and he held on to the Touch of Karma there as well, and now it's going to be Taiga under heavy fire, taking a lot of damage. They actually swapped to the Dragon there, just touching him there for just a second during that interrupt. They both interrupt the Dragon, and this small map is really backfiring right now. The Dragon can't cast anything. Look at Taiga on 10% HP, forced to trade out the Lichborn, forced to trade out basically everything. He still has Icebound Fortitude, now a counter setup, double blinding sleep. They're going after Tren, Trinket, Darkness, trading out Netherwalk, trading out everything, and he's still not fine, Van.
They're just all dead. Taiga is in a lot of trouble. Trinket, anti-magic shell. He's got the Icebound Fortitude. Why are you not using it? You're so low on health. He's opting to just wait and try to get out of the stun for a later day. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like he's going to grip over Elswave. Can they take him down? Beautiful imprisonment. Maybe they could do it. Miracle swap here, but I can't help but feel like Hoolibang, their pressure is just so immense in this match. They still have the Touch of Karma. Taiga could just easily fall over, and I like the fact that they're going after all three members, making it so difficult for Kankito to actually keep them alive. But at the same time, we're seeing some counter pressure here. Strangulate on JT, and Elswave and Eridos are not feeling too comfortable.
Yeah, they're trading out the Darkness, but here comes the Deep Breath onto Elswave. Could be a Netherwalk coming out there, and he will trade it, as well as the Touch of Karma here for Eridos. And this time, they need to make sure that they are on top of that damage over time effect. Kankito getting swapped to right now, taking decent damage, but a nice Chaos Nova coming out there for Elswave. They're going to keep chasing him as he does duck around the corner, but the Obsidian Scales, the Renewing Blaze, is going to be enough to keep him alive. Now another swap here onto Tren. He's got no defense. Kankito is interrupted. Tren at 50% HP, but they're going after Eridos. Serenity, oh my god, he was on 1% HP there. He dropped to for just a split second to like sub 5%, but he did manage to get another heal there by JT. JT just pre-healing the pressure right now, allowing his team to be the aggressor in this situation, and it is definitely being felt right now. Taiga on 10% HP. Eridos just needs to get over there and Touch of Death him soon, but a full Sleepwalk onto JT means that Eridos has to kite. He's dropping dangerously low, and finally the Spirit of the Redeemer coming out here for JT, and he's going to be able to keep his team alive. But Taiga triple stun right now, dying through Emerald Communion. How is Kankito keeping him alive right now? 260k HPS, and it's still not enough to keep his team in the fight, Van.
I mean, this is just insane how much damage they're able to put out. Swap here onto Kankito, potentially. Trent is still incredibly low. He's got no blur. He could just die, but Eridos, he gets behind the pillar and stopped. A miracle swap from Taiga and Tren. I can't believe it. And that is that lethal Death Grip into stun combo. He had no trinket available. He was out of line of sight of JT, and Brute Beast fight back.
No way. Brood Beast, they don't give up when it's looking grim, when they've been dead the whole game, when Kankito is losing sight of what's what, they manage to find a way. And honestly, you got to give a lot of props here to Kankito for how he handled this. I mean, just look at the left side of the screen. Don't even look at what's happening on the screen. Just look at the HP bars here. Look at the whole team is just getting blended. Just like the DK is dead, Kankito is dead, the DK is sub 10%. He needs a heal. Now the DH is getting swapped too. He's dead. He needs a heal. Like, everyone is just permanently dying, and he still finds these moments like there to go for a sleepwalk onto JT and actually get the cooldowns here, get Eradas to play defense, even adding in extra damage, just fully risking it there. Manages to once again pick up his team. He gets interrupted on the Spirit Bloom. The Emerald Communion is just barely enough. Like, Tren and Taiga, they don't feel too safe in this position, but they just gotta keep looking for a window, even when Tren is on 10%, to try and close it out here and just never give up, because you never know what happens. And then here they find the moment. They get they grip. Actually, no, they don't even grip. Yeah, there it is. They get the grip onto Eradas into the asphyxiate, and they just full send it and manage to do it again. Actually, didn't see that coming at all.
That was insane. Great swap. And honestly, here, let me just double check really quick. The AWC companion. I want to take a look at his build really quick, because I actually don't think he was playing it. I feel like he was just opting for the strength. Yeah, he wasn't playing it. So not playing that really defensive talent. Maybe just realizing he needs the offense and he has to play a little bit riskier in the game. Great job there by Taiga, but that was close. I mean, Lockie, in that same composition, how confident are you really going to be feeling? You're holding on to 10% the whole game. Your Evoker's having to do 300k HPS to stay alive. I mean, that's about as close as it does get.
I don't know, man. What do you do? Like, you won, but like, do you lock that in again? They didn't even hesitate. There's like ruins. All right, let's lock it in, boys.
Time to cleave.
All right, both teams just locking in the exact same thing. I really can't fault HOOLIBANG here for locking it in. It looked like they were winning that game from start to finish, and then just like there was just like one little, just tiny opportunity to grab the win, and they ran with it on the side of Brute Beast. So, but at the same time, now Brute Beast, they felt the damage a little bit. They know a little bit more what to expect. Taiga has, got a game under his belt, like maybe, warmed up a little bit. So for Brute Beast, all of a sudden, if they win here, HOOLIBANG is going to be on match point. They're going to be down the last 2 games. Things are going to start looking real shaky. So HOOLIBANG really need to close things out right now. Or things could definitely get messy here.
Yeah, Ruins of Lordaeron, going to be a very explosive map. I like for HOOLIBANG that they were going after all 3 targets, right? And that's one of the benefits. You have so many stuns as this composition. Obviously, the Windwalker Monk's going to be bringing in that triple leg sweep, which is absolutely deadly against a Preservoker. Like, the Preservoker has to use Verdant Embrace to heal. So that means he has to go in on top of the team. Very susceptible to, big Chaos Novas, big leg sweeps, and then having that extra range stun is just, it plays so well into what the Windwalker Monk's strength are, which is swapping around on targets. When you Tiger Palm a new target every minute, you get a huge crit buff. So it makes swapping around really, really strong for the side of HOOLIBANG. Brute Beast, though, it seemed like their main focus was going after the Windwalker Monk. We'll see if they can do it again. That was definitely a miracle win for them in that last one, but very interested by this composition. But yeah, elimination game here. Can Brute Beast stay alive, or can HOOLIBANG close it out?
All right, let's see here. It's all on the line. HOOLIBANG need to finish the series right now, or they will lose their top 3 spot to Lava Lava. So they definitely don't want that to happen right now. Brute Beast trying to make the impossible possible. Tren already taking a lot of damage here. Big cooldowns being popped here by Eradas. Getting imprisoned there on his Serenity, but still looking for more pressure. Look at all those micro CCs there. Nice sigil there coming out from Tren as well. And just slowing down Eradas as much as possible. But look at Kenkido now, already taking huge damage. Trading out the time stop, as well as the Obsidian Scale, as well as the Renewing Blaze. So Kenkido really doing everything here to not have to use his Rewind or his Emerald Communion, holding onto those big cooldowns. Meanwhile, JT is getting absolutely blasted here. Huge healer swap. I really like what they're doing here on the side of Brute Beast, but Kenkido again on the back foot there, trading out the Emerald Communion. So getting one of those big cooldowns already out of the Dragon is going to be massive for HOOLIBANG, but I feel like JT could be in trouble soon unless they manage to keep that pressure going.
Yeah, very back and forth, and it turns into a little bit of a healer race here. Kenkido needs to be careful. He's got rescue. Obsidian Scales will trade out, making him very durable, but they're just killing him through it. Are you kidding me? He has to Trinket and Rewind and Time of Need procs as well. I mean, that's everything defensive that Kenkido really has available. Make a big counter swap here with Eradas and JT into a stun. Darkness drops down, though, by Elsewave, trying to shut that down, and now they're just continuing this push here onto the Preservation Evoker, and I am really afraid for Kenkido. I don't know how he's going to survive here. Time stop comes in, but after that, there's literally nothing left.
Yeah, I don't see how he's going to even live this stun right now. He gets a big heal there, and I don't know, man, still 50% HP. He goes for the Nullifying Shroud, trying to keep himself alive. Goes for the Living Flame, Spirit Bloom. He wants to tank the kicks on the other schools there so he can get that off. It's still not going to be enough. He just gets blasted. Serenity comes off for Eridas. Good night to Brute Beast. They are going to be eliminated, and HOOLIBANG will take this lower bracket game.
What did Elswave have for breakfast? I mean, did you see that damage? I don't know what is going on, but he's literally doubling everyone's damage in the game. It has to be on like Pats or something, right? We're going to see it on the score screen, but yeah, HOOLIBANG having a very aggressive game here, changing their game plan a little bit, right? I know, like his damage is literally doubling everyone's damage. I don't know how. I don't know why.
It's got to be on the DK Pats.
Yeah, you'd think so. We'll have to wait and see. The scoreboard doesn't have pet damage, so we'll be able to see it there. But still, these constant harassments onto the healer, I think that was the big adjustment in this game. The previous match, they went after Taiga a lot more, but just going after the Preservation Evoker, him getting dispelled. As soon as you run out of those Obsidian scales and cooldowns, you are really susceptible to the Windwalker Monk as well as the Demon Hunter, and it just becomes really, really difficult as that Pres Evoker to actually keep yourself alive. So he tries to fake out some casts, he tries to kite away, but they're just all over him. Completely unrelenting, and that is going to earn HOOLIBANG a 3-1 win.
I really like what Kankiro does here at the end. Like this is actually really smart. It's even smarter by HOOLIBANG, but it's really nice. You're gonna see it here how he rotates his schools. So he doesn't want to get kicked on Spirit Bloom. That's like his big recovery heal. That's what he needs to get off to survive this. And he drops low here. He gets stunned, and then here he goes for Living Flames, which is his fire school. He goes for Nullifying Shroud. And they don't kick the Living Flame because they know if we kick Living Flame, he's going to get his Spirit Bloom off. So they don't kick it, and they just hold on to it. And Eridas has his Spear Hand Strike the whole time and just full sends it with Serenity, and they take him down. So just really good patience. I've noticed that a lot. A lot of these like really top-end players, they have a lot of patience. And I think it's something that players have kind of gotten used to more with pre-cog being in the game because it's so punishing now to miss a kick.
Definitely. Yeah, let's see the damage. Look at the damage. Elswave. I don't know what's going on. I guess the main benefit for Elswave is when they go after the Pres Evoker, they're cleaving everyone naturally, right? That's the thing. And it seems like Taiga and Trend don't really have that option. If they just go full time on JT, they're going to be susceptible to fears, and priests in general are relatively tanky. So I feel like just making it a healer race definitely benefited HOOLIBANG.
You guys think it was a good idea for them to lock in that comp again on Ruins?
I mean, it's the only thing they won with.
It's the only thing they won with, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but on a much smaller map. Just wonder, had they switched back, perhaps?
It's like you have two options, right? You go back to the composition you're 0-2 with, or you play the comp you just won with. And even though it was a close call, I'm sure they want to believe that it was maybe not as close as we saw from our perspective, maybe. But yeah, I think Brute Beasts were just trying something. It wasn't looking too good for them, and unfortunately it didn't play out the way they anticipated in game number 4.
Yeah, it didn't play out the way I anticipated either. I thought that would have been, a bit of a closer game. Brute Beast picking up Trent, just not able to make it happen. So unfortunately, like these guys already highlighted, they are now knocked out of the tournament. HOOLIBANG still will continue on to survive down there in the lower bracket. We'll check in with them a little bit later. But here are the standings, of course, where we currently are right now. So this puts them in a pretty good spot now, Zico.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I wouldn't say they're in a good spot just yet, but like they've survived round 1. So Lava, they won their series. That means HOOLIBANG, you have to win your series. So now we're back to square one, and now it's going to be another round of games. Lava, they have to win that one to maintain that lead. If they don't, then HOOLIBANG is going to close that gap. So both of these teams are going to be super important for them to stay alive in this bracket. But they're gonna have to wait for their opponent, because right now we are taking a look at the upper bracket, and these are some just stacked teams. Like, there's gonna be some good stuff happening for sure in that upper bracket.
Yeah, can't wait for this one. We are here at the upper bracket. Like Zico said, we're going to see Echo versus StreamerZone.gg. Of course, we can talk about that game after this break when we get into it, but that's going to be a banger. Before we get to that, we do have a new segment that we're going to be checking out here. I'm going to quiz you guys a little bit and test your knowledge. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so basically, we're going to play Whose Spell Is It Anyways? You guys are going to try to decipher the spell based only on the information available to you from the tooltip. Let's check it out.
This is new.
Okay.
Okay, so you fly into the air out of harm's way while
Divine
floating.
Ascension. Lock it in.
You gain access to blank, allowing you to blank.
Yeah, I mean,
Is it rain from above, divine ascension, master of escape, or swoop up?
you're saying.
Zico says divine ascension, Ven.
Say rain. I think rain from
It
above.
could be rain from above,
I'm going for
actually, I
rain from-
swear.
I think rain from above, yeah. I like this. This is nice. Little trivia. I'm thinking
Yeah,
about
I
the
think it
cooldown.
might
I don't think divine. It is, yeah. I don't think a divine ascension is a
Hey.
1 minute cooldown. I could definitely be wrong about that, but yeah, rain from above. That's cool.
I thought it was, actually. Yeah, that's cool. Wait, do we get more?
I want more. That was fun. I like this game.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think we're going to have more later on, just one for now. But yeah, no, definitely a fun segment.
I like
I'm
that.
excited for chat to catch up, see if they got that one correct as well. What was that? Cut someone off.
No, I just.
saying I'm gonna be taking names of all the people who get it right. I will know that these people are Demon Hunter mains.
All right, you do that. You're continuing on your evil streak. I love it. All right, we are gonna head to a break, and when we come back, it is an upper bracket game. Definitely stick around for this one. It's Echo versus StreamerZone.gg coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We are now here in the upper bracket. It is Echo facing off against StreamerZone.gg. Now, Super T's Echo, they're pretty safe. It's kind of StreamerZone that really needs the points here.
Yeah, and I mean, facing Echo is a tough cookie here. I'm really feeling for them. I think the last time they went head-to-head, they really struggled with the compositions that Echo had available. Fortunately for them, there were some class changes, which might tweak things a little bit more in their favor, particularly if they want to be utilizing the marksmanship hunter. But they're basically going to have like the most insane run ever, if it's even possible really at this point, in order to get into like a top 3 position. Echo's playing more for ego. The fact that they lost to Bikini Bottom Mafia last cup, like this is a team that they want first or nothing really. So although it's, contention for them in the top 3 is not really up for grabs, they want to be number 1. They want to show dominance, establish that they're the best team in Europe. That's what really matters to them.
Yeah, definitely a lot to prove here. So, I mean, you can see right now, taking a look at the bracket, Echo number 1, StreamerZone.gg currently sitting at 6th. So they definitely want to be able to prove themselves. We know what this team is capable of in the form of StreamerZone.gg. They've had a win, a global win before. So this is a team that we've seen have a lot of success before. We did see them play against Echo. They lost against Echo Ven last week. And when we spoke with Tony on StreamerZone.gg, he did say that the comp that Echo has is kind of their biggest challenge at the moment.
Yeah, so not only compositionally disadvantaged, Echo happens to be, a pretty good team overall. So could be rough here for StreamerZone, but I kind of believe in them. Like I feel like some of the buffs to the marksmanship hunter, and maybe even we see a little bit of discipline priest. Maybe unlikely, but it seemed like they were getting more and more comfortable in the matchup, bringing in P-Make on the mage. I think they actually managed to get a win, or at least have really, really close games with the Frost Mage Feral Holy Priest. So maybe they decide to lock that in blind. I think for Echo, the last time they fought, it was just all about that Boomkin Demon Hunter with the Preservilker. So for a blind pick, that's probably what we'll see. But we'll see. Some changes coming in, like Super T's mentioned, that could be enough to swing the outcome.
Certainly could. We'll find out soon enough. We're getting started here on game number 1, heading into New Grand Arena. This is upper bracket as well. Winner of this dropping down to face off against some of those lower teams. Echo versus StreamerZone.gg, game number 1.
All right, let's see what the comps are going to be. And whoa, Chanimal is coming in on the Elemental Shaman. I would say that seems a bit unexpected. Waz is coming in on the Outlaw Rogue, and Lone Tar will be starting things off as a Preservation Evoker, not utilizing a Balance Spirit at all. Whereas Kasu is coming in on the Marksmanship Hunter with those Hunter buffs. Tony and Relza, no changes for them. Feral and Holy Priest. I'm very curious to see if they're going to be able to pump out enough damage with these changes. There were also, some nerfs to Outlaw Rogue. So it is possible the lethality of Echo is going to be down, whereas StreamerZone.gg, their lethality is up, which could potentially skew this series in their favor.
I'm wondering, why Elemental Shaman? What is it about the Elemental Shaman that they want to bring in? Obviously, it's got a good amount of consistent damage, but I wonder if Chanimal is going to be a super good target here. He's not playing Dwarf, so maybe not expecting it, but Cassie might just die in the opener. Oh, okay. Hello, good morning. Echo getting a really aggressive start here.
Sunshine.
Make a swap onto Tony. And that, a little bit horrifying there for the side of StreamerZone, but they do recover, and Relza keeps his team in the fight.
Now Chanimal's just pillaring here. Static Field Totem down on Tony, pulling him away. Full trap on his healer, and now Chanimal needs to be careful. Waz going to use evasion here. Good reaction. They got pressure on Tony. He's line of sighting the Hunter. Still a lot of damage. Seems like whenever Kasu does slip in his line of sight. Big swap on Relza. What is this damage coming out from Chanimal right now? As he's just dunking him in the middle of the map. Desperate Prayer comes through. He survives, and now Chanimal needs to be careful as he's rescued back to the pillar. Kasu shreds that rescue shield almost immediately. Line of sight's the aim shot. Trying to get back in line of sight Tony. He lines the LD Shaman onto the left side. And both teams are playing a scared game. Both Tony is afraid to go around the corner, and Chanimal is afraid to peek in the open. But now here comes another push over onto Kasu with these cheap shots. Chanimal needs to stop these Cyclones. He's not getting faked on his Windshare just yet. Tony's been faking a lot of Cyclones, and Waz ultimately does shut it down. Tony's been wasting a lot of time there, but they get the freezing trap anyways. Perhaps they can crush Chanimal. Nice dismantle comes through on the Hunter. That's going to stop Kasu's damage for a few more seconds. Really enable Chanimal to survive while his healer is in crowd control. Another massive swell of damage over onto Kasu. Deep breath through onto the Feral Druid. Kidney shot onto Relza. Scatter shot here comes in onto Waz to peel the team. It seems like Relza is struggling at the moment with no major AoE healing cooldowns right now. All 3 players at about 80%. He's trying to play efficiently, but now he's into a blind. Now he's trying to sit through it. survival to finish here from Casu is great. He activated that right before getting stunned. It reduced all the damage on the stun, but Chanimal's damage is just getting higher and higher and higher with every passing moment.
You know, the more I see this play out, the more I like it. Here's the thing. The Ellie Shaman doesn't have to cast a single spell to do damage. You kind of just hop around. You press Earth Shock, you press Flame Shock, you press your Lava Burst. So as a caster against a Marksmanship Hunter and a Feral Druid, the scary moments are when you actually have to sit and plant and cast, and you were just getting absolutely destroyed. Chanimal, maybe I spoke too soon. Has to go underground. Going to be using that new Burrow tech, that PvP talent, to go underground, but he holds on to the Astral Shift, so I think that's totally fine, and still just doing his job well, right? Like, one of the best things you could do against a Marksmanship Hunter is just line of sight. So poke in, throw in Lava Burst, get your Flame Shocks, maybe get some interrupts, and Ellie Shaman's good for that as well, right? Like, you have the Grounding Totem, the short cooldown on your Shear to stop Tony, and I think this is like a really, really good option here for Echo.
You got triple CC here and a setup on Chanimal, and they get nothing from it. That was a clean setup from Streamer Zone GG here, but now Elsa's in a sap. Lontar is getting in there as well for a sleepwalk. Caster has a Roar Sacrifice, preventing critical strikes towards himself during this. Is it going to be enough? Tony's trying to get a Cyclone, but he just can't fake cast Chanimal. Finally, I think he got a fake cast right there, but there's a Grounding Totem now from Chanimal. Now he's wrapping around the corner. Now he's in a cheap shot. They're really debilitating Tony, preventing him from getting the peels that he needs for his team when he needs to get them. Now forcing his Bark Skin. Chanimal's rolling in line of sight of Tony here, getting ready for a Windshire. Behind the pillar, he may be able to get this one. Doesn't look like it. Now we see another Fire Elemental up for Chanimal. He's going to be ramping his damage once again, but finally Tony gets a Precognition clone onto Waz. He's peeking in on Chanimal, getting bleeds up, looking for another Cyclone. Gets Thunderstormed away on it. Chanimal is just playing goalie. It's basically him versus Tony. It's Static Field. He moves Tony on his Cyclone. Every Cyclone that Chanimal can block is just preventing Tony from ramping up his damage, putting him further behind. Now he's interrupted on his Cyclone. It's basically just Tony trying to score a goal with a Cyclone. Chanimal trinkets out to try and eat the Freezing Trap, but he's not able to. He's going to wrap around the corner, though, during it. They're switching their attention to Waz, catching him in an Incarn stun. Just typically a scary moment, but he seems to be surviving it just fine. Nice rapid fire. Casu getting a volley proc here with his salvo. That's going to give him a lot of AoE damage around this corner for a moment that Lontar needs to recover through. Surprisingly, I think if Relza can find some sort of opportunity to get a drink, that there might be some opportunities to win this on mana for his team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Chanimal is just playing such a conservative game here. Is going to be trading out the Astral Shift, and this is an opportunity for Streamer Zone to get aggressive. Chanimal could be in trouble. Full Cyclone does land. They don't deny it when it matters most. Chanimal getting low, has to trade out the Burrow and the Astral Shift. It might just die anyways. Emerald Communion, a massive overlap on the side of Echo, and they still might just die. I mean, Streamer Zone, they are going for it. Chanimal in a lot of trouble. Tony wants to close it out. He gets a full Maim stun, and Chanimal could easily fall. I cannot believe it. Streamer Zone looked like they were losing the entire game in the last 30 seconds. They say no way and just completely run over Echo, getting every defensive cooldown. I mean, that was insane.
Look at Casu's damage in the details there. He's keeping up with Chanimal. Chanimal had a huge lead for most of that game, and then right in like maybe the final 30 seconds, Casu just started catching up to him. They're just destroying him. So I'm wondering, like, StreamerZone.gg could be playing similarly to teams in NA like La Pompe, where they're kind of just conservative at the start, not taking huge gambles, waiting for a little bit of dampening, waiting for a bit of time to go by, and then they just flip a switch. They increase the volume times 3, and then they overwhelm you. Almost like baiting you into a false sense of security, like, hey, we're not really going full power right now. We're kind of just biding our time, waiting for dampening and picking the right moment. And then when they see it, they just overwhelm you and completely flip the game on its head. Very impressive showing here for StreamerZone.gg, considering they were struggling so much with Echo last week. I would definitely put them as the underdogs in terms of being able to win this series. And now maybe we need to draw into question, is the Elemental Shaman the right pick? Was it just because of a critical overlap? Or should they just use the Balance Druid that they, it was already so effective before?
Well, let's see the overlap. Like, he pre-Astral Shifts the stun, and he's just going to die. I mean, he has to burrow. So it's like, are you going to trade out Lontar's Trinket and your Astral Shift and your burrow? Like, what should have happened? I don't even think they overlapped that badly. Look at this. Emerald Communion tops off Chanimal, and then as soon as he's topped off, he's just dead again. Like, he goes 100% back to 30%. Lontar can't believe it. Panic Trinkets, uses Rescue, gets stunned, and they just die.
Rewind. He doesn't want to rewind because he's used everything else.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy. I can't believe that pressure from Streamer Zone. Casu just getting a lot of damage out. I mean, I really thought, I was like, okay, Chanimal is playing this so well, and he did. He had a great game. He's line of sighting, he's getting interrupts, he's shutting down Tony. Tony's damage wasn't looking good, but Eventually, he just gets completely ran over, and they're going back to the Balance Druid. So, what do you think? Do you think they brought in the Elemental Shaman for potentially fighting the Frost Mage? Do you think that it was just that?
I think that could definitely be something. I mean, StreamerZone.gg got a win with it, right, last week? So it's definitely, I think, on the table that they're thinking, like, StreamerZone is going to use the Mage comp, that they actually beat us one game. We'll pick an Ellie Shaman that's typically really good into Mage specifically. And it could also be good in the jungle, right? It's not like, I mean, it looked good for most of that game. So I think that's what was going through their head, that the Ellie Shaman would just be a nice little counterpick for the Mage, and it's going to be decent into jungle. But now that it didn't work, they immediately flip back. So they do want this matchup. This is the matchup that I think Tony said in our interview is like the most difficult composition for them to be able to overcome. Now there's a lot less interrupts though, so Tony with Cyclone is going to be super important in this game. We can see Caster just ripping massive amounts of damage throughout that entire game. I think on the overall damage, actually passed Chanimal in the final moments. So those buffs could actually be pushing us in position where Streamer Zone can actually win this matchup here. And it's in the final week to be able to qualify. It would be insane if StreamerZone.gg managed to have this deep run, win the whole thing, and it's possibly, I mean, I don't think we know 100% for sure, depending on other outcomes, if it's an option for them to get into the top 3, but most certainly the top end of the gauntlet.
It's crazy. Streamer Zone, no one else is playing this comp. I feel like this is just history repeating itself. This is like a line I've had to use so many times. I mean, StreamerZone.gg, they're the only ones playing jungle. They're the only ones making it work. Casu's, I think, the only hunter we've seen, and they're having a phenomenal performance. So let's see what they're able to get done. They've come back together, going head-to-head with Echo. This is such a classic matchup. Can they go up 2-0, or is Echo going to battle it back with Chanimal on the Balance Druid?
All right, both teams in stealth. No, obviously don't want to give their advantages away, so the only thing here, though, is that Casu's stealth is not permanent. So Chanimal and Waz can wait as long as they want, really. But we see Waz moving in. Oh, he's walking pretty close to the hunter. He gets a sap, but he also gets pulled out of stealth. So this means Tony can peel him away here in the opener, likely. He's being patient, though. They actually use Chastise on the Rogue instead so that Tony can stun the Moonkin. I like that. That way the Pharaoh can open up on the Moonkin, but Waz sees him and immediately stun locks him back. Chanimal goes for a cycle, and he gets shut down. And now Chanimal is going to have to be the one dealing with the interrupts. He's the one shutting Tony down all game last time, and now Tony's going to be the one get a little bit of revenge on Chanimal's Cyclones. Nice pre-time dilation on the freezing trap. Chanimal takes him to 0 damage. Here comes the incarnation. Chanimal turning up the heat over onto Tony. Waz is trying to stay back at the pillar. And it does look like they're trying to just avoid the angel form here of Relza. Avoid the marksmanship hunter at all costs. Like, I don't know how many games they've got since the buffs to really kind of judge how much pressure it can do. But if they overstep, and overstay their bounds just for a couple of seconds too long, look at Waz's health. This can just happen to them. He can just explode. He gets cauterizing flamed by Lone Tar, removing off that incarnation. But Tony can reset that Feral Frenzy with a Cyclone at any moment. Look at this pressure on Chanimal. This is just insane damage. Casu is fortunately disarmed for Chanimal here during this freezing trap, but the Death Chakrams connect onto Chanimal. He's looking for another clone. And it doesn't look like he found it just yet. He disengages back behind the pillar. He's going to clone the pet, maybe go for a Solar Beam, but Relz is a gnome. It's not going to matter. Just cycloning the pet, just get a little bit of extra damage off of his back. Waz looks like he's a lot more of a target, though, I would say, than the last time this series happened. He's got no cooldowns at the moment if they can catch him.
Well, what's really interesting, too, just from like kind of a high level, Casu, the way they changed hunters is they buffed Rapid Fire and they buffed Aim Shot. And then they nerfed Sniper Shot, which was such an important thing for Casu. Now he's not even playing Sniper Shot. So not only is his damage up because of Rapid Fire and Aim Shot, but he gets a free honor talent basically by dropping the Sniper Shot. So he has access to the Chimera Sting. And it's been working out well for them so far. See what they can do. Full kidney shot on Relza. Lone Star's moving in. Gets a potential sleepwalk. No, it's going to be Chanimal who gets the Cyclone. Bash on Tony. Great control here by Chanimal. And Casu is left all alone. But he shuts that down real quick with a scatter shot onto Chanimal. Good defense here by Casu, and his team's going to stay in it. Now, Waz might just get swapped to. They forced out the Emerald Communion, but we saw in the last game, he just died through it. But at the same time, Turtle gets traded out. These teams just exchanging blows, trading out their cooldowns in such a close match.
All right, no aspect of the Turtle now. Still has Trinket, maybe like a Trinket Feign Death later on as a trade. And we see the Guardian Spirit up for Relza, but he's still dying through it. Is he going to have to use Exhilaration? Rescue has to come through. Full Cyclone on Lone Tar. He does pre-time dilation. He's been getting a lot of those pre-time dilations throughout this game. Doing a really good job anticipating the crowd control to make Chanimal durable. Nice cheap shots to set up the Cyclones. Gets one on Tony with no Trinket. Maybe rotate over to Relza. Waz is grappling over to Relza. Kidney shot. Chanimal wants to get a Cyclone out of this. He gets Spell on the poison, but still kicks. He's just going to ship the Incarnation anyways. But now he's caught in a stun in the middle of the map, and he may regret it. Casu is going to do a truck ton of damage right now. Lone Tar into another Cyclone. Chanimal immediately back into bear form. He gets cycloned at low health. Scatter shot on Waz, but I think they're going to swap to Waz while he's cycloned here, at least for the time being. Rel's mana is still in a great position. He's getting aggressive on Lontar. Lontar sees him coming, a deep press away from the Priest. Back with Chanimal behind the pillar, trying to avoid Kasu at all costs. Now a stun into a Cyclone on the Hunter. Big setup onto the Feral Druid. Nice blind by Waz. Tony Heart of the Wilds right away. Is it going to be enough to be able to take the hits from Echo here? He's back in the bear form. Frenzied regenning through the hits. Gouge on Relza. Swap back onto Kasu. Chanimal and Waz are just constantly switching targets, trying to find an opening against StreamersZone.gg, but still not finding it at the moment. Solar Beam has to come down onto Tony's Cyclone, so now Relza doesn't need to deal with that ranged kick. He gets a fear onto the Rogue. They get a stun into a trap. Chanimal is isolated. He's just dying through Barkskin. Insane damage coming out from Kasu right now. They have to overlap the time dilation with it. Chanimal will survive as a result, but every time they overlap those, it means time dilation isn't available for Waz. They're trying to switch the pressure to him, but he's kidney shot the Hunter on his Death Chakrams. I really like that Waz is saving his stuns either for when Lontar is in crowd control or when the Hunter is activating offensive cooldowns and increasing his damage to really limit the potential of that burst. Now they're swapping back onto Tony. They don't have stun DRs for the Hunter, and now they're retreating away as Tony gets gripped back, focusing on a defensive game. But while he gets gripped back, I'd love to see Relza maybe try and sit down for a drink. They see that as an opportunity, so they're immediately going to pounce back onto Kasu, forcing Relza to get back in the fight, but Kasu then gets cycloned. He can't top him off. Now they're switching the pressure to Tony. He's trying to recover. Chanimal goes for another clone. The laser there from the Fury of Elune breaks the gouge, unfortunately. Now Waz is into a Cyclone. Tony is leading the charge. Relza's getting aggressive. Lontar nullifying Shrouds on their push. They need to get rid of that nullifying Shroud. He's got 3 charges of crowd control immunity, but it doesn't look like they're getting lucky with removing it, but it doesn't even matter. They're killing him without CC. Animal is just outright dying at the moment, even with a kidney shot on Kasu. Tony tearing in around the corner, looking for a low clone, gets cheap shot on it. Nice recovery so far. Chanimal going in and out on the corner to avoid the aim shots. Tony now falling behind. Incarnation hits 2, and Relza immediately goes into Angel for emergency measures.
Yeah, Cassie's on the back line, throwing in aim shots, throwing in rapid fires, and Chanimal is just pinned at the pillar. He cannot push forward. And about even for both of these healers, but a full stun does land. Is anyone going to be able to follow it up? Waz getting aggressive. He trades out his trinket here. Yet Kasu in a stun lock, and they have some solid cleave pressure here onto both members of StreamersZone.gg. Relza in the backline has a little bit of work cut out for him. An interrupt onto Lontar is going to shut down some of those heals as they make a swap onto Waz. No evasion, but he does have the Cloak of Shadows, and evasion just rotated back up. So lots of defense here for Waz. As long as he's not stunned, I think he should be able to survive, and I think Chanimal will likely be that main focus here for Streamer. But StreamersZone.gg, the problem is they're just under so much pressure right now. They can't get anything going. Tony's just did it in bear form for the last 30 seconds of the match. Now looking for a Cyclone. Lontar immediately interrupts it. Great job there by Lontar, and Echo has a lot of pressure right now, Sid.
The sleepwalk, the deep breath. Lontar is setting up the team for a win at the moment if StreamersZone.gg aren't careful. Tony's trying to get a Cyclone. He gets knocked back by Chanimal. Chanimal disengages, eats the freezing trap. Insane coordination from Chanimal there to break up the chain, but they interrupt the nullifying Shroud. They clone Tony. Chanimal's is really carrying at the moment as they're setting up damage onto Kasu. Lontar's getting aggressive. He's hovering in on top of the Priest. Is he going to go for a sleepwalk here out of the gouge? He's not going for the sleepwalk just yet. He's just in the middle of the map. Tony can get a lot of clones. He gets knocked up by Lontar, setting up a double fire breath across the team. And multiple Star Surges incoming onto Tony as he is trying to run away. They're trying to force Waz back. Nice chastise on his evasion. That's going to enable a lot of Hunter damage during that time. Tony moves over to Chanimal, stuns him in place, looking for a clone, gets the clone out of the stun. And they're so close on mana. It's so close right now. Lontar could be the difference maker right here. Cheap shot into a sleepwalk. He's been making insane plays, and I think it's going to be enough. Tony at 1% renewals with survival of the instincts up, reducing damage, but Waz killing spree 3, bashes the killing spree. Somehow, some way, Tony is alive. They force Emerald Communion. Somehow, some way, Relza is keeping his team alive. They're all 50%, massive damage incoming. Relza gets Angel Form just in time to divine him. Is this actually going to be an opportunity for him to turn around? I love that he power infused right before this. It's giving him fast cast heals in that Angel Form, but Kasu is cycloned low health. Kidney shot on Relza. They're swapping to the healer. He has to trinket out of that. He knows he's in trouble, but he's cheap shot his trinket into a sleepwalk. They could swap back to Kasu at any moment. They're keeping the pressure on Tony. They're cleaving the whole team. Echo are moving in, looking for a triple kill at any moment. Relza tries to get a fear. He manages to get it onto Lontar, but there's just no pressure for Streamer Zone right now. They're all flailing to stay alive. Chanimal wraps around the corner, still avoiding the Hunter during the freezing trap, respecting that cooldown. Gouge on Tony to try and slow down a clone. Kidney shot gets gripped away from the pillar, but Relza is now completely tapped on mana. Lontar has at least like 20% at this point. Relza goes for a Symbols of Hope behind the pillar, gets a tiny bit of mana squeezed out of this situation. Relza is going to have to be an absolute miracle maker to somehow keep his team alive here. They're throwing anything they've got right now at Lone Tar to try and take him down. He deep breaths in the middle of the map. They might be able to take him out. He's rescuing in aggressively. Killing the healer could be an option for them on their last leg. Can they manage to drop somebody on the side of Echo? They're going for an all-in on Waz. Lone Tar blocks it with the time stop. Waz stays alive, but Relza has somehow got his mana evened out with Lone Tar at 8.5 minutes. He's actually doing it. Apotheosis up. Nice clone comes through from Chanimal, denying the Apotheosis. Casu needs to be so careful. It's a razor's edge here. Cheap shot onto Relza.
Casu!
He's going to go down, and despite his best efforts, Relza cannot keep his team going long enough. Tony is going in, trying to do a 2v3 here, but I do not see that happening with the Feral Druid. Man, that was looking so close at the end. I love the healer swap. I'm actually almost wondering if they should do that earlier.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good option. Positioning was really good for Echo during that game. Obviously, lots of really scary moments, but I think the way Lone Tar and Chanimal position was one of the big reasons why they were able to win. And I think this is something we've seen so consistently here, Sid, where it's this composition in particular, the Outlaw Rogue Boomkin. It seems there's just a certain point where they just run over Streamer Zone. Like, it's just a point where they just push. Maybe it's the second incarnation, the third incarnation, and they're able to just kind of run them over and snowball that pressure. Streamer Zone, you can see right now, they are battling it back a little bit here, but pressure on Waz just isn't enough. He still has his Cloak of Shadows. He's got Vanish rotating back up, and Relza has just struggled for such a long time at this point in the match, doing everything he can to stay alive, but Waz shuts it down with stuns on both Relza as well as Casu, and that is enough for them to secure the win and battle it back in the series. And now, what's really interesting to me is, why did Chanimal play Ellie Shaman in game number 1? Are they scared of the mage?
I don't know if they're scared of it. They probably just think that it's got like a higher % chance. I think it's a little bit easier as well, right? Whereas with the Moonkin, if you get counterspelled on a clone on a setup, it can be game over. Whereas the Shaman, you just ground. You can protect the healer on a swap. The damage is more. The damage is pretty guaranteed for Boomkin.
Look at Tony's damage.
Matchup. Yeah, Tony is struggling. I think on the Feral Druid overall in terms of getting scoreboard damage out, which I think is important. Like he's so significantly behind on damage that I think it does matter a lot. And I don't know if that's just Feral Druid or if there's something he could do differently in order to get his numbers up just a tiny bit more. I'm not saying do the same amount of damage as the Boomkin or the Hunter, but just a bit more than what he's getting at the moment.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is the Feral Druid, it's such a snowball effect. If you get the Cyclone, not only are you nailing the CC, you also get like a huge spike of damage. So it's difficult. I wonder if maybe he's focusing too much on cycloning, and it would be better if he just ended up doing more damage overall. I'm really not sure, but definitely significantly behind. I mean, just a little bit ahead of Lone Tar in the match, and I think that's testament to how well Echo is playing also. Their positioning, making it really difficult for him to actually find those cyclones, and also the way that Echo is rotating through interrupts makes it exceptionally difficult for them to actually close it out. So we'll see. We're going to Imperial Domain. My question is, Streamer Zone, are they going to lock in the jungle once again, or are they going to bring in PMake on the mage and play the Feral Frost Mage and do those really nice swaps onto Lone Tar? I think that looked the best to me. They're not doing it, so that's not going to happen. They're just going to a bigger map. Pillars aren't as big, and maybe that's what Streamer Zone needs.
Is there any world where like Hunter Mage could be decent?
Maybe. I would say no, and biggest reason, I mean, I'm not saying it's not bad overall, but in this matchup, I feel like anytime I play double ranged against an Outlaw Rogue, it's really difficult to find pressure to actually push them back. Like, I think if they did play double range, Echo would just close the distance on the Outlaw Rogue, just play on top of them. At least that's what I would think would happen, but it's possible. I don't know if we'll end up seeing it.
Wells is trying his best here to be a miracle worker for his team. I do think if they can get Tony's numbers up just a tiny bit more, that this is possibly winnable for them. They got the small pillar now, so when Chanimal is going for this full turtle strategy, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to avoid Casu's line of sight. I also think they need to catch the healer. I really think when Lone Tar was styling towards like the middle of the end of the game, they should have punished him. When he hovers in on top of the priest, just immediately target acquired, preservation evoker, and just lob aim shot rapid fire at him and just drop him when he's midair like that. I really think they can. I think honestly Lone Tar is the easiest target to kill if he's in the middle of the map in terms of armor type between the Outlaw Rogue and the Balanced Druid. So I want to see them just focus on more raw output and try and catch Lontar.
Yeah, I think it looked good. I think that's one of the things about the Presovoker. They are vulnerable to the swaps. I do think the Nullifying Shroud has been paying dividends for Lontar in these matchups. He's doing a really good job playing super conservatively when that crowd control immunity is not available. And then when he has it up, he plays really aggressive in the match. But Streamer Zone, I do think just kind of do more damage overall, try to create more opportunities, make it a little less scripted, and that might be what they need to do to throw Echo off their game.
See if they can do it here. There's a lot of class changes that came through. Nerfs to Outlaw Rogues, buffs to Marksmanship Hunters. Is it going to be enough for StreamerZone.gg and their performance to be able to overcome adversity and beat one of the most dominant teams the European region has ever known? It's basically been Echo's dynasty for such a long time. They're trying to make their final stand, get either a higher position in the gauntlet or potentially steal away a top 3 position if they can somehow win this entire thing. Tony is just sprinting in right on top of Lontar. He almost gets clipped by the landslide there, but he avoids it. And they're just going to open on the healer right away. A very aggressive stance from StreamerZone.gg. But it seems like Waz and Chanimal were ready for that. They peeled the damage almost immediately. Now they're switching on to Chanimal. Just trying to keep Lontar on his toes. But look, he's in the middle of the map, going for an oppressing roar fire. But they're actually doing an aggressive play of their own, going after the Holy Priest. A surprise attack from both sides. I did not anticipate the game to open up this way. Now a swap with a Cyclone onto the Priest and the Hunter with Incarnation. Relza immediately trades. Trinket, Angel Form, Divine Hymn, massive heals, mass dispelling out the Cyclone. They're trying to switch their pressure back on Chanimal. If they can keep Lontar on his toes so that he can't play aggressive, I think it's going to be key to a potential victory here. Tony gets Cycloned. Waz switches to Casu. Kidney shot. He can't get any pressure. Relza's using that mana return him very early on this game. He saw that mana was the issue last time, so he's trying to maximize his mana efficiency there by using it really early, that Symbols of Hope. But now he sleptwalk on his Apotheosis, and during Apotheosis you get free Holy Word, so that might put him behind. He's into he can't get the fear. That gouge is insane by Waz.
Nice.
Right before Relza was going to get a full fear, potentially forcing Lontar's Trinket, and now Casu is just dying. He's trying to stay in the middle of the map, and Relza says, no way, we can't stay there. He's going to grip him back to the pillar so he can line of sight, but now Tony is left behind, and Waz sees that opportunity. Lontar pounces on it as well with a Deep Breath, Living Flame, but Barkskin seems to soak the damage. Relza, Casu, repositioned, opposite side of the map, opposite pillar. They want to be in a position where Lontar or Chanimal or Waz has to leave the pillar so that the Hunter can get some free arrows. Like right now, Lontar's just in the middle of the map, but unfortunately, Casu's teammates were CC'd. They can't really capitalize on a swap at the moment. They need to focus on surviving, and Chanimal denies the recovery with a Cyclone, and then they switch to Tony. Tony sees that switch. He's in bear form. Really nice read there. They bash Lontar. It looks like they're going to trap him and go after the Rogue, who has no Trinket. If they have enough damage, they might be able to drop him, but they decide to abandon that push. They Cyclone him. They switch Rapid Fire onto Chanimal. Tony's bleeding up 2 targets. I like that they're just doing damage. Just attack the healer, put him behind, constantly keep pressure onto something here. I think this is going to be really important if they want to win on mana. Look at this damage. Like Relza or Casu is almost soloing Lontar. Tony catches him in a stun. He can Cyclone him low now on his Obsidian Scales. Nice Cyclone behind the pillar. Wrap around, go back on the Boomkin. Chanimal jumps away to the pillar to line of sight Casu immediately in that position. And Waz is now stuck in the middle of the map. He's going to get cycloned. I love Tony's positioning to avoid these interrupts. Behind the pillar to avoid the solar beam, angling it right to avoid Lontar's interrupt, getting a ton of cyclones, putting them behind. But now he's into the kidney shot. He gets gripped away from the Incarnation, and Relz is immediately into Angel form, dropping that Divine Hymn, boosting his healing onto multiple targets. And he's getting to play really efficiently. Using the Angel form on cooldown, using the symbols on cooldown, using the Apotheosis on cooldown is how you're going to keep your mana at least even with Lontar, potentially squeezing ahead if you can get more pressure.
Yeah, Waz continuing to poke Tony in the midfield, but now going to be turning his attention on to Casu as Chanimal's is getting really good control out in the match. Let's see what Tony's going to be able to do. Did they find the interrupt? No, unfortunately, it gets faked, and Chanimal's able to find a full Cyclone on Relza. Casu in the midfield going to get swapped off of, and they make an attempt here onto Tony, and they take him down. Tony moves forward. They're going to interrupt on Chanimal once again. He gets precog, though. Luckily, he got stunned at the exact same time, so not really able to fully utilize that buff. Tony goes for a Cyclone. He gets knocked away. Casu's still in trouble. Relza down to about 50% mana. It's like you mentioned, mana was a huge issue for Streamer Zone in the last game, and that could be something that definitely continues. Lontar's just going to be moving forward, catching a big deep breath, potentially going for a sleepwalk out of the Cyclone. Can they find it? No, a sleepwalk. Oh, Casu's just all alone.
How is he alive?
1 versus 3. He was on 1%. The Lightwell paying dividends there to keep Casu and Streamer Zone in the fight.
I can't believe it. The Lightwell ticked on him at 1% health when a Moonfire tick would have killed him. Now he's turning up the heat. He's got his true shot, but Waz sees that, dismantles him. Bash on Tony. Waz setting up for some pressure, trying to keep Casu on the back foot. Kidney shot out on the disarm. He's getting no damage done with that true shot. He's finally free. And Lontar actually rescues into the middle of the map, but they're going after Waz. They're trying to catch him with no trinket in a chastise, but it just doesn't seem like they have the damage to do it. Time dilation blocks that. Casu is switching his damage to Chanimal. Insane damage. Chanimal needs a line of sight right now. He does manage to duck around the corner. Chanimal's doing a great job. It's almost like trench warfare with how he's going to have to avoid this marksmanship hunter just firing arrows constantly at him. Like, look, he's leaving the corner for a second. He's already below half health with no crowd control. Lontar's trying to sneak in to get a sleepwalk here off the kidney shot. He gets the sleepwalk, but he does pre-Guardian Spirit Casu. Nice pre-play by Relza here. It's going to give Casu a lot of extra healing, but they see that, so they cycle on him. They swap to the Feral Druid. They're anticipating every single move that Streamer Zone tries to make, just overwhelming them with damage. Relza with another trade. The Angel form here, muting all CC. Trading it with the Incarnation. Tony's trying to find a Cyclone. They get a Fear on Lontar. Into the middle of the map, into a Freezing Trap, and he is running the Diamond Dice. They could swap to Lontar out of this possibly. Is Tony going to get re-stealth here? He goes for a Mass Entangle. He gets bashed. He can't. Massive damage incoming. Relza sees it. Grips Casu away, but Waz is still all over him with the grappling hook. Aim shots are coming through, but Chanimal fakes the kick. Gets a clone onto Tony, blocking his damage. Lontar trades there. Emerald Communion. That was a very anticipated Communion. Maybe it's just for mana. They want to guarantee a lead, but this Communion could actually possibly cost them the game in the future.
Yeah, definitely could. We'll have to wait and see what happens. 25% dampening at this point of the game. Casu in the midfield still just doing as much as he can. Aim shot hitting Chanimal here, but Lontar gets his nullifying shroud up, and that's going to allow them to play very aggressive. And it's at this point in the game, Echo might just run StreamerZone.gg completely out of this match. Casu gets caught into a stun. He has his trinket, but no turtle to follow it up. Is he going to be able to hold on? Aim shot comes in. They're getting some counter pressure here on Chanimal, but I'm still so afraid for StreamerZone.gg. Triple crowd control, though. They do manage to get the freezing trap onto Waz, into a stun, Cyclone on Chanimal. StreamerZone battling it back. A beautiful setup. Can they take Waz down? He gets out of the stun, pops evasion, but good counter pressure here for StreamerZone. This is exactly what you want to see.
Lontar needs to be ready here. They're getting aggressive. Dream Breath, full hots out. Another cheap shot. Tony's going to come out of this clone. What is he going to do when he gets out of it? Counter shot Chanimal. They shut down his clones. They stun Lontar. Tony is in bear form right now. He's anticipating a kidney shot. Casu is just 1v1ing Waz. I just feel like you're never going to win that. Oh, I like this. The Diamond Dice onto the DPS and really prevent him from connecting. I think if he can Diamond Dice Waz during a true shot so he doesn't just get disarmed into a kidney shot, that actually could be a good way for him to guarantee damage output. You get a Fear on Waz desperately at the moment because Relza is just hovering at 5% mana, a sliver of mana at the moment. Chanimal is pushing in, looking for a Cyclone. He gets shut down, but Lontar deep press through for follow-up damage as well, but he actually deep press into a bash, into a clone, but then Tony gets cloned back, and Waz is still owning Casu in the middle of the map. Disarm into multiple cheap shots. He just can't get anything going. A sap out of the blind. This is devastating. Tony tries to turn it around with a Maim Stun onto Waz. Isn't going to be enough. Time dilation comes out, staggering the damage, but it's not really, it's too much damage. Well, Waz is just dying through time dilation. He has to hide behind the pillar for a moment on his own kidney shot, and now Chanimal is low health on the opposite side of the map, and Lontar's trying to heal both of them, which is pulling him into the middle of the map to possibly be a target, and suddenly everyone on the side of Echo could be in trouble. That Communion is now 55 seconds away. Can they find that window before that 50 seconds passes?
Oh, beautiful gouge there by Waz once again. Just such beautiful control on that rogue. He just had the Vanish Cloak of Shadows, but Echo is falling apart. Lontar really struggling to keep his team alive at the same time. Relza is falling behind. Waz might go down. Are you kidding me? Cloak of Shadow is forced to trade. Lontar getting swapped to. Casu just hitting anything he can, and they're so afraid.
He's got to shoot through the pillar.
Shooting through the wall. Huge damage on Chanimal. He goes in bear form for most of it. Rescue offensive here by Lontar. They realize it's do or die, but Chanimal might just die. He might pick that option as Casu is still just ripping in and forcing them back to the pillar.
Oh my god, Relza is still healing with 0 mana. It's almost tied. Waz is almost dead. If Casu gets a couple more shots in here, Tony's trying to keep up his bleeds but not go behind the pillar. He's trying to dodge the fire breath at the moment. Tony has no trinket. I don't even think he should be near the pillar right now. He should just be in bear form possibly. Let Casu do... Yeah, he's going to pull away from the pillar. He's too much of a target at the moment. Now Casu gets pounced on by Waz. They stun Lontar. They clone Waz. Nice clone by Tony. He's jumping in now while the rogue is cloned. He can get aggressive and start getting some big bleeds up onto the Balance Druid. Lontar's hovering over. They blind the Feral Druid. They're desperate. They just want to pound damage into Casu. They know Relza can't heal. He's out of mana. He's trying to drink. Can Casu get some mana with the Aspect of the Turtle? Chanimal's trying to get in there. Waz is trying to get... He vanishes. He can't get the sap. It's into a clone, though. Aspect of the Turtle is over. Tony pre-bears the cheap shot, but it seems like Lontar's team has recovered, and it's so much damage. Casu almost dies. right there. Life swap from Relza, but now he's low with nothing. He's got no cooldowns. He's got no mana. He needs 26 more seconds. Can his team buy him 26 more seconds? It's a long time at the 9-minute mark. Tony gets solar beamed on his clone, denying any sort of recovery there. And Casso, I think, is just ultimately going to go down. The Gouge comes through from Waz. They cyclone him, but he's able to get out, and he is connecting with a kidney shot. And that is it, I think. Somehow, someway, Relza, the miracle worker, keeps him alive a little bit longer, but not long enough. And it just seems like the leash isn't long enough for StreamerZone.gg to pull off a win in this matchup.
That dang pillar. If the pillar didn't exist, they'd be able to win. But as soon as they go behind the pillar, pressure just falls to 0. But a really well-fought game there by both these teams. Ultimately, it is going to be Echo that does pull out ahead. They're up 2-1 now, and things are looking good. And I'm still wondering why they played Ellie Shaman in game number 1, maybe just experimenting. This is kind of how the series looked last week, and it was looking really, really good. So for me, Echo probably going to lock this in once again, but you can see how close this was. Casu going down to 4 or 5% HP. Luckily, the light wall was there to keep him alive, and it's kind of at this point forward, they did make such a good, significant push onto Echo. They managed to get all 3 of them incredibly low. But there's a certain point in dampening I'm noticing. They just focus on, they don't even try to CC the healer anymore. It's basically just all about keeping Tony out of the game. They're throwing defensive blinds on Tony. They're throwing off stuns on Tony, gouges on Tony, cyclones on Tony, just literally anything they can to just slow down Tony. You can see there's the solar beam, not opting to interrupt the heal. The healer has no mana, so basically irrelevant to stop that. Now a gouge, and it's just so much control coming in from Waz on that rogue. He is just such a menace, and it's one of the reasons why he's such an all-star, just always paying attention to the diminishing returns of everyone. He sees the game like the Matrix, just calling out everything, and yeah, it's just a joy to see, and one of the reasons why their team is just so successful.
Right. Even despite the Outlaw Rogue nerfs, Waz is still styling on his opponents. This graph is a constant up and down story. At that 8-minute mark where we were thinking hey, StreamerZone.gg might be able to win, and then they fall off a cliff, and then it's just Echo for the last minute, just totally dominating them in terms of pressure. They can flip so quickly. It seems like there's a small window where StreamerZone can win, but if they can't close it out in that small window, then they're going to lose in the late game. They're bringing it to another large map. And Echo are obviously not going to be changing anything. So now it's, do we bring in the mage? They did win one game last week against Echo with P-Make on the mage. Feral mage specifically as the composition. They could, and they're still, nerfed Outlaw Rogue. Maybe that's enough to slow down the game for them to be able to find their setup. But it also looked, that matchup looks shaky. They got a kill on Lone Tar, but it looked like maybe Lone Tar could have done some more. So do they send it again as the Hunter? I feel like on that one push when he had the Sentinel Owl and he was shooting through the pillar, I feel like that was their moment to win, and they just didn't.
Yeah. Janimal got into bear form. Just it's so much physical mitigation against what the Marksmanship Hunter is able to bring, but it was a really close call. Such a clutch moment, but that was their best map, I think, right? For Streamer Zone, that's the small pillars. That's as small as pillars really do get. I wonder if there's something else. Is there any map that would be better? I mean, obviously they've committed to this one, but where's the most open space? I think Ruins of Lordron would be good for a Marks Hunter. I know you play Marks Hunter. Or is the tomb just too much of a menace?
I think the advantage of the tomb is you can stand on it, but the other disadvantage is that you're standing right next to the rogue the whole time. It's basically they need to figure out a way so that Casu is not getting CC'd on his true shot. Waz is just deliberately saving Dismantle, and he's saving Kidney Shot, and he's just stopping him. So stop Waz from stopping that window. Try and find a way to somehow connect your damage. I honestly think Lone Tar should be the main target when they're going for a kill, in a stun. Keep pressure on the Boomkin. You don't just not attack the Boomkin, but CC the Rogue, stop him from peeling you. Okay, now it doesn't matter. He's playing Beast Mastery Hunter instead. They tried to use this as well last week, and it didn't work. They still had to switch even with the BM Hunter swap. So the BM Hunter is more guaranteed damage, but the problem is that there's so many AoE routes. Both the Evoker and the Boomkin can root all of your pets during your Call of the Wild. So when you get the 20 plus extra beasts attacking the target, they just all get rooted, and you're just sad face Hunter at that moment. And they can rotate between the DRs with both of those. So BM Hunter is, it's going to be easier to get overall damage, but still, it's about pushing the kill in. I don't know if it's going to have enough.
Yeah, man, the Marks Hunter, it looks so good until the team just turtles up, and then it becomes your damage just falls off a cliff. So Casio obviously going to be mixing it up, trying to get a little bit more damage in terms of just if they are going to a pillar, his damage isn't going to just completely stop, which maybe enables Tony a little bit more in the match. They tried this last week as well. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, but there was some really close games. And like we mentioned, there's been some changes. So maybe that is enough. Waz's damage maybe down just a little bit. Will that end up mattering? That is going to be the question. Echo just 1 away from sending Streamer Zone down to the lower bracket. And this is, I mean, what's worth mentioning as well for Streamer Zone, this is really important, right? Like they don't have many more chances to earn points. So if they go down here, they basically have 1 lifeline left in that lower bracket, and it's going to be a scary place to be.
Yeah, given how dominant the teams that are already down there were earlier on and how much is on the line for them, like Lava Lava and HOOLIBANG, I mean, those are your direct competition if you're looking to try and grab a top 3 position for Streamer Zone. So you would obviously much rather send Echo down there and make them be your little cat's paw and have them deal with everybody in the lower bracket for you, and you don't have to do anything. You can just sit in the upper bracket chilling, watching Echo destroy all of your competition. So this is a really important series for them if they want to set that up. They've got to try and reverse it now with Beast Mastery Hunter. Is it going to be enough?
We'll have to wait and see. 5 seconds before the gate opens. Game number 4. Echo just 1 away from sending StreamerZone.gg down to the lower bracket. Let's see if they can do it here, or if Casu on that Beast Mastery Hunter is going to be enough for them to stay in it and tie it up.
Tony just charging in with Sprint. Casu right on top of the Rogue. Oh, he finds the Rogue. A decent start here, and they stun him immediately. Double stun. Chanimal is not CC'd, though, and he Solar Beams Rel's on cast. Lontar's still in a trap, but see, anytime they get a trap, Waz just CC's the Hunter and just shuts him down. Look at this pressure now. Oh my god, he's just exploding. The Lightwell saves him there in a moment in his time of need. Once again, just hug the Lightwell. If you ever need a tip for surviving an arena and there's a Lightwell, hug the Lightwell. It's saved Casu so many times at this point.
Holy Priest everywhere are thanking you for that sentiment right now. Tony getting swapped to. Channel at the same time under a lot of pressure. Look at all those pets. The entire jungle is out right now for Casu. Emily going to be kiting, though, just a little bit. Tony in hot pursuit as Casu gets caught into the stun lock. Relza needs to grip him back to the safety of the pillar. This matchup is looking way less stable. Echo seems to be not nearly as afraid in this match to just make a play. They can stay in the open a lot more. They're not going to be forced to the pillar, and they're just overwhelming Streamer Zone. Cyclone now onto Relza. Casu still incredibly low, down to about 20% health, getting some heals, but Chanimal is just running a clinic right now with crowd control. Cyclone's coming in, interrupt on Tony, Cyclone on Tony, and that is just enabling his team so much in this match.
Oh, now into a bash, now a quell into a gouge. Casu is still isolated. Tony is getting cleaved at the same time. They could both be in trouble. Maybe Casu just outright dies here. It's match point. StreamerZone.gg, so much on the line for them. They cannot afford to go down right now. They need to give it their best shot in a moment. But no, a kidney shot into another full Cyclone by Chanimal. They just can't stop him. They get a freezing trap. They try and turn it around, but Channel ducks into Bear. Frenzied Regen Renewal. Big heals coming through. Waz gets stunned. Lone comes in onto Lone Tar, but it's on DR. Is it enough? Is it actually enough to kill Chanimal here? Into a full maim? Tony's got Heart of the Wild. Can they actually do it? Communion and Time Dilation. Definitely more pressure than we've seen at this moment in time this early on. But
clone.
Another kidney shot. Chanimal, does he get the clone? Doesn't look like he was actually able to
redirected to the pet.
Oh my god, is he running that PvP? And I can't believe he's running that. He can redirect 3 spells to his pet. So if Relza gets put into a stun, he can apply that to him and then redirect the 3 clones to the pet instead and deny the CC chain. This is interesting tech from Casu, but oh my god, he has to void shift anyways. And now Chanimal has seen it. They've seen that they have that. And they're actually just swapping into the healer. Massive swap. They get his trinket. Almost outright kill him, but he manages to escape the solar beam. Jump into angel form and recover here with the divine hymn, keeping his team aggressive, trying to push them forward. Massive spell from Relza, gets the Cyclone. Channel goes for another one, gets that onto Tony. Casu just can't connect. Oz just saves his cheap shot DRs every time. If Lontar gets trapped, Casu is stunned 3 times. And now Lontar is free from crowd control. Channel is line of sighting. They're going to have to swap to Waz. He's in the middle of the map. He's actually getting really aggressive. Another kidney shot. Lontar is hovering in with confidence. Is he going to go for Sleepwalk? Doesn't look like it. He just Dream Breath Waz. He's not looking for CC at this time. Really, the Relza's mana is a lot better. They actually catch Lontar. They catch him in the middle of the map. Dream Breath comes through with the stasis. I think he's likely going to recover here. He's actually getting aggressive with the Fire Breath now.
Yeah, he is going to shrug that attack off, but another gouge. Crowd control initiated. Cyclone on Tony. Gouge into Cyclone on Relza. Casu's all alone. trinket aspect of the turtle, and they are just running all over Streamer Zone. Another Cyclone lands. Tony in desperation trying to close it out. Gets a counter stun here on the channel to try to just slow down this offense. Kidney shot finally fading here from Relza. He's free for just a moment. Can he top off his team? Interrupt on Tony. Great job there by Chanimal. Now Tony gets kicked. He's getting chain interrupted. Echo just doing such an incredible job denying the offense of Streamer Zone. Finally, a Cyclone lands here from Tony, and that's going to give Relza maybe a moment to breathe, but no, the sleepwalk comes in. It's just never-ending crowd control into another Cyclone. Let him play. Relza's just crowd controlled the whole game. He can't move. And Casu goes into the stun once again. Echo is just looking unstoppable with this composition.
Low clone, below 50%. Pressure on Casu. Gouge on Relza. Channel finally gets stopped on a clone, but it doesn't even matter. The whole team's dead. Relza tries to grip Casu back to the pillar. Tony's trying to evacuate in bear form. Shadow melds the clone, but they're still on top of him. Kidney shot connects. No trinket. It's match point, and Chanimal is dunking him. Echo take it 3-1.
We need to see like crowd control received. I want to see that at the end of this game. That was the most dominant game by far. Echo was just in the driver's seat the entire time. Streamer Zone was just on the back foot in crowd control. I mean, every single member of that team had to be crowd control upwards of like 30 times in that game. That was really one-sided.
I think that's also the disadvantage of the BM Hunter, is that it's not threatening. Whereas with the Marks Hunter, you have to run and hide at the pillar. With the BM Hunter, look at Channel. He's in the middle of the map, faking kicks all game, rooting the pets, and just landing CC. The BM Hunter is just not keeping the same amount of pressure to prevent Chanimal from getting in this position where he's just cloning anybody that comes in his path. Low clone, swap it to the healer, maximize the DR onto somebody else, go for another one. Cheap shots here. He comes out of the stun and immediately he's casting clone. Whereas if with the MM Hunter, he'd be running away behind the pillar right now. He just casts clone on Tony, gets aggressive, pushes on to Casu, jumps over to Relza, keeps firing Star Surges through, goes for clones again, doesn't care if he gets kicked. He's not afraid of the BM Hunter. He's not afraid of the Feral Druid. I mean, the damage gap is just so big at this point that, like, I really don't know what you do, right? Like, it's literally like they're doubling them at this point in the game, even with the healer as well. You're not coming back from that position.
That was insane. Am I crazy? Or Chanimal looks like he's getting better and better on this Moonkin every single week that goes by. Like, I thought he had a phenomenal performance in that last game. Obviously, he has a Waz help like setting him up with those Cyclones, but I think he did a really good job rotating through them. His interrupts with the Solar Beam onto Tony came in clutch as well, and that is just such an important part of this matchup, is stopping Tony, is denying the Cyclones, and I think Echo really showcased, their teamwork in that one.
Great synergy. I mean, this is Echo's potentially like return to form, I think. I feel like they struggled after the last season of Dragonflight here, where they got to be the best at Demon Hunter Destro, and then that comp is now not the most competitive comp. So they've had to find a new identity, and it seems like this is going to be it. The Preservation Evoker, Outlaw Rogue, and Balance Druid, because they're looking like beasts at the moment here in that last game.
Certainly are. Yeah, only time can tell is that new comp, well, this current comp that Echo is running, gonna stand test of time. There's a lot of teams that they're gonna have to get through. We're not gonna really find out, unfortunately, until Sunday, because Echo has secured their spot into Championship Sunday. StreamerZone.gg, they're moving down into the lower bracket. They're gonna face off against HOOLIBANG. That's gonna be another, I feel like, fun match to watch, Ben.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. HOOLIBANG is just one of my favorite teams because, first of all, like the explosiveness of the Windwalker Monk and the way they play it makes it super fun. And I just feel like they're a really unpredictable team. They run kind of unique compositions. And I look forward to watching them every single time.
Yeah, we're going to see that match a little bit later on in the day here on this lovely Friday. But we are now going to be moving on into another upper bracket match. We've got CHIBAKU TENSEI Super Tees versus Wandering Water FURBOLGS. CHIBAKU TENSEI, I feel like, has this one kind of in the bag, but like we definitely don't want to count out WWF.
Yeah, I mean, Wandering Water FURBOLGS, the fact that they kind of broke the curse of being in that lower bracket, sometimes not making the top 8, the fact that they're in the upper bracket to begin with is definitely a good sign. But now they're facing the addition of Blizzo to this roster, which could be crazy as well to see Swapsy versus Blizzo, because I know they've played together before in the past, so now they're enemies. And there's so much on the line for Wandering Water FURBOLGS because I think their point standings, they may be guaranteed. Is it guaranteed at least in the gauntlet? I think it's pretty, yeah, it's guaranteed in the gauntlet for them. So it's more of a case of like some sort of miracle run, get top Like if they can beat Chibaku and somehow, the rest of the competition, I don't think they can get a top 3. I can't do that match math in my head, but it seems pretty far away. It's more so about like establishing that they are a relevant team at the moment in the competition and showing that they've still got what it takes, because it seems like they've fallen off otherwise.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We're going to head to a break. Is WWF going to prove themselves, show everyone what they're capable of, and that they have, in fact, not fallen off? Find out next. We're going to head to a break. Chibaku Tensei versus WWF coming up next. Welcome back. We are in the last upper bracket matchup of the day. It is Chibaku Tensei versus WWF. Chibaku Tensei, Zico, I feel like they're the crowd favorite coming into this one, especially when they picked up Blizzo and did incredibly well in the offline games with that pickup. But WWF is a team that we definitely cannot count out. I mean, they've got, you know, Swapsy on there, just AWC legends, and this could be an incredible series here.
Absolutely, it will be an incredible series. Like you mentioned, both of these teams, you know, CHIBAKU TENSEI, kind of current top dog in EU, you know, together with Echo and, well, mainly with Echo, I would say. There's a few more. You know, it's pretty top heavy, but yeah. Wandering Water FURBOLGS, of course, I would say previously has always been kind of the team right behind Echo. So they've been kind of that second place team, and in Dragonflight I feel like they haven't found their stride to that level yet, but this cup things are looking absolutely great for them. They're undefeated, and I'm excited to see what they can bring here, because this is the last cup, this is the last chance to do it, so they're definitely going to need to bring their A game.
Yeah. And, you know, that the blind pick, Super Tees, how important that is that when you go into a game such as this. You know, we know kind of the roster pool for both teams. Do you think either of these teams are going to surprise us?
I mean, given the class balance changes and the fact that Blizzo's on the roster, I would be surprised if CHIBAKU didn't start with something with a warrior. Fury Warrior is actually looking pretty good. I've actually started playing mine a little bit on the ladder, and I'm in full greens, and I'm still getting some pretty big numbers since the buffs. So Blizzo on a Fury Warrior, I think is going to be pretty scary in this. And if you're Swapsy's team, I honestly think you might be afraid of a Fury Warrior. It can be very hard to find like a comp. They've got to maybe incorporate Tessia and play some sort of mage comp and try and like kite the Fury Warrior out. Maybe they should, I don't even know, like, do you want to run like a rogue mage and then evoker possibly? There's a lot of different combinations. I'd say typically Swapsy is usually in the game to some capacity, whether it's a Boomkin or an Ellie. Their most prepared comp, I would assume, is Boomkin Rogue Evoker, which, I mean, I don't think you can really go wrong with. So that's probably what they're going to start this series off with. But the Fury Warrior and Blizzo on that team could be something that actually maybe outdoes it, which could be crazy, because that might just flip the whole, like, what composition is the best on its head if that happens.
Yeah, it could. You know, a lot of options, of course, and it's I mean, we've seen time and time again just how horribly a series can go for a team if they mess up in this moment right here, and that is the blind pick. We're about to see where these two teams are going to head throughout this series here in game number 1, CHIBAKU TENSEI versus WWF right now.
Ooh, so we're not going to see Blizzo tagged in. It's going to be Brunhilde and Tessia tagged in on the Moonkin together with Next. And CHIBAKU TENSEI, sorry, we are going to see Blizzo tagged in, but it's not going to be on the Warrior. It's going to be on the Demon Hunter, actually. So we're going to see Demon Hunter, DK, Resto Shaman. This is something that we have seen a little bit. The second Demon Hunter DK game here. Blizzo already taking a lot of damage here in the blender. Next, sitting through a Strangulate. This is big damn coming in here from Croto on the DK, doing a lot of work. Fusion sitting through a Bash. Tessia is dropping quite low here as well in the meantime, looking for that Cyclone, but not able to find it just yet. So far, both teams kind of opening up with all of their damage, but no real defensive cooldowns being forced here on either side, except that Darkness from Brunhilde.
Clones coming through from Tessia. It's going to be a really difficult matchup as the Boomkin. There's a lot of interrupts between the Shaman, the Death Knight, and the Demon Hunter, but a triple stun. Look at this damage coming out right now from Blizzo and Croto, cleaving the whole team. They imprison Next on his Emerald Communion, denying the full recovery, and Tessia is still desperately trying to fake cast a clone at the moment. And he managed to bait an interrupt here. He's going for Starfires, goes for a clone again. He's just not finding any of the kicks. He finally gets a precognition, I believe, here. Is he going to go for it? He's just shooting out damage instead with Thorns, trying to get counter pressure. Now he's into a stun, but he's got precog. He trinkets. He gets the clone on Diffuse. He's trying to get aggressive with that Thorns damage, redirecting on both melee attackers. Could be an important time for him to try and get ahead in this position, but it seems like they've survived. Croto going to use anti-magic shield here to avoid a Cyclone, so they're going to switch that Cyclone onto the Demon Hunter instead. They strangulate the healer, and they lasso the Demon Hunter, but one of their DPS was in a Cyclone during that time. They're not getting too much pressure. Another Essence Break. Next is going to rescue Tessia away. He goes for another clone. He fakes the kick. Nice fake out here. He gets a clone on Fuston. They imprison Blizzo. They swap back onto Croto. And they actually take him down here. Nice bash. Good double stun for WWF in this position. Nice triple stun from them as well. They're not even forcing Blur despite that.
Yeah, no real damage here coming out. And instead, it could be TENSEI here on the back foot. He gets caught up in a stun, out of form. Croto as well, getting cleaved down here. Huge damage on CHIBAKU TENSEI here for a second. But it's going to actually be Houston, who is ahead on mana so far in the match. But still plenty left in the tank for both of these healers. TENSEI could have to trade out his Barkskin here. There's the Blinding Sleet. He will trade out the Barkskin for this exchange. Still sitting on that renewal, which is going to be rotating back up in about 5 seconds here for him. So TENSEI not feeling too scared, and it's going to be all about landing these Cyclones. He's been doing a great job fake casting these interrupts, but there they do manage to get one, and he's going to need to try to find these Cyclones because Blizzo right now is in massive trouble here. Beautiful damage coming out from WWF. Blizzo still on the back foot. Still has the Nether Walk, doesn't want to trade it. He's being so greedy, and it goes for the iframe.
Oh my God!
The Metamorphosis finally trades it right before that stun was about to take him out there. So nicely done there by Blizzo. But now he has no cooldowns left. Really exposed target here. TENSEI is going to recover from that pressure, and Blizzo's Cyclone on low HP. If they can get anything onto his healer here, it's going to be lights out for Blizzo.
Oh, TENSEI wild charge, but he wild charges on top of his healer. That might be a bit risky here. They're all stacked up in a static field totem. If at any moment they have a triple stun here, it might be lights out. TENSEI is trying to reposition, get out of the Earthen Wall totem. They need to keep kiting the melee out of that as much as possible. Disintegrate's coming in from next. He's adding damage in the mix. TENSEI fakes a kick. He's trying to get a clone. It gets grounded. He goes for a clone again. He gets it on Croto. He trinkets that right away. They're just trying to cut him down to the time dilation. They imprison Houston. They're turning it around. Massive damage potential into both Blizzo and Croto here. Houston has Nature Swiftness, but he's in a stun with no trinket. His teammates are trying to stay aggressive. Big swap on Brunhilde. Massive damage out of nowhere. Oh! What on earth? CHIBAKU TENSEI close it out in game one. It was looking bad for them. I was thinking, like, you know what, WWF, this might be a return to form. They're getting in position. They're really pushing the pace, but CHIBAKU with a crazy swap.
That was absolutely insane. It was like 10 seconds left as well on the trinket there of Brunhilde, and they completely just surprised everybody there and take him out. We're going to see exactly how they did that in the replay, but I kind of like what's going on here with CHIBAKU TENSEI. I feel like they are really powering up right now as a team. They're bringing in Croto. We haven't seen him too much in the past. This is a team that, you know, they've gotten a lot of buffs. They got Blizzo in the team playing Demon Hunter, playing Warrior. They got Croto, Demon Hunter, and Warriors. Warriors as well as DK, so both got buffs. So this is really a team that's just kind of unlocking more and more potential here with all of this extra damage. And we're going to see it. So Houston sitting through some crowd control there on the side. Double Blinding Sleet comes out. And what happens to Brunhilde here? What happens to Next? So Next goes in, gets the sleepwalk, and what? He just dies instantly during. He just goes for a sleepwalk, and his teammate just dies.
Okay. EK is putting their names back on the map here. I'm wondering if Mez's team is watching this at all and being like, maybe, you know, I feel like this is their bread and butter comp, right? Like when they were dominating a lot of teams, it was that Demon Hunter Death Knight or a Windwalker Death Knight. It's possibly opening it up on the table. This type of composition is really good, honestly, into the Boomkin Demon Hunter, because it's just so many interrupts for the Boomkin. As long as you're able to land them, keep up your consistent pressure, you can just eventually overwhelm the Boomkin. Death Knights are also particularly good against like healing output, like Frenzied Regen. When you run the Necromancer's Bargain, you can apply a Crypt dot on the target, and anytime that target gets healed, it just does damage and refreshes it. So when the Boomkin's trying to self-sustain with Frenzied Regen and you have that on them, it just counteracts it really effectively. So this is actually a really nicely composed composition for this type of matchup. And I could see maybe even more teams adopting it.
And look what happens to the damage here when Croto DK main gets his hand on on some games here. We can see the last bit of damage here. So Essence Break coming in from Blizzo, 124k. Then he popped the Festering Wound, Annihilation, Death Sweep, Annihilation, Festering Strike. I mean, it is a lot of damage here, but it is mostly coming from the Demon Hunter here. Definitely a decent amount of burst there. Okay, so here we can see a shorter time span. So towards the end, it is kind of even between the Demon Hunter and the DK, I would say. Maybe a little bit still in favor of Blizzo on that Demon Hunter. And we're going to see here Tolvir being locked in as the map. But what I was going to say is on the overall damage for Croto, he's top dam actually in this matchup. So not something I was expecting to see. It's nice to see what these like DK mains can do with the buffs. But yeah, we're going to Tolvir Arena. And wondering Waterfall works, they have a lot of wizard comps. So maybe they're setting that up, or Maybe they are gonna set up maybe some rogue Moonkin. Not sure. I actually wonder what CHIBAKU will lock in blind as well. I wonder if they go like if they blind lock Demon Hunter DK. They do.
Okay. I think like what I would be most afraid of as CHIBAKU is a Windwalker comp. I think that's got to be like the #1 thing for Death Knights. Like you just see a Windwalker, you know it's not going to be a good time. You're going to be taking so much damage the whole time. And Brunhilde has played Windwalker, so I honestly kind of wonder if maybe what would you want to combo with it? Like what's their best? I don't know if you'd want to do Windwalker Moonkin. You could do maybe Windwalker Ellie, just get like guaranteed raw pressure. Maybe even Windwalker Ret if Swapsy has Ret. I could see Windwalker Ret being really nasty for a Death Knight to be able to try and survive.
Windwalker Arcane Mage, bro.
You could do that if you really wanted to. It's also like preparation. They're going to bring a warrior in, which is pretty close to the Windwalker, I'd say, in terms of against a Death Knight. You're going to bring in one of these, a Windwalker or a warrior. It's so crazy to see Brunhilde on the warrior and then Blizzo's on the Demon Hunter. I mean, we saw him zone in the first game and we didn't even think he was in the game because there wasn't a warrior. You're like expecting that there's going to be a warrior and there just isn't. I wonder if somehow this forces Blizzo to play a warrior at some point. I'm really hoping it does.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see how the matchup is kind of evolving here because, yeah, we'll see. I mean, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but it's definitely the next blind pick is going to be really interesting if Wandering Water Furbolgs win this game here. So definitely going to have to keep an eye out on that. So Brunhilde going to be locking it in on the warrior, and they received some significant buffs. So I definitely think that we're going to start seeing a lot more of these warriors come out of the woodwork here this weekend. They got a lot of damage buffs, a lot of buffs to their Mortal Strike. They got plenty of the buffs here. So warriors definitely going to be super scary to deal with for CHIBAKU Tensei. But at the same time, I don't know. If Croto doesn't get like completely destroyed, I could see a world where like they can get good pressure onto Tessia and maybe take him down.
I think this is also interesting to see Tessia on the Moonkin because Swapsy used to be the Moonkin for this team. I feel like a lot of rosters now are doing this where like they're juggling, like Calvish is the mage on Void.gg and you're like, why? Wait, I thought Wealthy Man was supposed to be the mage and Calvish is the mage, now Tessia is the Moonkin. This Warrior Moonkin comp kind of popped up at the end of the last season. And now with the warrior changes, I think their set bonus is now it's not reduced at all in PvP. They get max value from their set bonus. I think it's something like a crit damage modifier or something like that from one of the earlier seasons in Dragonflight. We're going to need the gear inspector here for this one to see exactly what build Brunhilde's deciding to opt for. But Boomkin Warrior can absolutely decimate a Death Knight. That is, I know that with 100% certainty. Sweeping strikes, cleaving the Death Knight, pounding down damage with thorns. It's going to be a lot more terrifying, I think, for Houston overall to deal with than the Demon Hunter. Because Earthen Wall Totem is really effective at attacks that are smaller, like the Demon Hunter. Well, I say that's smaller, and then a Demon Hunter's not exactly that small anymore. Demon Hunter used to be small, so Earthen Wall used to be way more effective, whereas Warriors are pounding these massive mortal strikes through that could kind of cut through Earthen Wall. But with the Warrior, you can kind of just win with damage. Just get a Sharpened Blade and a couple Sharpens, or Sharpened Blade and a couple Star Surges, and you can drop the Death Knight, which is that sometimes.
Yeah, we'll see. There's going to be a lot of questions here being answered. Game number 2 between Wandering Water Furbolgs and CHIBAKU Tensei. I don't know, man. I'm kind of liking that we're getting to see more DKs, more warriors here this weekend. I'm excited to see how the meta is going to shape up with these recent changes. But the gates are open. Brunhilde is going to be leading the charge here. He's playing that Gnome Warrior, which we typically see warriors opt for, which is extra mobility. And you can see already Brunhilde not having a great start here to this game. He's going to use his Heroic Leaf to get back into the action. Big Blade Storm damage coming in here, just doing tons of pressure onto everybody on CHIBAKU Tensei. But here comes a deep breath from next. Look at Croto dropping dangerously low already. The Earthen Wall Totem coming out here for Houston right before he gets caught up in that sleepwalk. And it did decent there because his team has been completely topped with that cooldown. And now it's going to be Tessia on the back foot, forced to trade out the Bark Skin. Blizzo getting cleaved here as well, forced to trade out the Netherwalk. Everybody is dying on both sides.
Oh, big swap on Brunhilde, trying to catch him off guard, even on the Warrior class now off the Demon Hunter. Nice double Shockwave, getting multiple targets here, trying to ramp up the nice clone. That's the combo we need to see, the double Shockwave into a Cyclone, so that way they can't interrupt the balance tree. They get Croto's Trinket with that. Now the Death Knight doesn't have one, and the Demon Hunter doesn't have one. They're shutting down Brunhilde and Tessia, though, here with that lasso, and they're constantly swapping to the Warrior, keeping 2 targets low and really making it difficult for Next to get any sort of serious healing going out. He actually gets interrupted on his Dream Breath. If they can stop it, oh, another stun that forces Emerald Communion. WWF are not in a good spot defensively. It's just so unfortunate that on that Preservation Evoker, you have to stay so close to the fight that he's so susceptible to CC at the moment. He's trying to hover away, but look how slow he is. He's actually not running the snare immunity on hover. I sincerely think they could kill next. When you're an Evoker healer and you're not running snare immunity on your hover, you can just get trained down and die.
We'll see if they realize that, but right now Blizzo in so much trouble. Darkness gets disrupted on 1% HP. Can he stay alive? He's getting some good procs with that Darkness Fusion, dropping the Spirit Link Totem there as well, just for good measures. And so far, the comp that WWF is bringing here as an answer to this seems to be working out. So far, only Tessia having a one close call, but once again, it's going to be Blizzo on the back foot. Huge pressure coming out there. Nice Blinding Sleet here coming out from Croto, trying to just slow down the assault here for a second as Blizzo once again just kiting back to the pillar, giving Houston just an opportunity to recover his health. Houston now sitting through a full cyclone. Here comes the hunt, but the counter pressure coming in. They get a nice storm bolt there onto Blizzo, and they're just trying to slow down the Apocalypse and the slappy hands here from Croto on that DK as well. So far, Tessia looking pretty solid. Next still has answers, couple at least, but this pressure, if they can keep the pain train onto Tessia, they definitely could start building up enough momentum to actually get a win on the side of Chibaku Tensei.
Full fear on Houston, double shockwave. They imprison the Warrior's Trinket, though. Nice imprisoned by Blizzo here. If anyone's going to know how to shut down a Warrior, it's going to be Blizzo, as he completely shuts that out. But here comes a deep breath across multiple members of Chibaku Tensei. Is the Warrior Boonkin going to be enough? Thorns is up. That's redirecting damage onto Blizzo. Could become overwhelming, but Houston appears to be just dealing with it just fine. They interrupt the fire breath. Tessia fakes a kick at 30% health, trying to go for a clone. He gets grounded on his clone by Houston. He's stuck in bear form now. His entire team is just dying. Blinding Sleet hits 2. Tessia is isolating. Mass Root wild charges away from the Death Knight. Next is trying to get back to him. Goes for a Nullifying Shroud. He's immune to CC for a moment, but Tessia is just dying anyways. The damage is really starting to be overwhelming. Croto has taken a significant lead at this point. They're swapping onto Brunhilde with the hunt. Is he ready for the attack? Next is almost completely out of mana. He lands another double shockwave, but Croto just breaks out with the Icebound Fortitude. Blizzo's getting low, but a big heal comes out from Houston with that Nature Swiftness. Now they're switching some damage onto Croto. His anti-magic shield is over. Thorns is up. Thorns is getting big value right here. He tries to get a clone, but he gets kicked, and Blizzo is going to take a lot of Thorns damage. Tessia knows that he's running in range to make sure that Thorns procs, and he's getting in range to go for a clone at the same time. They get the Sleepwalk instead. If Houston doesn't have Link, he's being greedy with the Trinket. Is greed going to cost him here? Blur comes off cooldown in 1 more second. He's bashed with no Trinket. Doesn't look like they have enough damage to get a kill here. Nice grounding totem on the Star Surge. Nice wind shear over onto the Cyclone. Blizzo's trying to get aggressive, stay on top of the Boomkin, keep leaving them down because they have a huge mana advantage. Nice stun lock comes out from Blizzo, hitting multiple members. Is it enough? I don't think it is. Barkskin seems to stabilize Tessia. They need to maybe swap to Brunhilde, but time dilation is available as well. Tessia is still trying to fake cast an interrupt here. I think he may have finally got precognition. He gets it, but Croto immunes the Cyclone with anti-magic shield. And with that, it could be game over. I mean, next to 0, he's going to have to Communion. He's going to Communion right away. This is his last lifeline.
Yeah, a little bit of mana left. Blizzo's low. Can they do it? A miracle swap to Blizzo. He's so low. 1% HP. Can he stay alive? They knock him out of the Earth Wall Totem. CC is endless. Onto Houston. He gets slept. He trinkets out of it. And Blizzo will stay alive. And I think that was potentially the last call here for WWF. They need to try to snowball this momentum to get a low cyclone onto Croto. Blizzo still down to 50% HP. Houston with a massive heal in the backline. But Croto still not out of the woods yet. They could potentially go after the DK. But at the same time, Tessia here could just fall right now. Beautiful rescue coming out from next. Tessia gets gripped back into the action. They're swapping to to Brunhilde on the Warrior as well, doing tons and tons of damage here. Who is gonna fall next is kicked. Brunhilde, 10% HP, leaps away, tries to stay alive, but Blizzo is in hot pursuit. He gets caught up with Stormbolt. He trinkets out, and I think they are gonna do it here, be able to finish the job. No, Tessia gets a precog. He gets a beautiful Cyclone onto Blizzo, but still on 1% HP, no mana left.
Double.
Next spamming out the Living Flame, but it's not gonna be enough. Double kill.
Double kill. Chibaku Tensei, man, with Blizzo here. Oh my god, this is I thought this roster was already scary. It was taking games off of Echo, and now this is a boogeyman team right here. Like, I don't want to look under the bed and see Chibaku there. This is going to be rough, man. And WWF, like, I thought they were looking good. Like, this seems like they've started getting some comps that are more meta. They're putting up a fight. The games are lasting for quite a long time. They're in the upper bracket. They beat HOOLIBANG to get here. It's finally looking like this could be their opportunity to show that they've still got that tournament level quality of play on their roster, because But these names are huge, right? Like Brunhilde, I think he's a solo shuffle champion. He's been multi-classing onto every single melee DPS for a while. TENSEI has been a top-notch mage, now playing Balanced Druid against these multiple kick compositions, and it's still not enough. It's just still not enough. That's how high the competition is this year.
Yeah, there's so many teams as well. Like you just see, like, you know, these kind of newly formed teams or teams that just pick up like a new player and they just completely look different. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing here with CHIBAKU TENSEI. It's a good patch for them, and they picked up Blizzo. They have the comps that they need, and right now they are just executing perfectly as well on top of that. And yeah, it's rough if you're WWF. Like they're playing a lot of different comps. They're playing good games as well, but just not enough here. They had so many close calls. It really felt like this could have gone either way, but that mana advantage is going to go in favor of CHIBAKU TENSEI, and a lot of it is because of, like, look at the damage that's happening here. I mean, this is crazy. 56 mil dam done here for Croto, absolutely blasting on the DK.
And there's a bit of a gap. I think there's a bit of a gap that's growing with every passing moment in these games, it seems. I think it's time to break out Swapsy. I think you bring Ret Warrior. And I don't know what healer next should play. It feels like the Evoker is just, it's like a liability. It's just too close to the game. I feel like they need something else.
Whoa. Damage contributed 2 mil from Croto.
Soloing him the whole game.
This is actually just running at him, spamming death coils and just dotting him down. Beautiful. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like you mentioned it as well. Like there's so many comps here. Like look at CHIBAKU TENSEI. They have Mercy on the bench right now. They have Mercy on the bench. Like Blizzard's not even playing his main. These guys can just in an instant just flip what they're doing. Ooh. And we are gonna see some Mage Warlock Prez Evoker on Maldraxxus. Now this is a classic. This is an absolute classic. I think we're gonna see a lot of CC on Blizzo, and then in dampening, probably Croto is gonna just flop if they can make.
Yeah, I think they're gonna get run down, man.
Yeah, if they can make it to that point.
I don't know if I like the Evoker healer with the Wizards. I feel like having it's probably okay in a double melee, but typically when you get like multiple ranged on both teams, the Evoker healer short range ends up being a problem.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I like it. If he had something else that he could have ran here that could have been a little bit more long distance and a little bit more of a safe healer, because I think CHIBAKU can just run in on the Warlock. The Evoker's gonna be really nearby, and you're just gonna run them down. Like, look how much damage they're doing. I don't know if this is gonna work. Like in the past, this would work. Also with Demonology, it's harder to CC because the pet's constantly AoEing. It's really easy to break CC. So I don't think they're even gonna have a lot of control of CHIBAKU, and if they don't have control of them, I don't think they're gonna match them 1-for-1 on damage.
Oh, they're definitely not going to match them 1-for-1 on damage. I mean, it's all going to be about like playing around, you know, Houston's dispels. And Houston's going to have to play a really critical role here, because what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of things that he needs to prioritize dispelling. Frost bombs, polymorph, fears, and for Wandering Water Furbolgs, like they're just going to want to send a frost bomb on somebody, sheep the other DPS. If the frost bomb gets dispelled, great, you have a full sheep on a DPS. If the sheep gets dispelled, well, you're going to get damage on the guy that you're hitting, and you can have a half sheep into, you know, fear spam. So if they can isolate somebody and just spam damage and kind of force, you know, Proto most likely back, then Wandering Water Furbolgs can kind of build up moments to breathe like that. But I do agree with you. I don't like the Evoker, and I feel like CHIBAKU TENSEI is going to have great uptime, and I think a big reason for that is the Evoker. Because I don't think Wandering Water Furbolgs can win like before we're in dampening. Like for them, they have to get to dampening to win, unless Houston makes like a huge error and like overlaps or something. So yeah, I think they got their work cut out for them. They're gonna need to have good control, isolate targets, make it to dampening, and then in dampening, that's when the fun happens on the Wizard side.
Yeah, they're gonna try and make it into the deepest, darkest, dampest places. Brunhilde's out, Swapsy's in. The Warrior didn't work. Can the Wizards pull it off here? WWF really need a top-notch performance if they want to show the world that they've still got what it takes to be a top contender in Europe. Is CHIBAKU's pickup of Blizzo going to be too much for them? Former teammates, Swapsy and Blizzo, now enemies. potentially sending WWF to the lower bracket. TENSEI immediately charging in. Ice Nova's Demon Hunter, but they already get the grip. Swapsy ports away immediately. These guys portal in the middle of the map, and he gets Static Field behind the pillar. Proto's Frost Nova at the moment, though. TENSEI is ripping into him, doing quite a lot of pressure onto the Death Knight by himself. Alter Time blinks away. TENSEI is really just ripping him. If he can keep this type of pressure going, they definitely have a shot, but with every second they get on that Warlock, I am scared for him. Proto's finally starting to get some gas in the tank here as he's connecting onto the Warlock. And look at the problem with the Evoker. He's right next to the Warlock. He does manage to land a double Deep Breath. The advantage is going to be that he adds a lot of damage into the mix. He's going to need to if they're going to win before dampening.
Yeah, really nice rescue there onto Swapsy, but Swapsy's going to potentially need to relay his gateway or at least drop a portal here on this side because he doesn't have it. It's quite far still, but they're going for some crowd control. They get a full fear onto next. Emerald Communion being forced out. I think they landed a Hex out of that as well. Really nice setup here coming out from CHIBAKU TENSEI. Swapsy now going to be using that Demonic Circle to try to kite Blizzo, and they're just spamming out CCs here onto Blizzo on the Demon Hunter, slowing him, spamming Nova, spamming Sheeps, trying to make it as hard as possible for him to connect and get any pressure. Ooh, nice reverse magic there by Blizzo. Actually interrupted the Ray of Frost there for TENSEI. Since the reverse magic reverses the polymorph back onto the mage, that actually interrupted it. So high value reverse there if I have ever seen it. And now Swapsy could be in a little bit of trouble here. The pain train is starting to connect.
Yeah, he fakes a kick with his fear here. Trying to spam it. He gets it onto the Death Knight, but that's just going to break or get dispelled immediately. Next he's going for a Sleepwalk. And Swapsy ports again, and I think he's running that Impish Instincts to get a reduced cooldown on his portal so he can just constantly kite across the map while the Frost Mage keeps the Death Knight and the Demon Hunter at bay with the snares. But they all are now connecting, and Next is immediately going to rescue him to the opposite side of the map. And Swap's just going back and forth out in the open, pulling Fuston into the open, enabling his team to get Polymorph, and now a Sleepwalk. His positioning has been good. Now he ports away, but he does get gripped on it. He's trying to port away from the anti-magic zone here. So the Death Knight has to choose to either run out of it and attack, or stay in it, not attack, and keep its defenses, as Fuston is forced to pop Ascendance. And Swapsy has kept him out in the open for so long right now that he's just dead. He is just dead. Insane positioning from Swapsy. He's still got it. WWF are staying in this series.
That was textbook stuff here from WWF. Honestly, I didn't think they were going to be able to land a kill this early on into the match, but they had such good control, and in the end, TENSEI was able to pop off. He got the Icy Veins off. He had a stacked up Ray of Frost with the 50% damage increase. He got the Flurry, so he gets the Shatter effect on it. And I think he had a Frost Bomb as well, so we'll see. I'm just going to look at what TENSEI does here. I think he forces out the Dispel and he gets a Frost Bomb. So I think this is a little bit earlier when Croto still had his anti-magic zone. So this is still nice and early. Swapsy just crossing the map. They get Sheeps on Fuston anytime he crosses the map. And look at those Novas. The Blizzard is already down preemptively. And I like here, Next is there to cast a Sleepwalk in case TENSEI doesn't get the polymorph. They force out the anti-magic zone. And then here, Swapsy is just running out. He knows he just needs to stay away from this DK. Don't give him value on the zone. And then here, TENSEI with Veins. Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Flurry, Frostbolt. He gets a Bloodlust proc, and then he gets a Ray of Frost with Veins and Bloodlust proc and Flurry on the target. So this Ray of Frost is going to channel very, very quickly because of all of those haste modifiers. And TENSEI is going to be able to put one on the board for his team.
Yeah, pop the damage meter against the Death Knight. Proto, I mean, they were gapping them, 2xing their damage with the Boomkin. Comes in on the Frost Mage, manages to beat them both out on damage. So they're alive. It's not over, though. They need to win 2 more games if they want to stay on this upper side. And now, CHIBAKU, they get to pick the map. You better believe we're going to a small map. We're going 100% to Hook Point. There's no doubt about that. And can you actually pull a win off on Hook Point on the small map the same way that you did? I think they're going to play the same comp because the fact that they're able to win that so fast. But CHIBAKU just get even more up. I mean, actually not. Okay, they're not. They're going back to the first comp. They didn't like the Warrior. I just thought the Warrior wasn't looking that bad if they were going to go to one of those combinations.
I feel like I like the Demon Hunter more.
I think it's safer, but I think the Warrior has more like kill pressure. But the Demon Hunter is a little bit more durable, like having the darkness.
Yeah.
But I think the Warrior has a higher potential to end the game. But if you really think
stronger goes.
Yeah. That's right.
The Warrior.
Stronger goes, but less time overall. You're gonna last in the game probably.
Yeah, definitely. Darkness, reverse magic, and just like all the micro CCs that the Demon Hunter can bring is definitely nice to have. And also, one thing that's like really overlooked about Demon Hunters is just like, if you can survive with a Demon Hunter, you know, it is really, really nice. And I think Demon Hunters are pretty good at that. Like, they have a lot of self-healing, they have a lot of leech, they have a lot of iframes, a lot of mobility. So I feel like if one team is attacking Demon Hunter and they don't manage to like take him down in a big burst moment, then we see kind of what happened on Tol'vir, where they're just going to win on the overall kind of war of attrition. Chibaku Tensei going to be locking in their Demon Hunter and DK. So we're going back to game number 1 here.
All right, and they managed to do this reverse sweep with the Demon Hunter and the Balanced Druid. This is a composition that we've seen in North America doing exceptionally well. I mean, LaPomp were able to beat Liquid, they were able to beat the Move, they were able to beat a lot of top-notch contenders in the North American region. So this composition definitely has potential to be able to make a deep run in the tournament. I would say that it's a lot of pressure on Tessia. It's just so many interrupts. If he's not getting in the fakes and not able to get the clones, he's just going to get overwhelmed and he's going to get demolished. So this is a really important series for Tessia. He just carried the game on Mage that last one. Now he's pretty much has to carry the game every time. It's basically all on Tessia's shoulders. He has to be the MVP for his team right now.
No pressure. No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. It's just, match point every single time. You're facing like one of the best teams in the region. You have to play perfectly. No mistakes. There you go. Good luck.
And you need the points. So yeah, have fun. Have fun with that. Because wondering what the FURBOLGS are not, I don't think they're completely feeling too safe down in the standings. So they definitely want to get as many wins as possible. The good news for them, of course, is that this is a upper bracket match. So nobody is going home just yet. But still, the lower bracket is getting stacked. And with teams like HOOLIBANG and Lava down there, probably a good place to avoid for as long as you possibly can. And we'll see here what they decide to do. They decide to go over onto Tessia here already, doing a lot of damage. But Tessia having some good counter pressure himself onto Blizzle, the anti-magic zone of Croto, for the opener. Pretty good trade. They swapped into Houston. They get his trinket there. Nice swap there. I really like that hunt from Brunhilde. They're getting a lot of value, already forcing out early defensives from Houston. So he could definitely be a target in the match that they could go back to a little bit later on.
They catch Brunhilde behind the pillar here. Into a root out of lasso. I love Houston's control of the melee there, but they actually swap to him. Insane swap right now from WWF, but they get caught into a blinding sleet. And they can't really stay on target. They're still trying to go after him. They see that opening with no astral shift. They're going to fear him behind the pillar. He doesn't get the pre-trimmer. Now they're swapping. Pressure on Tessia. Thorns is up. He's trying to redirect damage, but it's quite a lot of damage for Nex to be able to deal with. Even with Verdant Embrace, he's still just dying at the moment. Can he get that important cycle? And they're just trying to race down the Shaman, but Brunhilde gets stunned into another Earth Grab Totem. Houston's going to wrap around one side. Brunhilde is just relentlessly chasing down the Shaman. They are putting all of their chips on the table of Train the Blue on match point right now.
When in doubt, zug it out right now. But Tessia could be spelling doom right now. Tessia dropping very low with a nice rescue coming out there for him. And he is going to recover. Blizzard getting imprisoned. There's the Strangulate coming out onto next. But no real damage to follow that up. Now finally it's going to connect here onto Tessia. Is he ready is the question. He's still just chilling here in normal form. Looking for some Cyclones. Trying to fake cast the precogs. And that's one of the difficult things about that Moonkin. You have to keep finding those Cyclones while you're being trained here. By a melee cleave. Double Chaos Nova coming out. Huge damage onto Tessia. Nice Lightning Lasso from Houston in the backline, adding in a little bit more damage there to his team. Croto, though, is falling behind, down to about 50% HP. Tessia looking for the crowd control. Can he find it? Croto still down to about 50%, but the Earthen Wall comes out. Tessia still struggling, and next as well here, dropping so low. Everything is just getting cleaved down on the side of WWF. Finally, a Blinding Sleet coming out here for Croto, dropping the Anti-Magic Zone as well here, trying to just deal with the incarnation of Tessia, knowing that this is a very scary moment.
It's a good one-for-one trade. Tessia is repositioning, but Healing Tide Totem just went down. They need to kill that. They managed to snipe the Healing Tide. Next, rescues Tessia and line of sight of the Shaman. He's actually just swapping pressure. He forces his wall, but Blizzo out of nowhere. Insane swap. They're just constantly mixing up the target that they're on, but it's costing them so much in terms of, Next's ability to recover. Look at his cooldowns. He's in shambles. No rewind, no communion. He's got Cauterizing Flame, maybe for a couple diseases, but it's not really going to be a lot to save him. Blizzo has Essence Break in his back pocket. He's got the Hunt coming off cooldown. Croto has Apocalypse, but Next is leading the charge with a double Deep Breath, hitting both melee DPS. Disintegrates are flying out from him. He's trying to keep pressure going, but he gets gripped into a double stun. Brunhilde dodges that stun, actually, though. He might be able to do something here if he's got some crowd control, but here comes the Hunt. He gets imprisoned on his Hunt. Nice imprisoned by Brunhilde. Going after Fuston. He grapples him behind the pillar with the static field into an Earth Grab, but now they switch to Croto. They're all over the place, forcing his anti-magic shield. Now they swap onto Brunhilde, forcing his Blur. He's going to pop it right away. Tessia fakes a kick. He goes for a clone. It gets grounded. Is he going to be able to get another clone here? I think he faked another kick. Yeah, I think he's got precog right now. He's trying to go for it. He gets the clone finally onto Croto, and Next gets a moment to breathe. He gets a Sleepwalk actually on the healer with no trinket. Nice setup. 2 players in CC. A clone out of the Sleepwalk. Still pressure mounting onto Blizzo. Is it enough to close out the game? Mana is exactly even between these teams. Anyone can take it.
Yeah, anybody can take it. Right now, Tessia very, very low. Needs to be extremely careful. Still 20 long seconds away on that communion. Darkness gets dropped. Is that going to be enough to keep him alive? He rescues him into the darkness. Beautiful timing on that rescue during that strangulate. And still, Tessia gets another precog here. Looking for the Cyclone. Finds it on to Croto. Slowing down the damage. Full Sleepwalk onto Fuston. Tessia moving in here. Looking for the Solar Beam potentially. No, he's going to go for a Cyclone there onto Fuston. Trying to bait out potentially the cooldown there. He gets the Spirit Link from Fuston. And Fuston has a lot of work to do here, picking his team back up. Croto's going to help out with the anti-magic shell, and immediately when Next get that Emerald Communion back, he pops it, keeps his team in the fight, gets a little bit of mana to work with. Both of these teams down to their last leg. There's the Blinding Sleep. This could be the setup. Huge damage onto Tessia. He drops to sub 10% HP, ducks into bear from there for just a second, gets the renewal, going for big damage here onto Blizzo. He's caught up in a stun. Houston, how are you going to deflect the situation? Blizzo is going to be able to stay alive. He still has the Nether Walk, but no trinket, so if he gets caught up in a stun, he could definitely go down here, but now it's going to be Tessia once again on the back foot Next with no cooldowns left, no mana left, nothing left in the tank. Full Strangulate connects. Beautiful rescue once again during that silence, trying to buy Tessia and the rest of his team just a couple of more seconds here to do something offensive. Deep Breath connects. Tessia on 1% HP, and he will fall. Brunhilde will shortly fall after, and it is going to be CHIBAKU Tensei knocking down WWF to the lower bracket.
Okay, that looked like that was a gnarly game. They were ahead on all fronts. That was almost a triple kill in the final moments is how low Next was getting, and now this is just another threat that all the teams need to be aware of. If this Death Knight Demon Hunter team can chomp up the Boomkin comps, then Chanimal's team might need something else on Championship Sunday in order to defeat them, because this looked absolutely terrifying. Like Tessia at this final moments of the game is just constantly below 50% health. He's trying to fake interrupts. He's trying to be the hero for his team, trying to keep his pressure high at the same time. Like, we look at the DPS, Tessia did a much better job this game in terms of overall damage, I feel like, in previous rounds, but it's also a bit padded on the pet. So I think we'll have to wait for the scoreboard to really see how much effective damage he was able to get out with this build specifically. But right here, it just becomes unrecoverable. Like, you think oh, he rescues him, he's at like 80%, he'll be fine, right? And then he just immediately drops to 10% health, I think, after getting topped, and just never recovers. Next is 0 mana, so he's just pressing spells that don't cost mana. So he's using, I think, the Deep Breath doesn't cost mana, and he just dies because he can't do anything else anyways. He just explodes, and that was the Apocalypse from the Death Knight. It's just so good. Yeah, okay. With no damage on the pets, his damage is full. I think this could be the Boomkin Eater. This could be the Boomkin Devourer. Okay, like this actually might be the
Boomkin Blender.
The Boomkin Blender. I'm trying to think of like a chicken meme or something right now, but like this could actually be the comp that makes the main Boomkin rosters actually consider something else.
Air fryer comp coming out here from CHIBAKU Tensei. Croto making it look good on the Death King here.
That's a good one. I think you win.
Thank you.
Air fryer comp. No, you're absolutely right. Incredible performance from them, CHIBAKU Tensei. I was looking at their matches in the offline games on Wednesday. That's the first time anyone's taken even a single game off of them throughout this entire cup, and it was a 3-1. Every other game was a 3-0 up until this point. So this is a team that is just crushing it. They're wreaking havoc. They're air frying everything in their path, and I can only hope that they continue to do that. Wondering Water FURBOLGS, obviously an incredible team. They're not out of it just yet. They're heading down into the lower bracket against Lava Supatees. How do you feel like they're going to fare against that team?
I mean, they could do well. They have the Evoker versus the Resto Druid. But Dex is already warmed up. Like, he fought the first boss, the double Evoker, so maybe it won't be enough, but I think compositionally that they do have a shot. This is probably the best run in a bracket I think that they've got in a while, I think, overall.
Yeah, I think so. You can see them down there here in the lower bracket. Ultima, they defeated Ultima 3-1 earlier today, of course, and WWF will be the next up opponent that they've got between them and surviving until Championship Sunday. But we can talk about the next up game that we've got coming up here, another elimination round as well. StreamerZone.gg versus HOOLIBANG. And I feel like we're becoming a bit of a broken record, Zico, when we say this, but like this could be an upper bracket game. Like these are two just crazy good teams, obviously, and both of them now are facing elimination.
Absolutely. I mean, Streamer Zone, they have had a couple of amazing weeks so far, but now they are really in a tough one. Same thing for HOOLIBANG here. And what's interesting now is that we're getting to that second round of the story between HOOLIBANG and Lava Lava. HOOLIBANG right now are 20 points behind Lava Lava. They have to win this just to get tied with Lava Lava. And Lava Lava needs to lose. So it's a lot of things that need to go in HOOLIBANG's favor. The main thing that they got to worry about, of course, is to win this next series, or they will be certified fourth place team in the gauntlet.
Okay, that's quite a lot of pressure for one team, so we'll have to see how they do. Before we do head to a break and get into that series, and we're going to do another knowledge testing segment here, Zico. You weren't here for the last one, I believe, so we'll see if you guys can guess this. Whose spell is it anyways? So try to decipher the spell based only on the information available to you from the tooltip. Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Freeze
stop.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I finish? Can I finish? Thank you. Freeze a blank time stream for 5 seconds. While frozen in time, they are invulnerable, cannot act blank, and you may reactivate blank. Now you may go.
Yeah. You may reactivate time stop to cancel.
Yeah, you're gonna have to time stop it. Yeah.
That's
fair. That's fair.
Alter time. I mean, I like that I like the theme here, right? So we got time stop, time dilation, alter time, flow of time. You know, it's something with time. What is it? You know, I like that.
Oh, and we got a nice little fade too.
Yeah.
I like, dude. The production is stepping up.
Absolutely. I think we've got another one as well. Maybe this one will be a little bit trickier.
Here, you're gonna try and throw a curveball.
All right. Increases your damage and the blank of all allies with your blank.
Dark Archangel.
Does it go?
Am I going with Dark Archangel? Is it 1 minute cool? And that's the thing that's throwing me off. I always thought it was. I thought it was. No, it is 1 minute. Yeah, I'm locking in. Lock in Dark Archangel.
Okay.
It's definitely not Death Wish. I don't even know what Trinity is.
Trinity's like a passive talent Disc Priest never take anymore. And then Ebonmight's an Aug Evoker ability that it gives the main stat. I thought that's the one that you can maybe say like Ebonmight maybe, but it isn't. It's not talking about stats, so I don't think it's that.
It's not. Yeah, it says increase your damage, which is what Dark Archangel does. But I thought it said it had a percentage on the tooltip.
I thought it might be blurred out. It might be blurred out. What if it ends up being Ebonmight? We're both wrong. Aya should just pick Ebonmight.
I'm not guessing. I'm quizzing you guys.
I don't know. You know what? I'm picking Ebonmight.
Oh, you're switching it?
Ooh. Okay. I mean, he didn't snap, to be fair. So it's allowed.
Yeah, see, I knew it was a percentage on there.
Oh, you doubted yourself.
It's okay. So I had to throw for content.
Okay.
For the
Great.
content.
Yep, that's a great excuse. All right, well, let us know. Let us know if you guys got any of those right in chat. And thank you so much for participating along with us. With that being said, we will be now heading to a break and going down to that lower bracket. StreamerZone.gg versus HOOLIBANG coming up next. Everyone, welcome back. We are here in the lower bracket. Two teams facing elimination now. StreamerZone.gg versus HOOLIBANG then in this coming up series.
Yeah, this is going to be an explosive match. I mean, you have two compositions. Just the very nature of them is really, really aggressive. I think both teams are going to be throwing caution to the wind. So this is just one of those series. It's an elimination series. It's going to be very fast-paced. You definitely don't want to blink. You're going to be missing out on a lot of the action.
Yeah, just never blink. Just
yeah.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that Tom and Jerry episode where Tom he takes he glues like his eyelids to his head and shit to stay awake? It's like that. That's the level of focus.
I've never seen that movie.
That's the level of dedication we need.
Yep. This is going to be a good one. Either way, both these teams, they're out for elimination. Streamer Zone, they really need this win. They have to stay alive in this tournament. HOOLIBANG, at the same time, wants to be collecting as many points as they can. So really, really important series for both these teams. But like I said, just the nature of the compositions we're likely to see. I think for HOOLIBANG, maybe we even see them bring in the Rogue. Although, maybe not, just because I think Elswave has been such a heavy hitter on that Demon Hunter. Like, the amount of damage he puts out is just... it's astronomical. So,
is he the new Demon Hunter CEO?
Is
Elswave the Demon Hunter CEO?
I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but he's looking good. Oh, they're not bringing him in, and the subtlety rogue.
You called it. You called it.
Subtlety. Let's go.
All right. Last time we saw Hawthorne tagged in, it was it didn't look too good. Like, he was tagged in when his team was 0-2, backs against the wall. It was like Tolvir, the Mage Lock. It was not great. But here, much more even playing field. We got Streamer Zone leading with their infamous Hunter, Feral Druid, Holy Priest. And then we got JT here. He's not going to be playing this priest. He's going to be on that Holy Priest as well as Hawthorne on the Sub-Rogue, Eridas on the Windwalker. Big aim shots coming out here already onto Eridas. There's the Rake Stun. Huge damage, but nice gouge there onto Kasu, slowing down his damage. Chiefs are coming out onto Tony, and it's going to be Kasu who will be the target here in this opener. But so far, no trinkets forced for the Sub-Rogue, which is that big objective.
Yeah, both teams really respecting the initial damage and slowing it down. Early sacrifice from Kasu. This is Spirit of the Redeemer trade. It's going to be Houghton who's under trouble, but look at him. He's already traded out the Cloak of Shadows and the Evasion. Great pressure here for Streamer Zone, but now Tony's in a stun. Looks like he's going to be able to shrug off the attack for the time being. However, the Chastise on Relza into a cheap shot. Is there any fear to follow it up? Doesn't look like JT's there. Gets the full fear on the Tony as they make a big swap on the Priest, and they take him down. Relza holds on. It doesn't have to trade out his trinket, but that was a really good attempt there by HOOLIBANG.
Yeah, and he did just try to stay alive there with the Guardian, and he's not going to have that for a while. 50 more seconds. And Tony looking for that next assault. Symbols of Hope actually being used here as well. So Relza really trying to reset a lot of those CDs with that Apotheosis as well. Eridas now looking for the next attempt here. Halton not able to get the restuff there, but does have a Shadow Dance, so doesn't care too much about it. Looking for Kasu potentially. Nice Cyclone though onto Halton, slowing it down, and here comes Streamer Zone. Big damage onto Eridas. Setup is looking good. Do they get the Freezing Trap? They do manage to get it onto JT. Surely Eridas trades out here. No, he's going to go for the counter attack with the double leg sweep. Disarm onto Kasu. Nice defense here from HOOLIBANG, but they're not... Ooh, they're swapping to Relza here once again. Trinket coming out for Relza. I was just about to say they are not a team that wants to just survive. They want to get aggressive, and they managed to do it. They get the trinket. Last attempt, they got the Guardian. So Relza running low on cooldowns here as they make another attempt to Tony. Smoke bomb here onto Tony. Trades out the Barkin. He does not want to use his trinket. Relza gets blinded here. Relza has no trinket. They can maybe get a sap out of that as well. Hawthorne looks for it, but nice stop there by Tony. And he fake has Hawthorne, gets the precog, and manages to slow it down with the Cyclone. Now here comes Streamer Zone on the counter attack. They get a full Freezing Trap onto JT. Eridas trades out the Touch of Karma in the midst of things, and Streamer Zone are going to get a cooldown back there. But Halton once again solo, but gets the evasion and makes the trade.
I'm a little bit afraid here for Relza. Shadow Blades is coming up here for Houghton in just about 28 seconds. However, Houghton is incredibly low on health to make a swap here on the Kasu, but good defense by Tony slows down the offense. A full Cyclone onto Houghton. Stun now onto JT. Great crowd control, but at the same time, now Tony's under fire. needs to be very careful. Shadow Blade's in 15 seconds, and I think they might be able to just delete Relza off the face of the earth. He's got no trinket, no Guardian Spirit. Relza's just outright dead if they can't help him. He's going to need a Roar Sacrifice immediately. That is the opening here for HOOLIBANG. Let's see if they decide to go for it. They have such a short window, just 10 seconds.
Ooh, doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Halton does make his way back to the pillar, and with that, Relza is going to be able to rotate at least his trinket back, so he's not too scared just yet, but Erados is definitely scared. Halton getting Cyclone, then Streamer Zone really making a push here, trying to take him down. Beautiful stun there onto JT. Tony looking for the Cyclone. They snipe the trap. Erados still very, very low. They go after Tony. Tony forced out to trade his trinket there as well, so nice counter attack by Halton. Manages to get himself a nice cooldown. Tony's trinket and the bark skin. No survival instinct as well. Tony definitely a real target here, but they don't have the smoke bomb as far as I can tell on Halton, so not going to have that. Not going to be having that for a second as Erados gets absolutely destroyed out of that Cyclone. Huge damage connects. How is he still alive? Miracle works being performed here by JT. Had to trade out his trinket, but Erados has the touch of karma once again back, and he might need to use it right now. Tony going for the Cyclone. Erados low. Cyclone could get stunned out of this. Aim shot's being lobbed out, and he's not even gonna get the touch of karma of Streamer Zone up 1-0.
That was a big bite there from Tony. I was not expecting that. Erados had some defensives. He had his port, the Transcendence, as well as his touch of karma, but that was a large bite of damage coming in there from Tony, and Streamer Zone are able to claim game number 1. Really close match though, and even though that kind of went, to the 4 or 5 minute mark, that was one of those games where someone could have fallen at any moment in the match.
Absolutely. This is probably 2 of the most offensive comps that you can bring into an arena match. And we can see exactly how they're able to do this. So Erados gets Cycloned. Then out of this Cyclone, they swap to Erados with a Maim Stun. And look at that dam coming in. JT, I think, trinkets here to trade and make the save. Erados survives. He's on DR for stuns. He's feeling safe. They go for Halton into stun. Erados goes back out, paralyzes Tony, feeling safe to counter pressure, and then he gets rapid fired, slow Cyclone, and then here comes aim shot, bite, boom. Massive, massive burst damage. And we've been wondering all day, where is Tony's damage? Finally, he shows up here when his team needs him here in the lower bracket.
I wonder how hard that actually hit for, because it looked like maybe a kill shot may have snuck in there too. So we'll be able to see in the deathlog just how powerful Tony's damage is. But the Cyclone's definitely looking good in this match. They're not able to deny nearly as much as we saw in that Echo match. So Tony definitely enabled a lot more to get crowd control and put up some serious numbers. We'll see this on Erados once again. He gets put into the diminishing returns Cyclone. That's just going to now allow Tony to get the the big bites with the Feral Frenzy. And doing a really good job there. But like I mentioned, this is just such a back and forth series. Multiple times in the game where it could have been Relza that fell. Maybe it was Tony that went down. Just requires really good defense from both teams. Really high level gameplay, not overlapping your defensive cooldowns. And that's exactly what we saw. Unfortunately, it was Streamer Zone. It was HOOLIBANG that made the first mistake. And Streamer Zone was able to capitalize on it.
Look at that. Look at Tony here. Ferocious Bite, 171k, 186k. And they got that aim shot there as well from Casu. So Tony definitely adding in a little bit there, especially towards the end. But prior to that, of course, it's going to be Casu with the big dam.
You just know the second game ended, he went and looked at his details, like what happened. Look at the death log. Because I mean, if you look, he went about 35%, let's say, like 35% health to completely gonzo in such a small period of time. You can see right there. You can see exactly when. So about 32% to gone in 0.9 seconds. It's very fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. Just scary with jungle, and especially with Hunter right now. They just kind of show up, and if you stay in the open for just a second too long, well, you can think about it during the map select. Because you are going to go down. Streamer Zone going to be locking in the same thing they just won with. HOOLIBANG going to be doing the same thing here. So both teams running the same comps, no changes whatsoever. And we're just going to hook point. So I feel like if you're Hunter on hook point, it could be a little bit tough to actually get the damage off. But at the same time, hook point pillars aren't at least like that big. So feel like this is definitely a map that Streamer Zone could still win, even though it is HOOLIBANG's map. And if they do, well, I know a certain team by the name of Lava Lava who are going to be very happy about that. So HOOLIBANG really, really need to win this game here, or the series could be slipping out of their grasp.
Yeah, specifically into the Windwalker Monk, the Hunter's Roar of Sacrifice is such a powerful cooldown. Like, one of the reasons Windwalker Monk Burst is so scary is because of how often they crit. Like, when they swap to a new target, they're getting a bunch of crit, and also after they Fist of Fury, the Rising Sun Kick has a really high chance to crit. So when you're just completely negating those critical strike effects, it really slows down the incoming damage and burst of HOOLIBANG. So Casu, I think, was on point with his Roar of Sacrifice. That's that pet talent that allows you to basically become immune to critical strikes. And I think that is just such an important reason or one of the big reasons that they'll survive so long.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to need to be very careful when he uses that, because a lot of the time HOOLIBANG, they're going to do these kind of bait setups. And that's the scary thing. When they're doing these bait setups and maybe you over-respond, all of a sudden, you're going to find yourself in a very, very difficult situation later on. So for HOOLIBANG, we'll see what they can do. I think for them, the game plan is navigate through the trinkets, isolate a target, and one-shot it. That is, these guys are basically playing old school RMP. It's like 3-2-1, chastise, leg sweep, cheap shots, and things are getting absolutely destroyed. So we'll see if HOOLIBANG can do that. Last time they tried to go after Relza, I kind of like setting the go on Relza, because if you do get his trinket, you can get that long CC chain that we saw them try last time. They tried to get that blind into a long CC chain, but weren't able to get the follow-up. So HOOLIBANG definitely not out of it just yet. They have a lot of options, and we'll see if they can execute on that composition, or if Streamer Zone is going to stay alive here for Championship Sunday.
I'm excited to see what happens. Such a small map. That's going to allow HOOLIBANG to close the distance really, really quickly in this game. I do wonder who they're going to go after. I can't help but feel like if Tony hadn't come back and shut down the blind sap, the game might have been completely over. So Tony doing a really good job in that last one, denying the crowd control from Houghton, and that's just going to be really important. Houghton looking to be a playmaker on that subtlety rogue, and the thing about the subtlety rogue is your damage is, like, your overall damage is really bad. Like, it's really, really bad. But during those burst moments, that's when you excel. But if you get shut down during those burst moments, like, it is so difficult to get pressure out of that sub rogue. So we'll see what HOOLIBANG's able to get done here. A lot of it is going to stem on how well they basically perfectly cross crowd control everyone. Eridos gets opened up on, as it looks like Streamer Zone is looking to have an aggressive start with a full trap on JT. Eridos needs to be careful. What's he going to do? Rapid Fire comes in. He connects the Touch of Karma onto Relza, but Guardian Spirit, Touch of Karma in the opener, not ideal.
Definitely not an ideal situation. At least it didn't proc, so they're going to have that rotating back up in about 50 seconds. But now it is going to be Tony here on the back foot sitting in bear form while that Serenity is active. Now swapping to Casu here. Roar of Sacrifice is active for Streamer Zone. Now swapping back over onto Tony. And there's a lot of pressure here, making Relza really second guess himself. Finally ducks into that angel form, spamming out the heals. Tony looking for the Cyclone. Can he find it? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to land it just yet. Manages to snipe it there, but it will be avoided. And now a trap, actually, I think he got 8 in there by Eridos, and now Tony's in a smoke bomb. He does have the trinket, but he does not want to use the trinket here. And it's very important that he holds on to his trinket in situations like this, because what sub-rogues like to do is they like to go for a smoke bomb, force your trinket, and then try to one-shot you in a shadowy duel. So Tony really coming out ahead there.
Well, let's see what they can do. Tony under fire right now. Dismantle onto Casu, as it does look like Houghton's just trying to slow down this potential setup. Full trap here onto JT. Oh, are they able to get it? No, it's the intimidation stun. There's no trap to follow it up for the time being, and it's going to be Tony under fire. Caught into a stun lock once again, but there's basically no crowd control on Relza. I kind of want to see JT, get some kind of stun into a fear on Relza. That might set them up a lot better. Houghton goes for a full kidney shot. Eridos, in the meantime, is getting incredibly low. Full Cyclone lands here onto Houghton, as Streamer Zone is looking to slow him down just a little bit. Casu is getting lower and lower on health. Eridos at the same time. Either one of them could fall. Casu just trying to kite away and make a little bit of space in the match. Tony's going to roll over and try to help him out, but he's just so low on health. And, such a good sacrifice, but they managed to get the turtle as well, which is a big win there for HOOLIBANG.
Yeah, and Relza is not out of the woods just yet. Forced to trade out the Guardian onto himself here. Beautiful swap coming out here from HOOLIBANG. Tony looking for the Cyclones, trying to zone out JT. Decides to go for it onto Erados instead. Halton could be in trouble. Oh my goodness, that damage was absolutely disgusting coming out there from Casu. Halton trading out his trinket there as he got gripped to the pillar. Still has the evasion, but Halton could definitely be a liability right now as Erados is also taking a lot of damage. JT still sitting through Cyclones. Erados trading out the touch of karma there behind the pillar. JT ducks into angel form, spamming out the divine hymn. Tony getting swapped to right now. No defense being traded out just yet for him. There's the smoke bomb onto Casu. Casu has the trinket, doesn't want to use it just yet as well, holding on to it for as long as possible. Early fear coming out there by JT onto everyone except Relza, who was still in that Spirit of the Redeemer. Full stun onto JT into a full freezing trap. Erados, how are you going to stay alive? JT trinkets out and saves the day, but we are running out of options on the side of HOOLIBANG. They need to make something happen here, and they need to do it very quickly. Tony could be the miracle one-shot wonder. Halton looking for his kidney shot into a cheap shot, into a paralyzed. They're going after Casu here as Tony is sitting through in bear form.
Whoa!
Casu almost getting one shot here. So low. The void shift comes out for Relza, and Tony still on 1% HP. HOOLIBANG might be able to do it, bouncing back and forth with so much pressure, but they are able to stay alive, and now they need to push the gas pedal down and take somebody down before they lose this game.
This is really tense. Tony, no trinket, Barkskin, survival instincts. He's got literally nothing left. Luckily, Relza's there to grip him to safety, but how many more escapes does he really have? Casu's got no turtle, is forced to use the survival of the fittest to hold on. He gets dismantled, though. Erados is just all over him. A gouge on Tony. Houghton setting up his team, but the Cyclone lands, and now they're going to be going after Erados. He parries. Beautiful Fists of Fury. Good heads-up play there by the Windwalker Monk. He's just going to roll back to the pillar and completely deny Streamer Zone. They're running out of mana as well. Relza is almost completely tapped. This is not looking good.
Yeah, Relza's mana not looking too good, and where are the openings though as well offensively? They try to eat the trap there. Nice try by Halton, but it does end up breaking there anyway for JT. Now Tony could be in trouble. No, they're gonna go after Relza here. Double Fear connects, huge swap onto Relza, massive damage, cheap shot into cheap shot, doesn't have anything. 5 seconds on that Guardian, he gets the fade. Double Fierce just to try to buy time for that Guardian. Desperate Prayer, he's going to come out, and the Power Word Life there, as he was extremely low, will be enough to keep him alive, but now they need to get pressure onto Erados. No karma for a long time. They managed to get his trinket there. JT in angel form as well, spamming out the heals, but he still has his trinket. He still has Void Shift. Streamer Zone still has a lot of defense that they need to go through before they can put a win on the board.
Double leg sweep comes in. Erados rolling up with a big bunch of damage with his Zwen. It looks like they want to go after Relza once again. He's going to use the Guardian Spirit, but is that going to be enough to survive? 5% health. Did they manage to proc it? Tony trying to throw in some Cyclones, and Relza holds on. But how many more times can he survive? He's got 1 minute, so they weren't able to proc it. Now Erados is the one that's under fire. He's going to have to roll back to the pillar, but no, he's just going for it. Wants to keep up the pressure. They all are going to fully retreat here and see who they can find. If Tony rolls in, he's going to be a great target. He trinkets out and uses his Barkskin. Now there's an opening on Tony, but Erados at the same time could easily fall. 10 seconds left on Touch of Karma. That's the Void Shift from JT. Now Tony's into a stun lock. He gets gripped away. It is so back and forth. Who's going to fall first here, Zico?
I'm not sure right now. They're looking to push for the win on the side of Streamer Zone. They got a Cyclone onto Hawthorne, but Tony, I am scared for you. He's still got nothing. 1 second left there on that Barkskin. There's a Touch of Karma coming out from Erados. They try to Cyclone it. Tony manages to duck back into bear form. Full trap secured onto JT. They're going after Erados. They're going through the Touch of Karma. They need to dispel the dot though, and I think they have managed to. And Tony is going to go for a follow-up stun there onto JT. Never-ending season champion. Here's the setup. One-hit wonder. Huge damage coming out. Tony on 1% HP will get erased. HOOLIBANG find the window and close it.
Erados, I mean, he is just absolutely pumping on that Windwalker Monk. He had some beautiful plays there as well. You know, in the highlight, we're going to see it. His transcendences and the way he crossed the map really kind of baited Tony there, and they were able to capitalize on that with the smoke bomb and take him down. So we'll see it here. Some really, really nice defensive plays. Let's see what they end up doing. So this is where Erados trades out his Touch of Karma. You're saying they need to dispel it off. It's a large amount of damage to make a big miracle swap here onto Relza, but he's able to hold on. It was a really, really close call. This fade comes in. It's a little bit earlier on in the match, and that makes it feel like they can go after him. Now, this is a point of the match where it's just so back and forth. You know, Tony makes a little bit of a risk here. Gets the full Cyclone on Houghton and continues the pressure, but Erados is parrying all the incoming attacks. And I think this is where Erados did a really good job kiting. So What does he do? He rolls behind the pillar. Okay, he's behind the pillar. Now he portals back to this pillar. But now he has access to portal back to where he was. So he uses escape from reality, ports back there. Tony chases him, and this is where he gets caught into the stun. Bomb comes down, and just making all of that space and making Tony chase him was just such an effective strategy. I just really wanted to call that out.
And he also used his Fist of Fury as Tony connected there, just in case to avoid getting stunned and one shot there. So good call on that, and really nice plays coming out from Eridas. Absolutely bulletproof on that Windwalker. But still, now that we've seen it play out, and go both ways, who do you think should win this? I feel like both teams obviously can win, but to me, that last game felt like it was going in Streamer Zone's favor most of the time. And then HOOLIBANG had like a couple of moments where they really like turned up the heat, and then they got, okay, checkmate moments basically.
That's interesting. I feel like I saw it a little bit different. Like, I don't know. I guess Streamer Zone did pull it ahead in that game number 1. It was so close both ways. I think it really is just completely wide open. But I kind of felt like HOOLIBANG was having a little bit more consistent setups. I like the way they went after Relza. They're really pressuring him. Some of the times they swapped, it didn't really amount to much, right? Like, I don't think they ever proc the Guardian Spirit or really forced too much. But it was close. Like, a little bit more damage, you proc the Guardian Spirit, then you don't have it for the future swaps. Maybe you force out the Trinket Void Shift. And I just like the way HOOLIBANG played that one. And I think especially Eridas, if I can call him out once again, I think the way he kind of maneuvered between offense and defense and just made himself really not a great target for Tony to go after. I mean, if I was Tony trying to connect stuns on the Feral Druid, it seemed like such a nuisance. Eridas, like you said, he goes for the Fist of Fury, then he just rolls away or ports away, and you just can't connect the stuns when you want.
Yeah, definitely. That is one of the issues that Tony's going to have to navigate in this matchup. There is one thing for HOOLIBANG. They were severely ahead in terms of mana. I will say that. They were definitely ahead on mana, but I don't know. I feel like Streamer Zone, it's so close. A lot of their stuns as well. Like that one moment when Halton got gripped and he was like 10% HP and he trinketed. I don't know. There's so many close calls on both sides. So we really are in for a great matchup here, guys. And both of these teams do need the points. So for Streamer Zone, for them, I think in order to move up in the standings, they're going to need to like actually win the cup. But then that would actually play them above Bikini Bottom Mafia in points. So if they won the entire thing, they would be ahead of Bikini Bottom Mafia and play one less game in the gauntlet. Now, of course, for HOOLIBANG, they're in 4th place, trying to catch up to Lava Lava, which are in 3rd place. So for them, they have to win this, or they're gonna just have to play in the gauntlet. So both of these teams, a lot to play for. And I mean, if Streamer Zone wins this, potential that we get a rematch between these two teams later on as well in the gauntlet for that tournament qualification. So it's going to be really interesting to see who takes this one, because it might be kind of like almost like a precedent for the next time they meet.
I was thinking about how scary the gauntlet is. Like, just being in the gauntlet, I don't know. Like, every single team that's in the gauntlet is like a team that could potentially win the tournament. So I feel for whoever's down there trying to make it into the finals, because that is not going to be an easy road, and something definitely Streamer Zone wants to try to avoid, or at least get ahead of a few matchups, because every match could be the end of your tournament run. Like, there's literally no free teams down there. We'll see what happens, though. This series all tied up. I want to say all 6 players just completely playing out of their minds here. I'm going to be looking for Eridas once again. I really think it's going to be his defensive plays that allows them to stay alive. If Eridas does not play a good game defensively, I think it's going to be really quick for him to just fall over. So that's what I'm going to be looking out for mostly.
Ooh, beautiful. Hawthorne finds Kasu and saps him out of that camo in the opener. So Kasu not going to get the opener that he wants. Both priests immediately in angel form, spamming out the heals. perfectly mirroring each other's movements here. Relza is going to come out first, though, and that's going to allow him to get the first fear. JT wheels the fear into a full trap, so he has no way of breaking this trap. Do they have the damage, though, to back it up? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it. Streamer Zone is going to be able to sneak away with just the Will of the Forsaken there from JT, which is not a huge cooldown for him, unless they get more fears onto him. So I wonder if Relza is going to try to capitalize on that window when that racial is down and go for another fear. But meanwhile, Eridas is getting absolutely blasted here by Casu on that Windwalker. Tony getting caught up in a chastise into a full stun. Kidney shot onto Relza. Beautiful smoke bomb. They knock him behind the pillar. That was an insane Ring of Peace to make sure that Tony line of sights Relza, and it will net them the trinket. So trinket for smoke bomb, pretty good trade for Tony, but that was a beautiful Ring of Peace by Eridas to make sure that it happens.
Yeah, and realizing he has no Fist of Fury and his healer's in a Cyclone, he actually preemptively trades out the Touch of Karma. So doesn't want to get stunned and forced to use his trinket, trades out the Touch of Karma, not allowing Tony to get aggressive. Now they're going to roll over. Look at that, paralyze on Tony. He just can't move. Casu's in a stun lock. Oh my goodness, he goes down to 10% health. He trinkets and feign deaths and will stay alive. That was a great swap there by HOOLIBANG.
Really, really nice stuff here. HOOLIBANG really turning up the heat. Now, no trinket on Tony, no trinket on Casu. They're starting to work through a lot of these checkpoints. Full trap onto JT. It looked like Relza actually wanted to go there and try to fear, but not able to find it. Instead, they get the Cyclone. Eridas with no Touch of Karma. Beautiful Ring of Peace defensively is going to prevent Tony from getting behind that pillar. And Casu kind of anticipating that next setup. Tony shifts at the exact same second. Oh my god, he's just dead here. There's no way. Oh my goodness. Relza forced to trade out the trinket, almost taking him down through it. That was an absolutely disgusting setup coming out from HOOLIBANG. And they get the third trinket. Blind up in 20 seconds. Eridas needs to stay alive, though. He's got no Touch of Karma. JT does trinket and respect the situation here. Massive spells to clone in angel form. Divine Hymn coming out, and now Streamer Zone. What are you gonna do? HOOLIBANG one setup away from winning. Blind up in 8 seconds, Van.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage potential here, and Zwen available for Eridas as well, so he's going to be able to basically give himself Bloodlust. There it is. It's a telltale sign. They want to get aggressive. He can trade Karma out aggressively, too, if they're really confident in winning. Big Fist of Fury comes in. Is there any crowd control here on Relza? Tony charges in. Oh no, kidney shot. Tony gets caught to the stun. They're going after Casu. They're really mixing it up here. He's got aspect of the turtle. Now making a swap on Tony with a DR cheap shot. Is he just going to get erased? Smoke bomb comes down. I feel like this could have been a little cleaner there by HOOLIBANG. Felt like they were a little bit rushed there on their setup, and they don't end up capitalizing in a big way.
Yeah, Tony now is going to have his trinket rotated back up with that survival instinct. So Tony no longer going to be a target for them to go after. It's going to be all about Casu and Relza. Beautiful pre-karma there coming out from Eridas, knowing that this could be a scary situation. JT, Will of the Forsaken on the fear, pushing in towards Relza here as well. They got a cheap shot onto Relza. Tony dropping very, very low here. But once again, Relza comes out of crowd control and manages to keep him alive with the Guardian. Now Cyclone's being casted out here by Tony, but not able to connect to his target. And now he's going to go after Houghton. Now here comes the setup. Eridas in a full stun. There's the full trap. No Touch of Karma. No trinket. DR bashed. The Guardian procs. Relza's there with the fear. And I don't know what happened to the fear there actually. Finally, I guess he was a little bit late with it. But are they going to go after JT? No, they're going to Cyclone JT. Manages to pick himself up. Had to trade out the Void Shift. Had to trade out the Will. Eridas still in big trouble here with Casu popping all of his cooldowns. They're trying to kite the Serenity. Casu doing a great job here playing defense. And I think this sequel of events right here that just happened is going to potentially lead Streamer Zone to victory here. They got pretty much everything and also dodged the Serenity.
Let's see what they can do. Stun on Eridas. He's incredibly low on health. Caught into the midfield. Fist of Fury comes in once again in desperation to avoid those big bites there from Tony. He rolls over to Casu. Aim shot does land. Luckily for him, JT is just casting heals in the Spirit of the Redeemer. Tony's at the same time. He's got the survival instinct and trinket if he needs it. He might have to make the trade right now, but with no crowd control on Relza, feeling confident. He's in the Spirit of the Redeemer now, but Tony's just getting one shot. I mean, Eridas wasn't even there. That was all Houghton just really connecting that damage with the Shadow Blades, but unfortunately, they don't get the trinket, they don't get the survival instincts, and now Tony's going to be playing very confidently at this point in the game.
Yeah, Casu in a disarm, but he gets a scatter on Hawthorne into a full cyclone, full trap onto JT. Erados with the preemptive touch of karma there onto Tony. Beautifully done there by Erados. Tony looking for the cyclone, gets paralyzed. Erados still not out of the woods just yet. JT sitting through a bash. Casu with the rapid fire right there, doing so much damage onto Erados. A defensive smoke bomb, but kind of offensive smoke bomb actually onto Tony there, dropping him very, very low. Tony trinket, bark skin, survival instinct, pretty much everything. Relza still sitting through crowd control there. The chastise connects as well, and so much pressure coming out here from both teams. Hawthorne in a cyclone. Who are they going to go after? I feel like Tony is just dead at this point. They just need to get anything over onto Relza, and they could potentially take him down. That was the Guardian. Relza pushes in for the double fear, but it breaks onto JT, and now here's Casu in a paralyze. There is the setup. Huge damage onto Casu potentially, but no, Erados just actually playing defense here while Hawthorne wants to get aggressive, so a little bit of miscommunication there in the Hoolibang department, and now Casu pushing in here, potentially for a game-winning trap.
Ooh, Relza has no mana left. He gets caught into a cheap shot. Houghton going for it. I feel like they might have to go after the rogue. Gyarados is just playing so defensive. Can't only target him, and now Tony's falling further and further behind. There's no Barkskin at the same time. Houghton is getting swapped to. Casu gets dismantled. The grapple weapon there coming in from Erados. That's going to slow him down a little bit, but is it going to be enough? Big stun on Casu. He gets gripped away. Great positioning there. And now, look, Houghton has no cooldowns left. Erados is going to be the one that needs to make a play. He's got the touch of karma, and it is likely going to have to make a trade. Relza sits down and gets a little bit of mana left. That's going to be massive. Spirit of the Redeemer up in 5 seconds as well. Both these teams have a few tools left to work with, but dampening is so high. They're running on fumes. Anyone can fall at any moment. Tony's in a lot of trouble. Serenity comes in here from Erados. At the same time, though, a trap lands. They swap on Houghton. Looks like he might be able to hold on. Tony gets swapped too. Karma trades out. I think he might just die through healing. I don't know what he's going to be able to do. Somehow Relza manages to keep him up. This is just insane.
Absolutely insane, but Erados might just go down anyway. Huge damage connects. JT has no mana left. He's just sitting here behind the pillar, just rolling his thumbs at this point. Erados trying to dodge the damage with the Fist of Fury. Offensive smoke bomb knocks him back into it. They try to look for the stun, but Tony's in bear form. He's just sitting in bear form, waiting for his trinket. What is Tony doing right now? He's just dancing. Like, what? I think Tony is just trolling at this point, but it might actually cost him the game. He trinkets, Heart of the Wild come out. Tony still in harm's way. There's a beautiful void shift coming out there, but it looks like Tony was trolling there almost a little bit, but now looking for the Cyclones here, trying to get aggressive, trying to close out the game. Erados is gonna fall, and it is gonna be Streamer Zone who take this game. Such a close call, though. Look at Tony. Yeah, I swear, I feel like he's just trolling. Look at him. He's just running around in bear form. He thinks he's like... he's just dancing in the middle of the match here, feeling extremely confident, not feeling the pressure at all here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no pressure in this one, that's for sure. I mean, every single one of these games is just on a razor's edge. It's just so close either way. Streamer Zone, they managed to clutch out a victory, eventually taking down Erados. But yeah, this one didn't seem quite as clean for Hoolibang, right? Like, there was a few times where you're like, okay, you get the feeling the next setup's going to be the end. No one has Trinket, no one has defensives, and they're not getting the CC at the right time. They're not getting the burst at the right time. They're not connecting together. And Streamer Zone was able to survive and eventually take down the Windwalker Monk. I mean, it came down to maybe a little bit of mana at the end, and that just goes to show you, I mean, it really is one of those matchups where at any moment, someone could die. But these teams are running it down, going the distance, playing an incredible game defensive. I mean, look at the damage Cassie was able to put out in this one. This is kind of the opposite of Hook Point, and it just goes to show you, I mean, those big maps are definitely paying dividends here for Casu on the Marks Hunter.
Yeah, definitely Casu able to just completely blast. But look at this. Oh my God, look at Tony. I can't believe he lived this. This was so close. There's so many close calls. And honestly, I'm not one to criticize Hoolibang, but if there is one thing I gotta say, I feel like this was their game to lose. I feel like they had this game, and it was one, I think, was it? No, this was at the end. It was a setup much earlier. It was, I think, the smoke bomb before this one, where they tried to do like a big setup with the blind, and they had no trinkets on anybody on Streamer Zone, and they just needed to get that perfect execution on the setup, and they weren't able to. And I think that was the moment where things kind of started rotating back for Streamer Zone in terms of defense. So a little bit of a buck to go there on the kill, but in the end, it is going to be Streamer Zone who stays alive, persevere through everything, and manage to finally take down Hoolibang. Now we're going to Dalaran Sewers next, another small map here.
Yeah, I mean, small maps going in favor of Hoolibang for the most part. Streamer Zone, let's see what they can get done in this one. It's just like there's a pivotal point in the match where when Tony's just sitting in bear form. First of all, Houghton and Eridos do a majority physical damage, right? So a lot of their damage is physical. So when Tony is just sitting in bear form, you're kind of, I don't want to say you're wasting time, but if he's not getting stun locked outside of bear, he's probably not going to go down. And every moment you're just sitting there attacking the bear, you have a hunter just blasting you. Like, the cast is just having the most fun ever. Like, they're distracted with the bear, and he just gets to completely do as much DPS as possible. So I don't know if they need to just, once Tony's likely not going to go down, maybe they need to swap a little bit sooner. Obviously, Hoolibang, their swaps are really, really good, but it's just one thing I noticed. I feel like if they spend too much time on Tony when he's sitting in bear, things start getting really, really unstable for them. So we'll see. The smaller map should help a lot. They should be able to go after Casu more. And for Streamer Zone, they just need to figure it out. If they can put it together on the small map just one time, they're going to close out the series and send Hoolibang out of the tournament.
Yeah, I really think the small map is going to do a lot for them there, because it is really hard on, Empyrean, where the hunter is super far back and he's constantly just, slowing you as well when you're trying to make it to your setup. And you also can't really go after Relza if you're Hoolibang when the map is this big, because it's just really hard to bounce from one target to the next one when Relza can just stay 40 yards away and just spam heal. On the other end, they're going to have much easier time. And that is, kind of an old strategy against sub-rogues, where you kind of have everybody stay around 30, 40 yards away from each other, so that if the rogue tries to shadow step to one guy, everybody else can just run away and outrange him, and then you can just stay far back, heal the guy who got stunned. When the stun is over, you can go back in, and then if the rogue still tries to get a setup, well, the guy who was stunned, he's going to be on DR and he can stop it. So it's kind of a strategy against sub-rogue to just make sure that you're always spreading around like that, so you don't get triple stunned at the same time, because that's when it can get really scary against sub-rogue. Now, Dalaran, of course, going to help Houghton immensely with that, because you're pretty much always in that shadow step range, which is what you're trying to outrange on the larger maps. So we'll see if Houghton can utilize the small map and the close quarters to his advantage here, or if Hoolibang is just going to be taking up that fourth spot in the gauntlet. Streamer Zone GG trying to put them there. Can they rise up here? They're going to need to do it. It's match point against Streamer Zone and Hoolibang.
All right, let's see what they decide to do. Houghton gets taken out of stealth. So does Tony. He gets gouged up. So just sitting in bear form once again. Goes for a counter bash here onto Eridos, but he gets feared. And they are making a big swap here onto Casa. Rels is just going to be sitting that Psychic Scream into a cheap shot. He gets knocked off the side. Complete nightmare situation. But once again, Tony's going to be camping out in bear form. And he does have a bunch of healing there from Relza. I think he's going to be able to hold on. But a very aggressive start here from Hoolibang. And they are not done yet. Still going after Casa, just shredding him through that Roar of Sacrifice, making him crit immune. And that's no longer going to be available. Tony looking for a Cyclone, but there's no one to really Cyclone. He just decides to do it on the pet. So that's going to be very effective, actually, for him to get a stun, potentially into more damage. But preemptively in bear, that kidney shot is going to get shut down completely. But to make a swap on Casu, can they get his trinket? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Survival of the fittest comes in. Great job there by Casu, shutting down that damage and negating the smoke bomb.
Oh, they're trying to stack up for the trap. Eridos eats it. Beautifully done there. And another kind of good thing about the small maps is that your DPS is going to be a lot more, flexible with eating those traps. Shadow Step comes in from Houghton. Shadow blind onto Relza. Nice scatter shot timing there onto Houghton. Right at the end of the blind to make sure that Relza gets a global off. He can use that to fade. He can use that to Shadow Word Death if there's a gouging coming. And it's just going to allow him to reposition here and completely negate the go. And instead it's going to be Eridos here on the back foot. Dangerous situation. And JT will respect it. Trading out his trinket and the Guardian. Tony looking for the Cyclone there onto Eridos. Potentially going after Houghton here just a little bit, but I don't think Houghton really is their target of choice. He is pretty squishy, but he always has a vanish in his back pocket, more or less. Casu still dangerously low. Roar of Sacrifice. Guardian comes out. Should block the kill, and now it's going to be Eridos once again on the back foot. Casu trying to push in here, looking for some crowd control. He gets a scatter shot onto JT. Meanwhile, Tony, though, in the back line, getting blasted. Beautiful Ring of Peace there, kind of separating Tony and Casu. Both of these teams doesn't want to give an advantage here, but it could be Casu who falls. Still so much damage, but he will be able to recover, I do believe, with that beautiful kiting.
Cyclone on Houghton right now. Tony's been denied quite a bit in this game. He's going for consistent Cyclones, but I think they're doing a really good job outranging him, just stun locking him, chastising him, paralyzing him. As you can see, he finally fakes out an interrupt. A little bit of an overlap there because it was paralyzed and a kick. And that just allowed Tony a moment to breathe. But a big setup here on Akazu. Oh my goodness gracious! Trinket Turtle using basically everything there. That was a huge swing of damage. Serenity activated for Eridos as they continue the train here onto Tony. But that was a great swap. And now Kasu's basically got nothing left for this next one.
Yeah, Casu really had to burn everything right there, and now trying to just get the damage off. I do believe that if the game continues this way, it's going to be Streamer Zone potentially who takes it on mana. Eridos still not out of the woods. Guardian will trade. Now they're swapping over to Haunton. Double stun coming out. Casu wants to snipe a trap, but there's no way he's going to be able to get it. Beautiful paralyze from Eridos. Shuts it down with the grapple weapon there as well, making sure that he's slowing down that true shot damage. Now ducking around the corner to avoid the rest of that scary cooldown from the Hunter. Now Casu pushing in. Once again, they're going after Tony on the side of Hoolibang. They're looking actually at Casu here potentially. Big damage coming out here onto Casu and onto Eridos as well. Both of these teams kind of just splitting, and they're going for a huge swap onto Houghton. He's got nothing. He's got no vanish. Houghton, how are you going to live? Manages to duck around the corner. JT connects with some heals there as well before he gets trapped, and looks like they are going to stabilize on the side of Hoolibang.
Oh, nicely done there by Tony. He goes behind the pillar, plays aggressive, and then right as they want to swap to him, he goes into bear form, but that does leave Casu a little bit open as they're making a push onto him. Looks like he's not going to trade, though, and Tony seems to be the one taking a majority of the damage. Relza gets put into a chastise. Is there anything to follow it up? At the same time, Houghton taking a huge hit. He gets caught into a stun, and that might just be the game. I don't know how he's going to be able to survive. He throws out a blind defensive, but JT's just still in crowd control. I can't believe it. The Guardian Spirit lands. Houghton survives. 1% health. They get the cheat death, and it actually works. Cheat death pays off there for Houghton.
Cheat Dev definitely doing some heavy lifting here for Hoolibang, giving them another chance here in this match. They're going after Tony. Smoke Bomb connects. Big bark skin, big heals coming out there. Casu actually Roar of Sacrifice himself here. If he dies here, it's through Ross. No way that's going to happen. And now they're going to swap to Tony once again, who doesn't have that crit immunity buff. And now JT in a full trap. No trinket available. Who are they going to go after? Tony going into cat form, looking for Houghton. Do they have any more follow-up CCs? Looking for the Cyclone. Can he find it? He gets paralyzed. Beautifully done there by Eridos, as he is sitting through that steel trap, not able to kick that, so he uses one of his ranged interrupts instead. Tony going behind the pillar here, needs to be careful, goes for some stuns, gets the bleeds up, and now goes back into bear form. He got his bleeds, he's done what he needs to do. Now he doesn't want to get caught behind there in cat form. There's the stun, there's the setup, but he actually had time there to pre-bear. I feel like a bit of a mistake there coming out from Tony, but it's going to be answered with Relza's Guardian, Touch of Karma onto Casu as well here, getting all the defense being used here on the side of Hoolibang, and I don't know how much longer they have it in them to stay in this game.
Yeah, stun into trap onto JT, but Casu gets disarmed. Eridos in a lot of trouble, though. Tony's just really ripping in. He gets feared up and denied. This is an incarnation, and he gets swapped to leg sweep incoming. Tony, panic, trinket, barkskin, survival instincts. Tony has 0 cooldowns left. He traded out literally everything and the Guardian Spirit in order to survive that really nice setup, and that has left him completely vulnerable. Needs to be careful pushing it behind the pillar, but also wants to push the pace. Eridos really doesn't have too much defense left, but they're making a swap on Casu. He could just easily fall. HOOLIBANG looking to strike back here in game number 4, but somehow Streamer Zone holds on.
And it's Casu snipes that trap. He goes around the corner, but meanwhile, Tony gets knocked behind the pillar. Eridos with the Serenity, Touch of Death range, Scatter Shot shuts it down. Just for a second there, you know Eridos was spamming Touch of Death right there, but Casu saving the day, just buying him a second there to come out of that execute range. Relza with the symbols in the back line, resetting some of those cooldowns as well here. JT now in angel form, spamming out the heals. Tony gets a Cyclone onto Eridos, who's going to be the target. Houghton looks like he wants to go after Tony, actually. Tony in bear form with the Guardian, looking like he wants to go for some Cyclones onto Eridos. He gets caught in cat form. No trinket available. Smoke Bomb could be good night here for Tony. The Guardian potentially is going to proc. And no, it fades here for Tony. Ducks into bear form. Relza trading out his trinket. Gets the fear onto JT. Into the DR clone. They're trying to push around onto Eridos. 1% HP. Karma. Tony now once again on the back foot with a big Karma dot onto him as well. Steel traps coming out. There's the bash onto Houghton. Tony looking for the Cyclone. If he gets interrupted, it could be lights out. JT still has a lot of damage here from the backside. Tony 10% HP. Almost in Touch of Death range. Oh my goodness, how is he still alive? How is Relza doing this? Tony just kiting right now, buying enough time to recover to about 50% HP. The ducks back into bear form, tanking it out, but here comes Houghton. Big damage, cheap shot, nothing on from Relza, and it is going to be Tony who falls. HOOLIBANG will take us to game number 5 after a miraculous recovery on Houghton with that cheat death.
This is just my favorite series of the day. This is just so back and forth. HOOLIBANG, they tie it up, but it was not easy. I mean, Touch of Karma at the end of that one came in at what? Like, we both said 1%, maybe it was 2%. It was a close call. A little bit of wind would have pushed Eridos over in that situation. Like, just incredibly close, really back and forth. This is about the 2.5 minute mark in the game. See both healers still. Lots of mana, lots of cooldowns, but at any moment, people getting bursted down. Casso actually doing such a good job here. This is where he had to Trinket and Turtle, so that swap was absolutely deadly. Tony right now gets caught into a paralyze, and this is where Casso once again barely holds on, looking to get the counter pressures much later in the game. Let's see what they're able to get done. It's a full trap onto JT. They make a swap on Tony, so even though JT's in crowd control, it's still Tony who almost goes down here. Look at this, just so incredibly close. Relza goes in for the Void Shift, keeping Tony alive, and it's at this point with the Touch of Karma. Eridos had just lived at 1% health. Tony just, there's no way you can exit bear form. That's the problem. Is like, you are so defensive at this point of the game, it's just almost impossible to get back into the fight. He tries to go into cat form, goes back into bear form before the stun lock does come in, but it's just not enough. Look at Relza. He gets feared, he gets chastised. Lightwell's doing a little bit of work, but ultimately it's not enough to survive at that low of hit points. And this is a great series.
You know, Eridos didn't even get to press his Touch of Death there. Both times when Tony was low, the scatter comes in just to buy enough time to get a heal and get him out of that. And it's so clutch. Casso is so clutch on that Hunter. HOOLIBANG, though, they will be able to claw their way back in the series. Game number 5. This is terrifying for HOOLIBANG. We're going to Tolveron Arena, the largest map in the game, against the Marksman Hunter. I'm scared for them, and they have to win. If they still want to make it to the top 3, which is guaranteed qualification, they have to win. So for HOOLIBANG, it's going to be an uphill battle, but they can never give up. If there's one team that can do it, it's got to be these guys. Streamer Zone taking their time here with their composition. I feel like we could maybe... Do you think we see a BM Hunter? There's no way, right?
You see a mage? No. Nah.
Mage.
Maybe. No, probably not. I think they're pretty confident right now with the jungle, especially on the large map. The thing is, like, if you can only go after Tony, what I said happens is, like, you're going after Tony, he's a bear, and then you have a marksmanship hunter just shooting you and blasting you. On the smaller map, it's a lot easier for them to actually go after Tony and then just like chastise him into a fear, swap over onto the hunter, and they have multiple targets they can go on. So they are going to be going with the exact same composition. And it's great. It's like main composition versus main composition the whole way through. And the only thing that seems to be the determining factor is the bigger and smaller maps. But even on the different maps, every game is still so incredibly close.
Absolutely, and that's the thing with this series. I love when teams kind of have like a bit of their like their own comp that, you know, not a lot of teams are playing, like jungle, or in HOOLIBANG's case, sub-rogue Windwalker, and then they're just sticking with that no matter the matchup, no matter what happens, and they're just kind of slugging it out, figuring out ways to pull ahead in the matchup. So it's been really awesome to watch both of these teams. Huge shout out to all 6 of these players, well, all 8 of these players, even though Elsewave and PMake they haven't had a chance to shine yet in this particular series. We've seen them in the past. Yeah, really entertaining games. We'll see here if the MM Hunter will come out victorious. Predictions time, Van. It's time to be put on the spot. What do you got?
I mean, my prediction is that Streamer Zone is going to win the whole tournament. So I feel like I have to be a little bit committed to them. It's like I'm a little conflicted because my prediction is that Streamer Zone is going to win. So obviously I want them to win, but I also like Windwalker Monks and I like HOOLIBANG. So it's like I'm really not going to be sad either way, but my gut is telling me Streamer Zone is going to win this one.
Okay. Your gut's telling you Streamer Zone is going to win. I think my gut is agreeing with your gut.
Good.
I think I got.
You can be right together or wrong together.
Yeah, I like that. We'll see here. Streamer Zone on Tolvir Arena with the MM Hunter. Can they do it for all the MM Hunters out there who have been waiting to see their day in the sun? Well, now we are in the sunniest arena map in the game, I think. Actually, I'm not sure if that's true, but it's a sunny arena at least, and we'll see.
Kieran Domain is literally on the sun, like.
Imperial Domain is the brightest, but
the most sun. Yeah, it's hard to say, but
I feel like it's like fake lights, you know. It's like a
fluorescent
lighting,
lighting.
you know? Yeah.
All right, here we go. Game number 5, Streamer Zone GG, HOOLIBANG. Both of these teams, last chance. I mean, you do not want to lose this series. This is as close as it gets. Every game could end in the opener. Let's see what ends up happening here. Looks like Tony and Cass are going to be pushing forward here as they look to open onto Eridos. He's caught into a stun. He's going to use Zwen, looking to get the damage rolling. Trades out the Karma as well. Tony pre-bear form. So I would say this is a better start so far for the side of Streamer Zone.
Yeah, and they also get the Will of the Forsaken there on JT. Relza now ducking into Angel form, spamming out the heals here. And so far, things are looking pretty good for Streamer Zone, only trading out their Bark Skin and that Roar of Sacrifice for all of those cooldowns. Eridos now immediately using that Diffuse Magic. Halton also trading out the Evasion here. They want to stay alive, but Eridos, I don't know how he's going to be able to stay alive. Relza is there trying to get the follow-up, but he doesn't have Fear back of cooldown just yet. Eridos flirting with death now, going after Tony here, not able to force out the Trinket, not able to force out the Survival Instinct, and it is going to be HOOLIBANG walking away with basically nothing from that exchange. Meanwhile, Eridos just had his first near-death experience just a short minute into this match.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty close call, and he's got no trinket, so if they can find one more setup, Eridos gets gripped away on that Chastise stun, and he's going to be playing defensive. No Karma for about 30 seconds, no trinket for quite some time. Now let's swap it to Houghton. This is exactly what you want to do, right? If the Windwalker Monk is going to play overly defensive, you can't let the Rogue just poke you. Can't let him poke you, can't let him prod you. Make sure you're swapping to the Rogue, keeping him honest, maybe getting some defensive cooldowns, and if you can get the evasion and Cloak of Shadows out of the way, you can no longer use those aggressively, which I think is really strong, especially if you get the Vanish. So going after the Rogue definitely isn't a bad thing. Eridos still continuing to play incredibly defensive here. It's a full stun into a trap. Eridos there is able to eat it, though, but Cassie follows it up with the Scatter, playing Hunter at such an incredibly high level, going for an aim shot. But unfortunately, that does get interrupted. They're just running through him, making him an absolute nightmare. Tony gets a full Cyclone on Houghton, and now they're looking to get onto Eridos once again.
Eridos, what are you going to do here? He wants to commit. He's got the Serenity active, but he's taking a lot of damage. Finally, they connect to Kasu with the cheap shot. Huge damage onto Kasu, but Relza out of that kidney shot. No follow-up CC, unfortunately. Will connect with the Guardian, will connect with the heals, will keep Kasu alive. And now here comes the pressure onto Eridos. Nice kick by Halton onto Tony's Cyclone, looking for the freezing trap. Into a Cyclone, not able to find it. Yes, Tony actually does fake cast Eridos. They find the Cyclone, and that's going to net them the Karma now. Tony's damage hasn't been super high on the Feral, but he's been landing a lot of CC. Look at all these Cyclones freeing up Caster here, allowing him to just do what he needs to do right now. So much damage coming out. The Smoke Bomb onto Tony, not in bear form here. Could be big trouble. Relza in angel form, spamming out the heals with the Divine Hymn, able to keep Tony alive through that. So I'm smelling a little bit of desperation in some of these goals coming out from HOOLIBANG here. They really need to try to clean it up. Eridos tries to Tiger's Lust to the trap and eat it, but gets clotheslined here. Casu with a big aim shot. Eridos could just go down. Trinket Void Shift coming out for JT in the nick of time, saves the day.
Yeah, but they are running out of cooldowns and maybe running out of time. It's just such amount of open, like look at this open field. Cassie's just playing at max range, aim shot, rapid fire, aim shot, rapid fire. And Eros has to try to close the distance, but look at how far away he is from his Transcendence. But Cassie might just die. Oh no! He gets cheap shot on his Trinket. Roar Sacrifice. He has to go for the turtle. I mean, that was insane. Great job there by Houghton. Tony saves it as well with the follow-up Cyclone, and now they're going after Eridos, but look at this. They're chasing behind the pillar, and Casu isn't going to be able to just play at too far of a range, realizing he may be overextending himself. He's going to pull back and just make sure that he can play defensive. Eridos rolls over, though. They're getting aggressive. This is the Serenity. Can they take him down? Great gouge there by Houghton. Scattershot does come in. Casu in desperation goes for the feigned death. Tony looking for a Cyclone as well, but now Tony could be under fire. Eridos gets baited into the open, but with Touch of Karma, he's going to be feeling confident. They may try to reverse the pressure here onto Tony.
Yeah, Tony feeling a little bit safe though. He has 80%, about full HP at this point, trying to pull in behind the pillar, get some bleeds rolling, but he doesn't want to get caught behind there, and he could get Ring of Peace behind there. So he is kind of aware of that fact that the Eridos wants to kind of knock him behind there, stun him. Yeah, there it is. You can see it right around the corner. There's that Ring of Peace. I was just talking about it. And now Tony in a kidney shot. Do they have any crowd control for Relza? Doesn't look like it. JT pushes in, gets the chastise down there, just swap it to Kasu. Nice Roar of Sacrifice onto himself there. Kasu doesn't want to use that Roar of Sacrifice onto Tony there. He knows he's the real target. Tony has cooldowns to trade. Tony actually forced to trade out his trinket. Relza sitting through a blind into a full sap. Nothing available. Beautiful Cyclone there from Tony. He traded his trinket for this though, so Tony could be an exposed target here as Relza ducks into Holy Form and spams out the Divine Hymn, making sure that his team is nice and healthy now. Halton could be the next target on the chopping block, but Halton trading his evasion here. He wants to go aggressive. He wants to close this out. Relza has the trinket though. He might need to use it on the next setup to try to block the kill. Halton actually getting pushed away here from the midfield, which is exactly what Streamer Zone GG needs. Oh my god, Tony gets gripped on the smoke bomb. Who is this guy? Relza once again with the MVP place, reading the situation. Tony with no trinket, no bark skin, definitely saved him right there.
Oh, Eridos in a maim, but it looks like JT is going to be able to keep him alive and healthy as they continue this push onto Cassio, but he's doing such a good job using the Master's Call, disengaging, create a lot of space on the game, making it difficult for Eridos to continue the chase. But look at Serenity. It's available. Touch of Karma is available. Where's the opening? They might go after Tony here. He's got Barkskin and Survival Instincts, but no Trinket. Looks like they are going to trade out the Karma here onto Cassio, but he is just going to rip through it. He does not care. Aim shot, rapid fire comes in once again, but that Karma damage could be high, and he might regret it. Serenity leg sweep. Are you kidding me? Lost 80% of his health in 1 second. Cassio doesn't mess around. He trinket feign deaths, and that's going to force Eridos back to the pillar, but what a great swap.
Yeah, that was a fantastic swap, but Kasu with no trinket could be an opening, but right now JT has a lot of healing to do. Streamer Zone actually sitting down for a drink here potentially. Kasu making sure to keep JT in combat. I think Reza is sitting down for a drink, which is forcing HOOLIBANG to leave that pillar. They're going after Eridos. Big damage here coming out from Tony. Now they're going after Kasu though on the side of HOOLIBANG. Big damage onto Kasu. JT looking for the CC onto Tony. Gets dispelled and gets the full cyclone onto JT. Nothing available for Eridos. Teleports behind the pillar, trying to stay alive. Relza is pushing in. He gets blinded. He has trinket. Full bash onto JT into a half trap. Eridos still behind the pillar. 30 seconds left on the Karma. Cash goes for the aim trap. He gets disarmed with the grapple weapon. Ring of Peace coming out for Eridos defensively.
Boom!
As he does fall. Kasu will take him out with a big headshot from that Hunter, and Streamer Zone will advance. Our top 3 has been locked in as well in Europe.
Oh, you just absolutely love to see it. I mean, if you're a fan of, Hunters, Ferals, Holy Priests, if you're a fan of just World of Warcraft, this is a great game for you. But yeah, I mean, Streamer Zone, just that team, they're playing stuff that nobody else is playing, right? I'm sure all the Hunters right now in the chat cheering on Kasu. He did some incredible plays, great kiting, finding those burst opportunities with the aim shots. I mean, this is where Eridos barely held on there. This was the beginning of the game. JT did manage to get off that voice shift, and it was just close call after close call. But ultimately, I think what won Streamer Zone this game was not only did they play really well, but this map definitely helped. They're able to just create so much space, and Kasu is just so incredible at that Hunter. He's able to just make the distance, and he just knows when he can push on the Hunter to actually take him down. You can see Eridos rolls over, boom, he's into a stun. But I mean, Kasu also had like lightning fast reflexes with some of these like moments where he almost died in order to stay alive.
Yeah, it's so true. There was one moment where he got stunned in his trinket, and I really thought he was going to go down there, but was able to stay alive. And I think that's the difficulty of the MM Hunter, right? Like, you have so much damage, but these situations where you kind of have to play close quarters and you're playing against things that can one-shot you, it's really hard to kind of get people to stay away from you and actually get that damage out. So Kasu, of course, not having too many issues in that department. 34 million damage on this game. And they will be able to get the win here against HOOLIBANG. So massive, massive win here for Streamer Zone. And this is, a team, you talked about it. It's your prediction for winning this weekend. And this is really a team that I feel like they're just getting better and better every time we watch them play.
Well, they've just been owning against everything. I mean, there's only one thing that's been shutting them down. Moonkin and an Outlaw Rogue. So that is like their big obstacle they need to overcome. Is PMate going to be the thing that can allow them to overcome that obstacle? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But Streamer Zone against everything else has been looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, super agree. Also kind of looks like we may potentially be able to see a bit of a rematch with, depending on how Streamer Zone GG does get to perform in the lower bracket. Like, if they were to go back around, Zico, do you feel like they, considering how they've been playing in this last series, can they take Echo a second time?
I feel like EU is too hard to call at this point. Everybody can win against everybody. Like, you sleep for 1 second, all of a sudden the Bikini Bottom Mafia is winning a cup. You blink for 1 second, all of a sudden Streamer Zone is back. They got Relza. They're looking unbeatable. HOOLIBANG shows up out of nowhere. You just Chibaku Tensei picks up Blizzo, and they're looking unbeatable. It's just, I feel like everybody can beat everybody right now, and I think this is the most competitive season we've had. It's crazy.
I agree. We touched on it last week as well. Like, I think the era of one team dominating just cup after cup after cup is kind of over, because it's the same for North America, and it's been really hard to make these predictions that production has been asking of us lately. But I mean, anyways, incredible series. Very competitive as well, as Zico mentioned. We can't take a look at the standings and just where we are right now. You can see StreamerZone.gg down there in 5th place, so really close. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that at all. Close in standings, but definitely not close in points if you look at the discrepancy between them and HOOLIBANG. But we'll certainly keep an eye on this team, because they are certainly gaining some momentum rapidly. HOOLIBANG knocked out of the tournament. They're in 4th place. So that brings us to the last series of the day. It's WWF versus Lava. We saw both these teams play already. It was actually WWF that recently got sent down there, Ven, by Chibaku.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what does end up happening. Wandering Water FURBOLGS, yeah, they're definitely looking good. We'll have to wait and see, though. Like Zico said, Europe has just been so incredibly competitive that it really is just wide open. These teams are just bringing out compositions don't normally expect, but for this particular matchup between Lava and Wandering Water FURBOLGS, I'm curious, because I think a lot of people kind of, I don't want to say write Lava out, because they have been pretty consistent, but the fact that they're only playing that Restoration Druid is something that a lot of the other teams are not doing. I'm curious to see if they can, lock that in once again and kind of go the distance against a team that has so many options like WWF.
Yeah, curious as well. Is Lava going to remain stunted, or are they going to take this series and get a victory out of it? WWF versus Lava coming up next, and we're going to head to a break. We'll see you in just a bit. Everybody, welcome back. It is the very last series of the day. It is WWF facing off against Lava Lava Super Teas. Which team do you feel like could be going home here?
I mean, Watering Water Furbolgs, I feel like they've got strong comps into what Lava Lava have available. So on paper, I think if they perform to the level that they've been capable of historically, that they should actually be able to win this series. But if they're starting to fall off and Lava Lava are just kind of the new modern version of their team, they might be looking to replace them if they aren't able to pull this off.
Yeah, could be difficult no matter which angle you could, you look at it from. Ben, we were talking about earlier about how it's like this Europe especially has been getting so hard to predict.
I just feel like all the teams are leveling up, right? Like it used to be so obvious who kind of dominated a region, and that's really not the case anymore. Many players showing a ton of flexibility, not only actually the healers in a big way are showing a lot of flexibility, playing lots of different roles, but also the DPS when they need to. And also it's just, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's good right now. Like there's certain classes you see more often, but it does seem like some of these more niche compositions, like the Jungle Cleave are pretty good. You have some of these like Windwalker Demon Hunter Cleaves, the Windwalker Rogue Cleaves. People are just making, some of these unique compositions work a little bit better. And I don't know. It's really fun to see. I still want to see one thing that we haven't seen on broadcast that I really want to see is a Fury Warrior. So I'm hoping that happens one day, but for now, I don't know if it's going to happen in this particular series, but I feel like the Fury Warrior is strong, and I want to see it eventually.
Maybe Blizzo will pull it out. Seems like he's doing pretty decently with Warrior, but anyways, either way, you're absolutely right. Even Dex here on Lava Lava, he says that there is no easy comp to face nowadays at all, back when we interviewed him heading into this weekend. So it seems like all of these teams, kind of Super Teams, have to be prepared for anything, like a wider range of comps than perhaps, a year ago in the same kind of a cup.
Well, yeah, it's a new patch with fresh changes on top of that. So you've got also this like wild card factor of things that are still remaining to be undiscovered. You try and break something out for the first time just because you theoretically think that it could be really good given those changes, or do you just stick to the compositions that you've practiced and you've prepared up to this point? There's so much that you got to put on the line in terms of your decision making in this type of situation. In the last series with Lava Lava here today, they decided to just keep playing the Resto Druid. They got owned in the first game, but they're like, you know what? This is what we're the best at. It's got us through tournaments in the past. And beaten some of the best teams. We're just going to keep playing the same thing. And then they won the next 3 games in a row with it. So there are ways for players to overcome, even despite those deficits. And this is kind of like old versus the new. The Wandering Water Furbolgs, this was like the rival of Echo, Swapsy, the Method Triforce dynasty. Like this guy was such a top-notch performing, always getting first place finishes. And then Lava Lava have come in this year and they're looking to take their spot.
Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman mirror match is okay. I mean, damage is going to be fully ramped up. These are some of the highest DPS compositions you really can see, and I do wonder who's going to pull out ahead here. Is it going to be the Restoration Druid or the Holy Priest? Who's going to be able to play this more efficiently? Because this is one of those matchups that is very high pressure, like I mentioned, and it really stresses out the healers. Oftentimes it can come down to dampening, and we'll see how these healers and teams do decide to navigate it. But both Ellie Shamans seem to be the main focus point here, Sid.
Yeah, they're both down their Astral Shift. I would say maybe Swapsy's a little bit more behind with no Trinket as well. As he's caught into a stun, he gets gripped back to the pillar. Coffee and Hopper Suit. Now they're stacked up for a double stun and a lot of cleave damage coming in from that Demon Hunter. Lava Burst Central right now from Guz. So much pressure forcing the burrow. I'm honestly really surprised to see Swapsy so far behind, because with the Holy Priest likely running double Dispel and the Demon Hunter running Cleanse and Flame to be able to remove Flame Shocks, I was really thinking that Guz would not be able to get any damage out in this type of matchup, but he's actually still keeping up with Swapsy and still getting a huge amount of pressure. I mean, maybe they'll just outright kill him here as Brunhilde goes into a Cyclone. Swapsy's down at half, and Next is doing his best to pick his teammates up and keep them aggressive, but now he's into a stun. He's rotting down. Guz is chucking Lava Burst at him and Swapsy at the same time. This is 2-target cleave, where his Dex is kind of just chilling. He's not even in the game, really, and that's really bad for Swapsy's team if they can't get pressure on the Resto Druid.
Yeah, Swapsy right now, once again, having to trade out that Astral Shift, and that was a Guardian Spirit too, so he gets topped off, but his defense is very limited. Coffee's going to be connecting the hunt here, going for a large amount of damage. Can they take him down? We'll have to wait and see. Guz, in the meantime, looking really stable. Swapsy! Oh my goodness, what a close call. He gets gripped back to the pillar, and the Void Shift comes in. That was a Trinket from Next, and it seems like Lava Lava, they're just in the driver's seat this game. Swapsy is still just dead. Next is can heal through it. I can't believe it. Swapsy throws in a little bit of off healing for himself to survive, but Next is falling further and further behind in this game, and this is not what I expected going into this first game.
They're falling, yeah. They've still got Iron Bark from Dex here. He's into a Fear. No Tremor Totem. Ancestral Guidance for both Shamans. They're basically mirroring their cooldowns whenever they come up. Next is an Angel Farm. He's going to get some free healing, but his mana is terrible. Dex is so far ahead on mana in this position. I'd say they're ahead on momentum. Swapsy needs to get away from Next. They need more distance because Coffee's able to stun the healer and get back on target and keep cleave damage this entire time, whereas Dex is just casting clones, seemingly uncontested in the middle of the map. You see a static field down, pulling Swapsy in the middle. That forces the Guardian Spear from Next, and now finally, we see Brunhilde maybe potentially pulling in onto Dex, but he's actually not going to, and I think this is just a losing battle if you're not able to include the Resto Druid as a target. He's just getting overwhelmed. His Burrow came off cooldown in 1 second. Lava Bursts are flying through. He might just go down anyways. He's wind sheared. Brunhilde's into another Cyclone. Dex has full control of the situation. He's just constantly taking the Demon Hunter out of the game, and he's staying in a position where he can't be a target. Swapsy has to force Dex to be a target in this matchup. It's not winnable. Otherwise, he's falling further and further behind. He's got his wall available. He's probably going to have to pop it at any moment here. Next is almost completely out of mana. Dex has Innervate up. Here comes the Essence Break from Coffee. That's a big ramp of damage, forcing the Astral Shift. And once again, Guz is just chucking Lava Bursts on Next. He's constantly at half health right now. Brunhilde is now even rotted down as well. This is very surprising. I think with the Holy Priest, they're expecting to counter the Ellie with the double Dispel, but Guz is actually so significantly ahead on damage at this point. They're ahead on cooldowns. They're ahead on mana. Really, Next needs like another 40 seconds, but there's no cooldowns to help him keep them alive for that next 40 seconds. And I think Swapsy is just going to drop to the pressure as Coffee looks to reconnect. He gets stunned in desperation by Brunhilde, and Swapsy's trying to get damage out of the Demon Hunter, but the Demon Hunter is not a great target. Guardian Spirit up. That's likely going to proc. Swapsy wraps around the corner defensively in desperation to stay alive at this point. Stuns the Demon Hunter on full DR, and that's it. He's going to get knocked out, and this was one-sided.
I mean, that was lava from start to finish, and I wasn't sure what to expect from the Restoration Druid, but the throughput seemed really good. Dex, I think, overall, maybe had a better positioning. There was a certain point in the game as well where he just seemed really confident. He was just pushing forward, actually getting crowd control onto the enemy Demon Hunter, allowing his team to push forward and just kind of overwhelm.
Do we track Dispels? I'd really like to see Dispels for WWF, because when I'm looking at the gear, he is playing double Dispel. He's playing Purification. So 2 charges of Magic Dispel to get Flame Shock. I want to see what the Demon Hunter was also playing, but I'm pretty sure like Brunhilde must be playing the Cleanse. He's actually not playing Cleanse, which is a bit surprising. I thought that they'd be double tapping that Cleanse. Maybe they think the Demon Hunter is just not really going to take a lot of damage, but I mean, even in this position, he's taking quite a bit of damage. I'm actually surprised because this is supposed to be like a counter build to the Ellie to get that double Dispel. I'd really like to see it if we have the details for it, the breakdown, to see how Guz is able to keep his damage up in this situation, because it's usually really hard against double Dispel to really get pressure going, but they just had them constantly backed into a corner, and this is the type of matchup where you really expect Swapsy to do well. These types of damage mirrors where it's like an Ellie plus a melee or a Warlock plus a melee, this is like Swapsy's bread and butter. Those turbo cleave compositions when he won back in 2015, just do damage, don't die. Like, this is Swapsy's home right here, is this type of matchup, and they're just getting outpaced.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one of those things. I mean, I talked about this right before we got into the match. It's like people have been opting to play a lot more Holy Priest, right? Like, Holy Priest is obviously really strong right now, and a lot of teams are opting to play the Holy Priest, and everyone has kind of just abandoned Resto Druid, but that didn't look too bad, right? Like, Dex in that game, his initial healing. I mean, the thing about Resto Druids is they still do a tremendous amount of healing. Like, the big downside to a Resto Druid is I guess they're susceptible to some of the purges that come in from evokers, maybe like the big fire breath purges against the Pres Evoker is kind of deadly, but and they go out of mana, but their actual throughput is remarkable. So at the beginning of the game, when all cooldowns are up and everyone's chucking damage, like, I feel like Dex is going to come out way ahead in that, and he kind of showcased it here with his additional crowd control in the mid game.
Yeah, he had great control of the Demon Hunter, and still wasn't overextending, still kept his positioning, so he wasn't a target. They could stay ahead on mana. Water Furbolgs are going to a small map. They have some type of cleave that they want to... I'm imagining it's got to be a cleave of some sort.
HDK? They play that?
It's hard for me to say if they have that exact lineup.
Wapsi, Brunhilde. Wapsi's a DK.
They
right?
could, but I don't think they've probably played it in a very long time, although maybe it's not one of those comps that would be too big of an issue. I could see that with like a Pres Evoker purging everybody. Grip everyone together, purge the entire team, just destroy everybody. I could see it being decent. It's usually very good in these casters. You're going to go to a Demon Hunter Boomkin Prez. More of a standard composition in the current meta. Makes me wonder why they wanted to start with that Demon Hunter Ellie mirror, because I was really expecting this kind of comp from the beginning.
Isn't it like, is it interesting to you, like in North America? So I still like to compare the two regions and kind of stylistically what they do. It's interesting that in North America we actually have no one playing Ellie Shaman. Like Ellie Shaman has been playing quite a bit here in Europe, and it seems strong. And we also nobody's really playing like the Windwalker Road, the Windwalker Demon Hunter compositions like that. It's interesting. So I'm curious to see how Wandering Water Furbolgs is able to do with this balanced Druid Demon Hunter, because I mean, I think in North America, most people consider this to be like the best comp right now. And I'm curious if Lava Lava is actually going to be able to best it with an Ellie Shaman.
I think one thing is like North America's predominantly Resto Shamans, and Resto Shaman Ellie is not usually a combination that you typically see, whereas Europe has historically been mostly Resto Druid, which is kind of Druid Ellie Shaman combo. So it could just be the nature of those regions developing healers that prefer to play Shaman and one that prefers to play Druid, which means that different DPS are going to begin to propagate as far as popularity. So you see more Shadow Priests on NA because there's more Shaman healers. You see less because they're all Resto Druids in Europe. So it's very interesting, though, that has happened at all, because you would expect if metas unfolded that they would be the same, right? Usually that's how, if there's only one best, but these regions are unfolding differently.
So all the Ellie Shamans in NA have just died out. All the Resto Shamans have starved them out of their resources. You can't play. This is, like I said, this is a matchup very interesting to me. Lava Lava, super strong on that game number one. Guz and Coffee, the amount of damage that they put out on these classes is absolutely insane. And one thing that I will say is I really feel like Lava Lava, they're going to be putting a lot of pressure on Next in this matchup. I think he's going to be a great target to go after, making sure you're cleaving down the Evoker. I'm a little bit afraid here for the side of WWF.
Imprison onto Coffee's Trinket here from Brunhilde, trying to slow down the Demon Hunter pressure. Does gets a lasso, Dex into a stun, Solar Beam on the Ellie. The cross seeing the Ellie Shaman and going after the Resto Druid. Now, as the Shaman, you can burrow out of those Solar Beams. So if he thinks Dex is going to be in a lot of trouble, I think that he should definitely consider that to be able to assist him, because that could be a scary moment later on. They get his Bark Skin. They get the Astral Shift. It's a decent start here for WWF. They're getting the cooldowns that they need off this first incarnation. And they're still sitting with the Hunt in their back pocket. Now they're trying to set up on Dex again with the Fell Eruption as Tessia stampedes into line of sight. He's got full Astral Power. It's going to be a couple Star Surges here, but Dex isn't stunned anymore, and he's beginning to escape. So it's likely that he's going to be able to recover in here in a moment. And Tessia is playing that kind of casting circle type of effect. When he gets into Eclipse, he'll drop a circle on the ground that reduces kicks. He didn't really get to use that last one, and now he's got all the kicks in front of him again, and he's trying to fake through them. Coffee eventually retreats to immune the clone, gets right on top of Tessia. Tessia gets kicked on the next clone. If they can stop the next one here, it could be really bad for him, but Guz at the same time is taking a lot of damage. His next gets crowd control. Guz is fishing for a Hex. He gets the full Hex. I don't know if Tessia is playing D-Curse. He also got sheared this matchup. Looks like he's not playing D-Curse, but Solar Beam onto Dex from Tessia. We were talking about him in the last series. He's going to need to be MVP for the team, and it's that type of setup right there that could enable him to carry the team.
Oh, Tessia finally gets a Cyclone. I mean, he was just getting destroyed there. Grounding Totem, Lightning Lasso, Wind Shear, Glimpse Immune. Lots of different interrupts available for Tessia to land those Cyclones. Let's see if he can continue to find it. Gets interrupted here by Coffee once again, and that's going to be really important for Lava Lava. Cyclones are going to completely change the pacing of the game, and they do find one on Gus, and let's see what they're able to do. Right now, Brunhilde and Tessia kind of just getting clumped up here behind the pillar. Coffee's ripping into both of them, getting a lot of damage out onto this Balance Druid, who is looking to find a Cyclone on Dex, but just hasn't been able to find it so far.
All right, Guz still on the back foot. Big Nature Swiftness gets topped off by Dex. Double Fear defensively here from Coffee. Dex is still blasting damage in, but he's falling a little bit more behind on mana. Here comes an Incarnation. Guz is going to immediately Astral Shift, but they actually overlap with Darkness. A bit of a significant overlap, and they see an opening. They can swap on Dex outside of the Darkness and get his Trinket. Now Darkness, Wall, and Trinket. This is a great setup for WWF here. Still maintaining decent pressure as well. Guz is trying to assist with Ancestral Guidance activated. He gets a bit of extra healing for his team. Coffee Trinkets and Imprison, but Tessia is just dead. What is this team? Lava Lava are just absolutely dominating WWF. It's not even close. It's not even close. What is this?
What happened? Like, I was looking to see, I was looking at the frame, and then he was just gone. Like, I didn't actually see exactly what hit him there, but It looked like he got absolutely squashed by Lava Lava. I mean, that was a tremendous amount of damage. I think he even had the bar skin up, just didn't have access to it. That was a complete one-shot.
Oh my god. They're doing it with the Resto Druid. The only team. Everybody else, they benched their Resto Druids. They're like, you know what? You're an Evoker now. You're a Holy Priest now. You ain't a Druid. Dex is like, I am Groot. He is not giving this up. He is gonna run it down with Resto Druid. I was thinking this could be bad for them. They just overlapped a lot of cooldowns. So there's a 3-minute cooldown, a trinket from the Druid, and a wall from the Shaman. But TENSEI on this Boomkin gets Essence Break. It has to be meta Essence Break, right? From Coffee, he's got both those buttons. He's got Hunt coming up in 8 seconds. He just combos it all together. He kicks him.
Windsheared.
He can't renewal for 1 second, and he just gets flop.
We gotta see the death log. I mean, we kind of didn't see what happened with Coffee there, but I mean, that was just, whew, that was a lot of damage. And I mean, the Elemental Shaman, that's the thing. Elder Shaman DH, not only does it do a lot of overall damage, like the burst is crazy. I want to gear up my Ellie Shaman. I mean, this is looking pretty good. The amount of burst damage that Guz is putting out with these lava bursts and earth shocks. We'll have to see it once again exactly what did end up happening. But this is bad because this, you would think that this is the counter comp, right? Like you have the Prez Evoker, the Boomkin Demon Hunter. You're fighting a Resto Druid. It's a small map, but the fact that they weren't able to win here, I mean, Lava Lava is just proving what an incredible team they are.
Oh my god. I'm really impressed with the increasing level of competition between a huge variety of teams. I kind of contribute a bit of that to actually Solo Shuffle. I feel like a lot of players, they're getting tons of reps in on Solo Shuffle. Now they don't need to schedule their games or find teams to play with, but oh my god. You want to count the lava bursts with me? 1 lava burst, 2 lava bursts, 3 lava bursts, 4 lava bursts, 5, 6 lava bursts. And the Earth Shocks are hitting for 200k
200k
as well.
Earth Shakes. Yeah, shakes.
Earth Shakes. You should sell protein shakes for WoW classes.
Just has Guz on the cover. Like, I mean, look at... I thought, okay, that's got to be like some Demon Hunter damage. Guz literally just exploded with procs and just killed him. Like, how much damage? I guess it says right there. I don't even need to add it. It's 1 million damage. In 2 seconds, he did 1 million damage.
Wait, how? Wait, is
that
right?
It's right there. Lava burst, lava burst,
I'm
lava
manually
burst,
adding this up, okay?
lava burst.
90k, 300k.
You don't need to. It's right there.
430k. I know it is, but I'm doing it anyways. 560, 600, 700, 800, 900. I see 900k. Adding it up manually.
Sure, you're
missing. Did I miss something?
A couple 10,000s here.
I mean, 900k is still a lot in 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a big amount. Look at Dex chipping in as well.
Getting in a quick little hit. Oh my god. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, Lava Lava are on a different level here. Like, what the? I did not expect this to be as big of a gap at all. Like, look at the people on Wandering Water FURBOLGS, man. Like, these guys are good. These guys are insane at the game. Okay. And they've been insane at the game for a long time.
Hold up.
How is Lava Lava just playing around with them?
Yeah, but like, what Wandering Water FURBOLGS is locked in to me is crazy.
I
like playing Mage Lock, but against Ellie Shaman DH, I mean, okay. This is a wild pick for me. I mean, maybe they just feel like they're not going to be able to win with anything else, but Mage Lock typically struggles into Ellie Shamans with like a really durable melee, like a Demon Hunter or an Outlaw Rogue. So I'm curious how they do decide to navigate this one. I think they're going to have to get a lot of control on Coffee, but Guz is going to be an incredible support to have for Coffee in the back line. I mean, this, I don't know. I'm not convinced of this very much.
Picking a Wizard Cleave into an Ellie, and then, yeah, I mean, what, are you going to CC the Demon Hunter, sheep and fear him into the corner and try and kill the Ellie? Or do you just run around on the outside of the map trying to kill the Demon Hunter?
I think yeah, that's a tough one. I think the best thing to do is do setups on the Demon Hunter and then control him. Like, I think that you have to play a game where you are making swaps and then CCing the person you just swapped to. So go after Coffee, get the blur, spam Poly, spam Fear. Then go after Guz, and then go back on Coffee. And you just really have to play around the heal over time effects and make sure you get control of the game. Like, Polymorph and Fear are going to be the name of the game here for WWF. If they're not getting CC, there's just no way. Like, I don't know how they're going to win this. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it. I feel like Lava Lava, they've got this based on these compositions.
Going into this series, I thought WWF had the comp advantage, and now they lock this in. That I would say is the opposite. It's just a comp disadvantage. If they win this game with Mage Lock Evoker, it's the biggest upset ever, I feel like. This is not the matchup that you would want to have in this type of situation. Guz is already pushing in. Coffee's leading the charge. Guz finally has some counter pressure coming in with this Ray of Frost. Doesn't look like they have a way to stop it. They're going to have to use Astral Shift to trade on this opening pressure. Coffee is just causing mayhem in the backline. Finally, he's going to get put into a fear here into the corner. It's really important they control this Demon Hunter. They've got him in a Frost Nova, but he's able to dispel that with the Immolation Aura. They static field the casters together. That's going to be really disruptive as well from Guz. They stack him up potentially for double stuns. Next gets put into a stun. They force unending resolve from Swapsy very early on. Now they're switching their attention to the Evoker. Lava Bursts are just flying in onto him, but has managed to pick himself back up, trying to get into a better position. Swapsy's getting aggressive. Tessia is getting pushed in on, though. He's trying to get some control, but he just can't. Coffee is still on target. Looking to make his way over as we see more damage coming in onto Guz. Is Dex ready for this? He's got Iron Bark available. He doesn't even need to use it at this point. There's a Fire Breath from Next. Doesn't even seem like it's done too much, honestly, with that fire. Just got him silenced and didn't really accomplish much. Now he's in a stun. Oh, nice fears on Guz. Does get dispelled. Damage on Ray of Frost. They've been disrespecting these Ray of Frosts. I do think if there was one way for Tessia's team to win this is definitely going to be a clean Ray like one of those.
Whoa, big damage. Triple stun, though, coming in there from Coffee. And Dex hasn't even traded out the Iron Bark, so maybe a little bit of a disrespect. I think in this game, it's going to be Tessia's Ray of Frost. Ray of Frost is the added damage that they need, but if you look, Swapsy's already traded out his Unending Resolve. This is not looking good. Coffee's all over him. Guz getting swapped to once again, but of course he does have the Burrow, and Dex still has not traded out the Iron Bark the entire game. So that is a massive defensive cooldown that they can rely on to stay alive. And look at the damage Guz is putting out. It's just fireworks here. Lava Burst on all three members of WWF. Next is burning through his mana, and they might just run out of time. Big setup here onto the Preservation Evoker. Coffee needs to turn his attention to Tessia, as this is the Icy Veins. As long as they don't disrespect the Icy Veins, I think they should be able to win. Otherwise, that's going to be the moment WWF can actually fight back.
Oh, big pressure, but Guz pre-Astral Shifts the Deep Breath from Next. And while he's been aggressive, Swapsy's losing health fast. It's match point. They can't afford any mistakes here. He's trying to fear spam. Just keeps doing it, but Coffee immunes it with a Vengeful Retreat. Guz wind shears the next. Now they're static fielded together into an Earth Grab totem. Well, Coffee sits through this Polymorph. He's trying to get Demonic Tyrant out. Ray of Frost, Demonic Tyrant. This is the best opportunity for them to push if they're going to get one, but Dex is just hugging the pillar off to the left in tree form, chilling with Regrowth. Guz is going to take 0 damage at this point in time. I'd say mana is at least even, if that is something to be going there in favor of WWF at this point. They have good control on Coffee at the moment with these fears. But he's going to reconnect now onto the Warlock. Guz gets stunned up in a Blizzard and a Frozen Orb. Multiple pets hitting him at the same time, taking quite a bit of damage. But Dex still has a position advantage. He just can't get CC'd at all with where he's at. Keeping full hots on the LE Shaman the entire game, rotating those Cenarian wards and refreshing them as he needs to. Hermit Totem comes down for the CC here. Coffee getting uptime, swapping to the healer, just hitting whoever he wants. Coffee just seems to be doing whatever he wants in this final game. It's really up to WWF to find a way to push him off.
I mean, look at Dex. It's like you said, look at him. He's just sitting at the pillar the whole game. No one's CCing him. He's uncontested. Innervate's rolling. He has full hots on everybody. Things aren't looking bad here for the side of Lava Lava. WWF is going to have to find a miracle. They are slowly but surely falling behind in this match. Luckily for Swapsy, Unending Resolve is up, and perhaps with enough dampening, they're going to be able to potentially get some pressure here onto Coffee. But if he's just got Life Bloom and full hots, it's going to be so difficult for them to push them over, especially with Guz backing him up. Dex is sitting down for a drink. Oh no, Dex got so much mana there, but Coffee, oh no, are they going to punish him? Trinket Netherwalk, so they trade out the Netherwalk for a drink, and now Dex is in a fear. The game is unraveling a little bit here for Lava Lava. Can WWF find an opening? Dex is going to play it really calm. He gets caught into the Polymorph. That's going to be the Darkness. Coffee's traded out every defensive cooldown that he has, and finally Dex is going to trade out an Iron Bark this game, but that was close. Was it worth it? I mean, maybe. I don't know if Coffee's going to be the best target, but with no defensive cooldowns and dampening ramping up, it's going to be scary for the Demon Hunter.
Let's see if they can get it going. They're starting to fall behind on mana fast right now. He's got Emerald Community coming out in 8 seconds. It was a big swap on him at the moment. They polymorph the Demon Hunter. He blinks in, gets a Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, but he misses the Ring of Frost. That's devastating for Tessia. He's trying to get a Blast Wave, I think, on Dex to knock him into it, but he can't get it. That missed Ring of Frost could have easily been the Druid's Trinket. This is going to be a critical moment for Tessia to potentially lose the game. Frostbomb coming out, but they have a Dispel for it. And there's Cenarian Ward up on the Demon Hunter, so I think he's going to be a good target. He's leading the charge. Big damage incoming. Match point. Swapsy could easily flop. Too many Lava Bursts to handle. And Lava Lava close it 3-0.
It goes. Just a heavy hitter on that Ellie Shaman. Just pumping damage. I mean, that was really, really impressive. Lava Lava is looking like such a scary team. So these guys kind of came out of nowhere last season. And at least for the AWC, they came out of nowhere, and they are really putting on a show, showing they are a serious threat in the finals. I mean, this is incredible. Just 3-0ing WWF, forcing them onto like a Mage Lock composition too. Like they're just, I would have never expected that, but that just shows you that they don't feel confident as anything else.
Oh my god. I mean, maybe this is just what they've put the most amount of time into. They started looking like they had a shot. I would say, actually, oddly enough, the comp matchup that I think we agree is the worst for them looked the best between all of their other comps, but that's it for them.
I think it's a comfort thing.
They're in the gauntlet though, so but they're just, I think they're at the bottom or very close to the bottom of the gauntlet. So they still have a chance between this weekend and the next one to try and figure out what the identity of their composition is going to be. They're going to have the weekend to ride out as well, seeing like what other teams are playing, try and come up with some sort of counter comp or which compositions they need to focus on, what they need to fine tune. So WWF are not totally out, but they've got to come back from pretty much as bottom of a point as you could between this weekend to next.
I can't wait. These are such good games today. And yeah, Lava Lava, definitely not disappointing here. We will see more from WWF, but it's like you said, they need to kind of find their identity. I don't know. Mage Lock to me right now, very niche, like super niche composition. I think whenever you're fighting like a Demon Hunter or an Outlaw Rogue with a strong melee, or with a strong caster to back them up, it's just a losing matchup. So I think it's only really good into very specific things. I'd like to see Swapsy actually pick up the Unholy Death Knight again. They're going to have some options, but they got a little bit of time in front of them to figure it out. But Lava Lava, they are looking good. And this is one of those things where they're just playing their mains, right? Like they only have a few different composition options available to them. And this is what they basically ran last cup, and it is still looking good for this one.
Yeah, really good, surprisingly. I feel like everybody has basically given up on Resto Druid. And now Dex has beaten two teams that in my mind have like counter builds to Druid, right? That Prez-Evoker Healer, the Double Dragon. He's in situations that should be like stacked like the most against him, and he's actually still coming out on top in these situations. And it's just a testament to how experienced, how many games, how much time they've put into these types of matchups. Guz really got to shine in this game. I mean, it's not often in like a damage fight you see somebody out damage someone like Swapsy or Tessia, and he's doubling them here in a 5-minute game. Like that's an absolute legendary parse here for Guz in this series. It means that they're going to be facing off against Streamer Zone, the Jungle Cleave, so another bit of a kind of a curveball type of composition that they're going to have to deal with if they want to continue to try and. They're in the guaranteed top 3, but I think they could mix up like who's first, the seeding of that type of situation, and kind of determine where they want to be, and also the prize money for the rest of this weekend.
So do you feel like this is a team that they could beat sticking with this composition?
I don't even know anymore with StreamerZone.gg. Like it's the MM Hunter just hits so hard that I kind of think they have a shot against anyone that's not running like 3 plate classes or something. Like you can have a shot. Like he could just aim shot, arcane shot you, and you're dead. Because I mean, in the last series we saw where Ven and Zika were casting, like Tony's just kind of running around in bear form as like a distraction. Like, here, look at me, I'm the feral druid, and then Casu just kills them on his own while he's running around in bear form. And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like Casu could like solo some teams, and I feel like a Demon Hunter, like Lava Lava's Demon Hunter, is a great target for an MM Hunter.
Right. Yeah, I will have to see it for sure. Looking forward to that one. You can take a look here at the bracket where we are at the end of today's games for Europe. Before we see these teams again, we're going to be in Championship Sunday. We've got 4 teams left, that lower bracket game that we're talking about, and then Echo versus CHIBAKU Tensei. We've seen it so many times, Ben, but I feel like these teams are meeting each other up again in the upper bracket under slightly different conditions.
Yeah, a little bit different. I mean, one of the big things we got to talk about is Blizzo being back, and he looked really good in their last series against WWF, playing the Demon Hunter. Maybe we see him on the Warrior, maybe, just maybe. But I think that's going to be a really fun matchup, and you know, I'm not sure what they're both going to run, but this is just like such a timeless matchup between these two teams. And CHIBAKU Tensei, they didn't have a great showing in the last cup, but it definitely seemed like they stepped it up a bit. They brought in Blizzo, like I mentioned, and I think they were going to be able to give Echo a run for their money.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm for sure looking forward to that and seeing how they are up against Echo now that they've got Blizzo as an addition. So definitely looking forward to Championship Sunday. But tomorrow for Saturday's games, we're heading over into North America, and it's a bit of the same story over there, Supatis, as we're having with EU in terms of like I have no idea who's at the top right now. I don't even think it's one team that stands out amongst the rest. I just feel like the competition is at an all-time high right now with this region.
Especially considering Void GG and Unitas are in the upper side together against each other. Unitas have been struggling. Like, they've been trying to form that team and make a deep run, and they've just not been able to. And it looks like this weekend could be that weekend, having defeated the Power Frogs and sending them down there. Liquid versus La Pompe is a rematch that I know any Liquid fan is looking to see again, because I feel like Cedar's team felt like they could have played better and they could have won that series last time. And now, given the changes that have come in and how that could impact their team, particularly with the Death Knight, is he might, have Lord before his name, and seeing how they can incorporate him now into the roster, given those Death Knight buffs, means they could be a completely different animal. The fact that the move are starting in the lower bracket because they already lost 3-0 to La Pompe is crazy.
Yeah.
Draco Cleave are a wild card down there with crazy dragon compositions, trying to mess things up. Fusion are trying to make a run for the gauntlet in the lower side. It's an insane bracket.
Yeah, insane for sure. So here are the standings right now. We've got our top three are pretty close, 322, 82, 60. Then La Pompe, of course, just skyrocketing to that fourth place last weekend. But then any team that you expect to kind of make a big, splash kind of in the standings, sort of mess up the order a bit, if at all.
I don't know. It's really hard to say because Void GG and La Pompe both look good. I mean, if you look at the top four, they are all rock solid. Liquid in first place, but they are. I don't think they were very happy with their performance in the last cup. I know CD was tweeting out that he especially was really unhappy with his performance. And for the open bracket, they didn't stream. Like, they are laser focused. They've been putting in extra hours for practice, cutting down the stream time, making sure their strategies are secretive. So I think Liquid really wants to be in that first place position. We'll see if it all pays out for them. They're playing against La Pompe, who is also just looking completely unbeatable from that last comp. So I'm curious to see how that one does play out. And then, of course, you have the Move and Void in the lower bracket. They're both going to be battling it to stay in that top three position. Try to stay ahead of La Pompe if they can, because it's not going to be easy. Unitas having a bit of a breakout performance, staying alive in that upper bracket, which I think it might be the first time we've seen them make it into the upper bracket for broadcast. So yeah, that's another team that could have a dream run, but I don't know how much more, how many more points they're really going to be able to pick up to change their position. But I think they want a bit of a momentum boost for at least the gauntlet.
Yep, absolutely. And also just a quick recap as well for the EU standings and where we ended up for that before we see them once again on Championship Sunday, because it's kind of the same story over there. Of course, they do have to make it into that top four Super Ts before they head into the gauntlet.
Yeah, definitely. No team is safe by any means. It's going to be a very scary run in terms of trying to secure your position. Right now, HOOLIBANG and Lava Lava, that series is going to be crazy between these teams, because it's completely different compositions, different specs going head to head. They were both the newcomers at the start of the year, and now they're both vying for that final third position together against each other. It's going to be a crazy run for them. Oh, sorry. I'm mixed up the scenes here. HOOLIBANG is out. We saw that run come through. Unfortunately for them, I would have been exciting to see them do that. But HOOLIBANG is going to be chilling in the gauntlet as the final boss. We've got our entire gauntlet outlined here. Water FURBOLGS going to be going against Pirate Pete's. We didn't see Pirate Pete's on broadcast this year, but their performance in season 1 apparently, and they're consistent, not top 8 finishes, but when we call them top 12, have actually got them enough that they're at least going to be in the gauntlet for a last minute run. And Bikini Bottom Mafia coming out of nowhere, having that one cup win and then not making it to the top 8, got enough points to be in the gauntlet as well to be a serious threat and contender. And then StreamerZone.gg, obviously, with their jungle in this final position for the gauntlet for round 3 is the third boss in terms of this chain. This is going to be a single elimination tournament that happens a day before the finals to decide which one of these teams is going to be the 4th overall seed for Europe.
Yeah, I would not want to be. I mean, if you make it out from the bottom of round 1 of this gauntlet, it is an incredibly long day. I feel like these gauntlets end up being just so competitive. Only one team can make it out of there alive, and it just becomes this, gauntlet, basically. It's definitely its namesake for sure. So with that, that is going to wrap up the games here for Europe before we head into tomorrow. So thank you everyone so much for hanging out with us, and we will see everyone tomorrow for North America, same time, same place, of course, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are also on YouTube. See you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.